so cool because there's only about five of us, technically 6, that are still in the business. A few of us trading, and some working back office with the company. So it's always cool to see, man. Like the people that you start out with in the business. Like I've known Randy for 20 years, 20 and a half years, and you've been with the company. Is it 25? 21? It's only 21? Okay.
No, it is 20.
No, it's more. It's 25 because you were, it's 25 years. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Is it exactly 25?
More.
So more. Wow. We didn't celebrate your 25th year, did we? We should have. Well, now we're celebrating. Let's raise a cup for 25 years with the company for Randy, although you don't have a cup, and we'll cheers anyway because you got to cheers. And you got to sip. But that's what it's all about. I mean, it was so good seeing Robbie. I haven't seen him.
I know, it's been years, right?
He was in my trainee group because he was training for the back office in my trainee group when Dashel, Robbie, and myself, and Debo as well. Everybody had nicknames. So like Debo, Dashel. I was Nairobi. Oh, we didn't have one for Robbie. And it's
Nice. We're dating ourselves.
Yeah, whatever, man. It's all fun. It's all fun. You know what's not fun? Crypto. Not right now, because we're teetering, everybody. I've changed my chart. Don't at me. I used to always use I used to always use black charts for everything that I was using, and then the show stuff is the white charts. But I changed this one to white because I show you guys this one, and we're supposed to use white charts on the show because it's apparently easier on all of your eyes. But the 60,000 level, we've been back and forth a couple times. This is a daily chart. I guess I should let's go to a 3-minute. So you can see, like we've been back and forth, overnight breakdown, support it. Now we're back underneath. And as long as we're failing this 60,000 level or underneath 60,000 and trending down, I think I'm looking weak on the crypto names. I don't know if we're going to have them in the rundown for sure. So we'll go over that. But got to show that chart of Bitcoin because it is in a bit of a pullback. There was that Mt. Gox. You know, everyone's going to get their money back, and then some people are probably going to sell because they're deep in the money, like they've been held up for a couple of years, and there might be some selling going on there. That's putting some pressure on Bitcoin here. But the market itself is kind of flattish. As long as you hold the trend, I think the crypto names are the other way. Like I like Tesla, we like Apple, and some of the big cap tech. But crypto, for now, looking weak.
All right, let's talk about what we need to know here heading towards 9:30 on what's going to be a pretty quiet day for the overall market. But remember, 1 p.m. close today. What's market looking like?
55.69, Brendo. That's where we closed out yesterday. That has been a key area of resistance going back to all the way to the 17th. So we're right at that resistance level. If we can hold that 50-point level, we can look for another all-time high. All-time high will have to break that 55.90. That is the peak that we got into on the 19th. Let's see if we can make it there today, maybe Friday.
All right, we did have a little technical issue with the watch list today. It has arrived a little bit late. Apologies from us. If you haven't done so, go to the website, tradertv.live. Wait for that pop-up. Enter your email address, and then you get everything you need to know sent right to your inbox every single morning. I am working on a solution to this problem with our current email website. I won't throw them under the bus, but they're, let's just say, not that great. So it's going to get better. So stand by. All right, Tesla here, number one, as it should be after just a massive, massive day yesterday. We get back to 230. Nice run up early on this morning to 240. It has come back in a little bit here. There's a long, long list of positive notes from analysts this morning. Cathie Wood, which is kind of strange, but Cathie Wood on the other side of the equation selling yesterday. A little bit.
I thought the price target was $2,000. Yeah, no, maybe she's buying something else. I don't want to judge too quickly here what Aunt Cathie's doing, but I want to tell you about what they delivered. They delivered 443,000 cars, almost 444,000, but they produced 410, so looking to offload some, previously unsold inventory. There are some headwinds, though, specifically EU tariffs on their Shanghai-produced vehicles. Apparently, though, Tesla eligible for what they call a special duty rate if they formally request it, which would not be made available to some of the actual Chinese electric vehicles like your NIO, your Li, your BYD, and your XPEV, Brendo. Tesla getting special treatment from the EU.
I was just double checking here what her total weighting is. So it's 11.75. It's still her number one holding. What's the total number though? I'm going to find that and get back, but it was about 56,425 shares she sold yesterday, or about 14.5 million notional. But I mean, their holding is north of 700 million at this point total. So very, very small for Kathy.
I see Obi over here already wanted to trade at 235. So I don't like this level that it's at right now. So I'll let you start, because if you like it right here, I'll get to like that dip buy area. But Obi, what do you like about 235? Because you were just talking about it.
Yeah, no, okay, so it's like okay, so pre-market trend, right? All right, let's talk about. That's did not mean to do that. Typed in 3 on my book. There's no ticker named 3. I meant to type in 3 here for 3-minute chart. All right, cool. So let's take out some of these indicators so we can kind of take a look at these candlesticks here. So look at that. Nice little flat top here at that 240. It's a little distinct as we kind of consolidate there for over an hour in the pre-market. It's doing that relative volume as well. And we kind of sell off. We're breaking some of that structure coming off into the open. So this is what I'm looking at here. So off of that, a bit of a trend happening to the downside here. We'll take it off the break. That's what I like doing. Take it off the break of the consolidation, not from the high necessarily, but look at that. We kind of come right up into here, and I was looking at it in the pre-market right now, and I was like, this 234s might be an interesting place to get involved, and then snap, all of a sudden, starts printing 234s, 60s to 70s, and then we push 235s right into the high of this kind of short-term trend that's been happening, and to take a look at that. Comes into fruition. Selling kind of comes right back in off of that 235 area. We're trading right back down to 234s as of right now. So I was like, all right, I might have missed my entries there. But you know what? I am getting a little enticed into it. But the thing is, the bigger picture, we had good deliveries. This is Catalyst Day 2 on Tesla, and we are holding. Technically, this is a double top at the end of the day, just going into that 231. We saw that crazy action coming in after the imbalances of Tesla ripping up into 231s and some change, making some fresh highs of day going into the close, and we're getting a gap up as well. So we've already pulled back in to near those levels. 4 a.m. candle shows continued strength, right? So this is technically still a higher low, and look at this. Not that. Look at this. This is anchored VWAP from yesterday. We saw how well it respected throughout the day, especially off of the open right here. And then we are still trading above that level. So I'm asking I'm going to ask that same question again. If the bid is real, where will it catch? I think VWAPs and anchoreds are great places to kind of look for that. You have a daily VWAP as well. We're trading below that. So a bit of a sandwich between prior day's anchored VWAP off the deliveries and intraday VWAP as well, with all the volume that's been happening in the pre-market. We're trading below that. So let's see who gets offside. Let's see if we can kind of continue the trend. Let's see where the bid catches, or are we going to take a little bit of a pullback? Something I do want to note and remember remind myself is the bigger picture trend that we are in right here. We are testing the highs of this trend marked off of November 2021, and it's been distinctly different when it comes up into some of these levels. So let's see if we get more of the same here, but some of these candles really expanding heavily into this prior trend resistance, to say the least. So I'm curious to know. I have no idea what the stock is going to do, but hopefully I am listening well to the chart and the price action, and we capture some opportunities today.
You had a line there, and I got something for it. If the bid is real, then have nerves of steel and go long. No, seriously, I don't. I couldn't rhyme the second part of it. I'm like, have nerves of steel. No, when you drew that resistance line, my first thought was like, hey, if it breaks the resistance line to the upside, that's a long. Go long, that's the real deal, said Ramin. I was trying not to use real deal because I feel like we say that way too much. But that's a good one, Ramin. Thank you. Get Ramin back, and you just get all the goodness in your ear. But look, Tesla, if it breaks trends to the upside, I like what you're saying there with it's got that trend down. But if it breaks any kind of descending wedge, I want to be looking for a long off of that break. Also, if you're looking for dip buys, the most simple dip buy is always into previous resistance turn support. That's yesterday's highs, 231 change. So out in 231 quarters actually where it closed, and it closed pretty much at the high. So dipping down into that level, I'd look long. If it fails that, as you mentioned, you've got that anchored VWAP from yesterday and the hold in the 227 range, which, by the way, is also the support, theoretical support, the channel that we drew on the top. If it pulls back underneath 230, you get like 227 or so. So there's all kinds of reasons to like some dip buys, previous high, previous close area, the 227 level. I want to be looking for longs in Tesla. I do want to note, someone asked me what I think about Nikola today, and I just simply said Polestar I like better. If I'm going to short an EV name, Polestar is still doing that thing under $1. It's a holiday shortened day. If it makes the run up and another fail of the dollar level, I just think you go short again. It tried to break out 97s, it got to 98, it went 90, it was able to get shares at 95. Maybe if you're a little faster, you could get some 96s and went all the way back to the bottom. So I'm looking for either a lower high fail or just a fail again at the dollar level. And I am willing to reverse the trade. If Polestar decides it wants to break out above $1, I don't mind being long it, but until that happens, the short is at that level. Only chance I was going to get to even mention Polestar unless it makes a run at $1, and hey, it's in the right space. But Tesla, I'm just looking for those long opportunities, support to resistance or resistance to support. But I like a break of that trend line as well. There will be off of the open. It was explosive yesterday. I'd rather go for continuation and then miss it if it dumps than get away from the trend.
True.
Just noticing there was IBIT with a big bounce right now in the pre-market. Bitcoin not really following suit, but yeah, as Neil was saying, right now at 60,000, maybe that data a little bit delayed. You can see a nice reversal candle here on a 15-minute chart for IBIT, back above $34. So we tested that 34 area for the second time here in the pre-market, trying to bounce nicely now. But yeah, if you zoom out a little bit, it's been pretty weak over the past couple of weeks here for Bitcoin.
Yeah, it has, Brendo, and some of the potential causes for the price volatility, you know, depending on which analyst you talk to, but they're attributing it to several factors. One of them is the anticipated distribution of Bitcoin from the defunct Mt. Gox exchange, which could inject some uncertainty into the market. Some analysts look at this quite optimistically, though. They're looking at that 65,800 level as that level of resistance. If it gets broken, some of them are of the opinion that that 78,700 could come in. So we'll have to keep an eye and see how it does. On the other side of things as well, Ethereum, possible new date for the spot ETF, Brendo, July 15th being floated as a possible date.
Coming up pretty quick here on that note. I was just noting, Neil, you were asking about that AMIX, little tiny one. Is it above $1? Yeah, it is above $1 right now, 130. So there was positive results on a pancreatic cancer trial for AMIX today.
Yeah, so let me just, the reason I was interested in AMIX, it just started doing volume. On a half day like today, you want to make sure that you're interested in looking at names that are actually going. Multitasking here because we don't have Mara short. So I have to pay for shorts on Mara. They're 1/8 of 1 cent per share. So if you want 100 shares of Mara, it's going to cost you like, 12 cents. It's ridiculously cheap. But AMIX, because it broke that dollar, it's interesting and it's doing good volume. So I think it's going to be on the radar. If it can hold $1.20, you can see down here. I can always zoom that in for everybody. Why is it not zooming? There we go. If it holds that previous resistance down at $1.20 off the open, I think that would be a good jumping spot. But it's already pulled back pretty significantly off 150. So it needs to consolidate at the open, or it could just be a fall right back into one. So have it on radar. But for crypto, it's Mara for me. Yesterday was the 23 level, so shout out to anybody that actually got the trade. You know where we were looking. Oh, you can't see 23 if I do that. So you know where we were looking at the open, and it was Tesla longs. It was the right call to be Tesla long in the morning yesterday, but I missed out on the 23 short on Mara because of it. Now, when you look at the daily, it's pretty obvious. The last time we tested 23, you got all the way back to the 50-period moving average. The time before that, you went even deeper. Even a muted move can get you down at least close to the 20 level here after that fail yesterday on Mars. So I want to be shorting pops. As long as we're still in that downward trend in crypto, if you're making a big bounce, then I got to wait for it to get to big resistance here, 22 quarter, 22 half, And if it breaks out 22.5, you just have to wait for the 23 level again. So Mara is the one that's on my radar. I will sit it out. If I see a big rally in crypto off of the open, I don't want to be against the grain early. But I will wait for it to get into resistance and then look for the curl on Mara. The 23 has been so good for shorts. If it gets near there again, got to take a shot.
Yeah, no, I think Bitcoin taking a little bit of a breather is definitely interesting. Coming down into the lower end of this consolidation range that we've been holding since we broke past that 60 mark. So 60 to 73, 74s is the range, about a 14K range there on Bitcoin, and we're testing near the lows there. So yeah, Mara, I do have that kind of on watch. I was looking at it right here. Yeah, I definitely agree with that 23 level. Look at that kind of a resistance blocked there, and a bit of and it's just chained to this kind of consolidation sideways here between 18 and 22s, 23. So yeah, if we kind of continue that weakness on Bitcoin, maybe we come back into the lower end of the range there. That I think that might be a look, but again, that 23 that can come in either ways, right? We talk about Bitcoin being at the lower end of the range. If it catches a bid, then that 23 has a lot more confluence for a pushback above. Something else I do want to note is MicroStrategy. So MicroStrategy looking a little bit more similar to the Bitcoin. Again, they're one of the main things that they do is hold the crypto. So it is pushing down a little bit of a downtrend since mid-May here on MicroStrategy, pushing back into what seems like an inverse head and shoulders that was made off of this earnings in this earnings time zone here in between April and May there. So interesting stuff nonetheless. 1200 right there. 1200 clean roughly. It seems that is a bit of support there on MSTR as it kind of fades back in. So going to be watching Bitcoin for some of these moves here, and I know people like Riot as well. Riot in a bigger picture downtrend as well, maybe a little bit more in sync, or I guess looking a little weaker, just like Bitcoin is what I'm trying to say. Something else I do want to check is Ethereum. I know that I can be looking at Bitcoin without looking at some of the Ethereum, and Ethereum looking relatively similar as well. A bit of a downtrend after a strong volume push that we had mid to end of May here earlier this year, and we've been kind of fading off of that. Couldn't really get back to prior all-time highs in and around that 4K mark on Ethereum. So yeah, definitely crypto on watch, but probably not the main focus of today's trading day, I would say.
Just discussing Nancy Pelosi's most recent transactions, buying more NVIDIA and Broadcom going into this week. So at the end of last week, selling some Tesla and selling some Visa.
But the Tesla shares were like a fraction of
very, very small. Very, very small. But anyway, let's go to Dell. Bank of America, as we said, if you're with us in the first 30 minutes this morning, Bank of America with a positive note, adding Dell to their U.S. #1 list. So we're right back to that last pivot high there if you go back to the middle of June.
Yeah, Brendo, and the surge in Dell stock is really one of the reasons that they're adding it to the ideas here. It's all really the AI play. They build out the data centers. We saw Michael Dell at the NVIDIA event launch, or the launch event for the Blackwell chip a few months ago. So strong relationships between those two companies, and they're looking to benefit from it.
Yeah, not a lot of volume here this morning, but nice gap here, 2.25 for Dell today.
Quickly before we get to Dell, what Visa did, only because you mentioned Visa there, what Visa did at the close was just spectacular. Breakout and a huge rally at the end of the day. Usually this is the kind of name at the end of the day. It has an imbalance, it pairs off, it's boring, all that stuff, but it's flat today. I don't know if there's going to be much continuation. The volume's it's pretty piss right now, but it's got some room if it can take out 69 into like 71. But Dell's the one. I got this one on my list after Tesla and Mara. Today, Mara looking for the short pop, Tesla obviously looking for the dip, which if you were already in the long, wow. I kind of just, as a lark, Obi, like I threw this up on Tesla. I'm like, oh yeah, that trend line Obi drew. I guess if you just go long on a break of that downtrend, oh look at that. Breaks the downtrend, dips into it and rips. That's what strong stocks should do. But Dell, I think Dell's a strong stock. If we get down into the 145 at the open and can bounce there, I'm looking for a dip and rip on Dell today. Just some continuation. It's making higher lows on the daily. It has a chance to break out this channel. I'd rather buy into the dip on a holiday shortened day, but if it breaks out this top, I'll just got to look for a place to join. You still have some overhead resistance, as you can very, very clearly see. But that was a huge rejection at 155 that pulled all the way back into what? That same day, 145. So 145 is kind of the level I like for a long. There's plenty of room for it to go if it can have a big rally on Dell.
Yeah, we talked about Dell a little bit earlier there, and yeah, pushing the break of that trend there that I've pointed out. Actually, Neil pointed it out to me, and then I was like, yeah, look at these anchors that it's been holding, and we are pushing off of that, attempting for a break. So yeah, I'll be looking for a potential continuation going off into the open today as we are breaking some trend resistance, but it's only touched about twice there, and a strong aggressive selling right off of the open when it does kind of attempt to test this level. So maybe all this consolidation in between this prior earnings anchored and the most recent earnings anchored as well might give us that umph to the upside there. I'll be watching that 150 as well as a potential interesting area. Look at that nice little pop test there and a pop test as well after the earnings flushes down off of the earnings reaction flushes down off of the pop, and it rejects 150 as well. So 150 has been a little bit interesting to me. I'll be looking for more of the same. We are about 3 points away from that. So the question I'm asking right now is, what is Dell's ATR? Should probably have that in mind when trading the name. 7.74 is the ATR there, and I guess we have we definitely have the room, the range to push that 150 on the day today.
All right, let's talk about Chinese ADRs here, back higher as a group, which is kind of interesting because I was just seeing Chinese stocks overnight were actually lower on the session. So nice end of the day yesterday here for Alibaba with a share repurchase announced for BABA, so a gap to the upside. A few minor news stories in the EV group as well. Saw NIO was, I mean, it's not terribly active here, but back to that high from last week on NIO, XPeng, looking very similar here. I mean, Li Auto as well, back at long-term levels.
Yeah, well, Li Auto back above $20, announcing that they had that zero down purchase program there. Didn't know that that wasn't a thing in China. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But as Brendo mentioned, Alibaba getting a nice nod today. $5.8 billion share buyback program, which is helping stabilize market sentiment. It's been on a 3-day rally on the Hang Seng, doing well. They're also investing in Ocean-based Ant Group, which is a subsidiary of Alibaba's, also going through restructuring. So looking like there are some positive signs for some of these ADRs.
Yeah, not a heck of a lot of action so far this morning, but thoughts here, guys, for these?
Alibaba, yeah, I mean, Alibaba, you just needed to take it out when it got to 90. Obviously, the hindsight's going to be 2020, but it's right back into where the buying has been good on Alibaba has generally been in that low 70s range and the dips underneath $70. It just couldn't operate that 90 level. So disappointment, I'd say. For those that are interested in it, it's done the old patented. I mean, it is what it is. Like the 50 period's gone above the 200, so there was a golden cross. As you can see, it's gone down since then. But 76 here, sorry, not 75. 76 has been a local top. And then you pop it up here, and you don't wonder if it continues this move, is it not a fade into that high on Alibaba? And then the other one worth watching, these aren't at the top of the list. I got to keep it, Tesla today, Dell, Amara, maybe even a little bit of Rivian. And we talked about Apple. But PDD is probably testing that $36 on 136 level on any strength. So it broke down, it failed it once. The only issue is a holiday shortened day, it's already failed the 136 level. So I think your chance to maybe get underneath that line and make a little bit of a cheeky trade, you've already missed your 1 point move here in the pre-market. And it might just be more enticing if it can break it out. I think there might be more, it's just more interesting. It's already made the move. If it pops back into 136, I don't know if that's the one I want to stand in front of anymore. So I've kind of canceled that idea and maybe move it over to Alibaba. If we get up to that 76 level on BABA, I think that can be a short instead. Whereas I wouldn't want to get in the way of Pinduoduo. It's already done the pullback on ridiculously light volume. You got to try to stay in the pocket today. Tesla, you know, is moving. Dell, you know, is in play. Crypto's in play. Chinese ADRs, very light volume. And if you start out with light volume on a half day, it's a pretty easy guess that you might continue to have light volume at that open. I got to have something that's actually trading at the open.
Yeah, so whenever we say Chinese ADRs, there's three tickers that come to mind, JD, PDD, and BABA. So I did pull all of those up on the weekly, and a little bit of a distinct difference on the PDD versus the other two here. So JD, this is a weekly chart, so we are looking quite weak there. Only about, again, shortened week here, but prior weeks, we've been red back-to-back since the week of the 20th of May, there on PDD, kind of following in line with the bigger picture trend. Same thing here with BABA. BABA exhibiting a similar kind of weakness here, bigger overall since 2021. We've been making lower highs and lower lows, but when you go over to PDD, take a look at that, distinctly different. As we've retraced, yeah, sure, it had its all-time highs in and around 2021s, and then it has recovered a good chunk of it. I would say over 50% reversion off of the lows on PDD. Now again, PDD is the holder of Temu as well, right? So I think there's been a lot of buzz in and around that. We know that Amazon's trying to adopt similar models to BABA and PDD there with that. But yeah, the chart looking distinctly different. It is in an uptrend. So when it comes to ADRs, not all of them look the same here. PDD definitely exhibiting some interesting action nonetheless. But yeah, looking at it on a daily chart here, a bit of a sideways action for the past week or so, keeping the bigger picture in mind though.
Surprised we didn't put Paramount. Hey, what's up, Pat?
All right, Apple, we'll wrap things up here real quick. Not really doing a heck of a lot here pre-market, but 2 days in a row, just straight to the upside. 220 yesterday, all-time highs, coming back in a little bit right now to that aftermarket level. Minor headline this morning regarding OpenAI.
Yeah, just basically adding an observer to the board, goes by the name of Phil Schiller. He's the current App Store leader. The addition to the board is supposed to be finalized by the end of this year, and Microsoft not too happy about it, as it does kind of put some of their plans with OpenAI in question, because Apple will know about it.
Remember, coming up at 9:45, S&P Global Composite and Services PMI final data. Again, 9:45, 10 o'clock, we'll get the ISM version of the same. Factory orders coming up at 10 o'clock. Some housekeeping, the midday show 1 hour today, and then we'll be back at 12 o'clock to wrap things up at 1 p.m. for you.
I'm glad you remembered to say that, because we're supposed to mention that to everybody. 1 p.m. close does mean the open is extra important. So Apple, all-time high, look, if it breaks out the half, 220 and a half, that's obviously a fresh top. The actual high is like 40-something in here. A decent chance it could go. If it doesn't, I just want to look at the obvious support levels. Go to the 15-minute chart, I like it better. So if we get down in here, if we lose 218 and a half, no bets. But if we can bounce off that price, maybe you get a range-bound day. That's a good $2 range or $1.50 range on Apple. So if it can hold the top end of that, I think just go into the dip buy. It is 928, so I didn't want to pop over and show you guys the imbalances. On a holiday shortened day, you're not really expecting much. The only thing of note is Amazon sell 250,000. That's not a heck of a lot, but it is the only thing out there on that imbalance locator. So Apple looking pretty decent. Pass overdose. Are you shorting AMD? Like I said, yesterday AMD, we definitely shorted AMD. Now AMD, the top of the trend line, is likely going to be tested today. It's always, am I shorting AMD? The answer is it getting to 166 or 166 half? That's the answer to my question. If it does, answer would be yes. Up here, sure, I would short it. But unless it's failing underneath 163, I might find a short if it plunges through 63 at the open. But you guys can see the level we mentioned in the afternoon show. So that's what I want to watch. 1 minute to the open here, Obi.
Oh boy, yeah, no, definitely. Apple,
Dell.
Apple all-time highs on watch for sure. There. Let's see what the open has in store for us. But Tesla's the one. 235s are testing. It rejected pre-market. That VWAP in the morning, intraday VWAP there. So got both on watch. Amazon as well pushing that 200, but Apple through those highs. Again, market tailwind dictating. I think that's definitely well within the stars. Dell on watch as well. So good luck, everybody. We only have about 30 seconds left. 20,200 holding as of right now in the pre-market session. So let's see what we have. Good luck to everyone. And here we go with the countdown to the bell, Neil.
Let's go. We've got a holiday shortened day, so let's get it locked and loaded, get those trades in, but be very particular and patient. In 2 and 1, ring it, Adara. So hey, if you're brave enough to have wanted to short Tesla,
oh, it's working.
I mean, it's okay. Working is a loose term. It is moving back into the downside. But if we get into that support, you know where I'm kind of really fading into. But not fading into. I want to be dipping into. Not a heck of a lot happening right away. So you do want to be patient. We've talked about this. This is the kind of day that you don't want to get too wrapped up unless you get a key level. Dell broke out. So Tesla, if it drops into support, we're going to try and grab it. It's not doing much. Dell did break out right at the open, or right before the open, I should say. And you're right back in here pulling back. So the 145 is what we like. NVIDIA is starting to churn to the upside. So if we're not getting the dip buy there and the market's going up, I got to go over to AMD, which is pushing into that 165, 166 half is where we like it. Oh, we forgot about Rivian. Rivian 15.15. Keep it really simple. 15.15, that was the top. If it breaks it out, I think it can go absolutely screaming.
Here comes 236. 235 held quite well there, about 300 lots on 236. Let's see if we can kind of crack that. VWAP sitting at 236.40, so that's what I'm watching right here. 236 just slams right through it, and we are attempting to push 236.40s there at VWAP, only about 10. So I did get a little long on top of the 235, but again, lots of chop, lots of volume getting churned. It's only the first minute here. Let's see if we can blast through that VWAP and break some of those pre-market levels here. Pre-market, there it goes. There is that VWAP right here. So what do we get? What kind of action do we see? Slams right through 70s printing and coming right back into 40s again. So looking quite strong here. And what is the next high in the pre-market, you may ask? 237, and we're right there knocking on the door of 237, only about 20 pennies away from that one there. So aggressive strength coming into Tesla, a little bit of a continuation from yesterday happening as of right now, 237s. Let's see what you got. Those are some of those pre-market highs, but that 240 is the high we were talking about, consolidates there for over an hour in the pre-market session. Oh, we're back down to 235s. Oh boy, is this action quite aggressive. That VWAP pop got sold off aggressively and then comes right back up into 236 half. So a lot of chop and churn. That 235 hold was pretty distinct a little bit there, continuing, breaking through that pre-market downtrend that we were talking about just a little bit earlier here. Let's see what we do in and around this 236, 235 mark. Again, VWAP being at 236, 37s. We are holding that as of right now.
This
the initial test
237.
got pushed. Yeah, 237's looking good, man.
If 237 breaks, I think it can be an ad spot there. You're getting a pretty distinct hold. It did break out the local high. No dip back into VWAP on that break back in. So first scalp. If we get under support, we'll try to add that way, or we just break out the 237 and then add there. AMD did not get to 166. If you shorted it early, congratulations to you. And Polestar is at 92. If it gets to $1, remember we like shorts in Polestar in front of that dollar level. So that is going to be on the radar. Dell, oh my goodness, Dell, which is on the New York, Neil. Goodness. Dell still making its breakout. I did not get the dip buy into previous support. We got to join this trend. We thought we'd get a dip into 45. We're not going to get that at all. So we got to try to jump into this trend on Dell. You want that early move on a holiday shortened day. You don't want it to get out of pocket, and then all of a sudden you have no trade whatsoever. So I'm jumping into Dell 48s. We'll give it back into that 47, 150 can be a bit of a target. No news on what the heck is going on with cost, by the way. So for anyone that's looking at cost, I don't know what's going on with this stock, but it is up 33% and still going. It actually broke $6. So no idea what the news is, but we'll keep our eyes and ears glued to see if there is anything
boy,
going on.
237s. There was a stack on the offer that got taken out, and we're printing 50 pennies above that. That little pullback was quite nice into 236s. 237s coming in. Can we get to that 240? That 240 was distinctly different, like I said, only about 3 points away. And Amazon, funny, I have Amazon on the other screen, but Tesla has an ATR of just above 8 points there, so it's well within range, only about 3 points away for that 340, breaking through some of these pre-market levels here. 237s holding as of right now, but again, lots of volatility, lots of chop, and we are still right above that VWAP, VWAP being at 236.40s once again. So chop and churn, some of this pre-market action, not really too visible here because I got some wicks going on there, but I'm not going to deal with those. My eyes are straight on the tape. I do not need the chart for this one as of right now. Okay,
Huge
there's
seller,
some
big
size.
seller.
Yeah, there's a huge size at a random price right there. It got taken out. Buddy, what did you have? More than 40,000 shares got slapped on the ass.
76,400 shares was
Oh,
on the
boy.
offer. Got taken out in one shot on Tesla. The second it got taken out, I kind of got grouped in there. I got some at the 50 level out in front of it. So a couple of breakouts so far on Tesla as this continues to run to the upside. On the way to 240, I don't know if there's going to be one more place that we can add on the way to 240, but that's going to be an obvious target. Like I said, holiday shortened day, you want to have some targets out there, and I might have missed my chance in Polestar. If Polestar does not get to the dollar, remember yesterday we had a 95 on Polestar. It just failed to break at 93, so I'm going to jump into the short off of this 93 level here on PSNY. Adara?
Penny stock on watch here, Zoomcar holding ZCAR. They had a filing yesterday which revealed they're looking to see a year-over-year increase in revenue and a decline in their net loss for fiscal 2024. So ZCAR currently up about 75%, pushing towards that 25-cent level here on volume, guys.
Cost is getting out of hand. I don't know what's going on with this stock, but so obviously something is happening here. It just broke and held above 6. If this is going to be the one today, I might try to find something in cost to get an early runner. Dell's starting to pull back in there. Ooh, I got wicked out of Dell. We'll try to jump back into it, but cost has got my attention. It does seem to be the biggest mover that isn't Tesla right now, so I do want to see if we can find something in there. If it halts, I'm not chasing any halt moves today, but if we can get something back into $6, that would make some sense. And I'm on the offer trying to pick up some PSNY short, but Polestar doesn't want to get up high enough to give me the short.
Yeah, so it did get a little bit more here. 237 halves testing. 238s is roughly the high of intraday right now, and we are pushing for that right here. Testing the 90s, about 400 lots sitting there at that 238. Let's see if we can kind of crack that there. Very, very strong off the open once again, and there it goes, 238s right through, printing about 10s, teens. Can we print the quarter? Can we print the quarter? It is coming right back down. It's holding that 238 as of right now. Lots of volume is churning in and around some of these levels here. We've only been bidding up. Well, we did have a little bit of a pullback down into 236s, which was nice. 238, 30s testing. Can we hold the quarter and print the half? There's some of the half. We're back down at the quarter right here. Yeah, it is. This is super, super strong there. This is now coming into that pre-market consolidation of 240s, and the low of that consolidation is right here, just in and around 238.80s. So we're knocking on the door at the low of that 1 hour consolidation. Can we push some of those levels? And for that 240 there, 238 still churning a lot of volume here as we speak. And there is some, I guess, no, it's coming right back in. I don't want to misinterpret some of this information here, but the tape is very aggressive and fast as of right now. A lot of wipes into the ask and into the bid. So the book is being kind of sloshed around here. Once again, Tesla day 2,
I like that.
ludicrous mode indeed. Here come the 239s. What's the size sitting at 239s? I only see about 300 lots as of right now. We are printing that last quarter before we push into that 239. So we are within the range of that 1 hour consolidation in the pre-market right now, only about a point away from those highs. We printed some 239s right there, and we are above that. So, okay, cool. Can we get to one more point? This is, it seems like Tesla will eat size for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Just the opening session, it would seem. Amazon just pulling into that 200 as well, so I do have eyes on that. But like I said, I got my eyes on the most beautiful thing in the market right now, and that is Tesla. That is Tesla. This is such a beautiful price action. Do these pullbacks get bought up once again? 238 halves testing right now. We are a little extended. Like I said, this is testing that consolidation, that 1 hour consolidation. So can we expect a little bit of a pullback? I think so. But are we going to get that continuation? We're printing right back above 239 once again. 240s incoming. Hello. Can you give it to me? I have no idea, but I'm going to be patiently waiting. I got to watch this tape, Neil. What's going on?
No, it's all about Tesla. Let's be real. Tesla getting to 240. If it curls at 240, that's got to be it. Oh, AMD was so close, but not quite. No cigar for you, AMD. Not 166. It just turned at 165. We've got to be patient. We want our levels. Let's go to Adara. She's got some news for us.
Another small cap on watch here, Inspire Veterinary Partners, IVP. Not seeing any news on this one. Currently halted here, up more than 100%. But it is worth noting some of the specifics of this one. We do have a market cap of around $1 million, float of about 914,000 shares. So very small float, very small market cap. Keep an eye on IVP, guys.
So a little bit of trouble with the 39 level, and then you hold 38 half up here. We added one time. I don't know if we want to add again, but if you hold this steep trend to the upside, I think you couldn't get one more bounce. We still want that push. I'd like it pushing into the 240 level, and we'll see what can happen there. All right, cost is not really generating a heck of a lot over the $6 level. Might have to get away from that. And Mara, no short Mara, because Mara didn't get to 23. I wanted to be short this name. We didn't get anything. It's got to be AMD or NVIDIA if we're hunting for something else. The fade, NVIDIA nowhere near 123. AMD close. Oh my goodness. No, AMD is really starting to break. Now it's underneath the 163 level. I said short the pop, and I didn't short the pop on this name. I did just get Polestar. That finally filled at 92. We're giving that one. I want to get one more fill and give it into that 95 level. But AMD right at that key, 163. If it loses it for good, that could be a short. But I want to be patient. We wanted the short pops today. I don't want to be chasing too many moves in here. So Tesla's still working. I still think we have a good shot to get that reload out in front of 240. And PSNY, the newest opportunity for me. It's basically shorting the lower high. We didn't get that pop like we did yesterday, so shorting the lower high. We'll give it to yesterday's afternoon top and see if it can do exactly what it did, which is when it made a pop at the open, fall all the way to the bottom. It was a good one yesterday. Can it repeat?
Oh boy, we took a nice little pullback there into 238s, and we kind of held on the bid, so I got a little bit more on that. 239s coming right back in. Can we pull into the 240s? Can we print the quarter? Can we hold the quarter and print the half? We just attempted to print the quarter once again at 239s, but bidding right back below that 239 as of right now. Again, some of that strength a little bit dissipating, but we are pushing right back in as the bid is holding on every little dip that's been happening on this name. Again, very, very strong. Catalyst to day 2 on this one. Delivery numbers. Not only that, we're breaking out of dailies. We're breaking out of the weekly. We are pushing into a multi-time frame resistance, a multi-year resistance above some of these levels here. And the bid is very, very aggressive on a lot of these pullbacks. Pre-market lows at 232s, intraday lows just above 234s, and pre-market highs just at 240s right here. Now we're printing above that quarter. Can we print the half? There's some size that keeps on flashing at the half, but it's only about 100 some lots. And yeah, Tesla will eat through that like it's butter. You can take a look at if you have a size filter right there. The block boys are definitely partying today. A lot of blocks going through on midpoints as well. So it's like, all right, cool. So you're getting all the liquidity there. Here comes the halves. Can we print some of those halves? All right, we printed some of those halves. but we're pulling right back in after printing some of those halves. We're only about half a point away from that high at 240. Now even less. Can we print that last little quarter is what I'm asking. This momentum is absolutely crazy. Why don't I have more, Neil? Absolutely crazy. So here, okay, so we're in the 70s now. Where is the next level of resistance here? So I got some lines on my chart.
Outside of the
241.5. I got 241.5 as a prior resistance level. If we break through that 240, which we're coming up into right now, oh boy, momentum on Tesla.
I don't want to add on this break.
This is wild.
No, let it break.
You don't want to add on the break?
No. If it fails the break, I think maybe like an out and then a dip into 238 will be the play. Polestar just ticked. I didn't want to add to Polestar. I just took it out for $1.50 with all the EVs going because at the same moment, Rivian broke that high. So Tesla is the one. Rivian just broke top, but the 240 level. If it fail breaks, I jump out and look for a dip into 38 or VWAP. If it sustains the breakout, I think you just try to hold it and maybe look for an ad somewhere else. Rivian is absolutely flying. It made that break. The local break happened at 15.15. And then it took the 20s real quick. I got in on the 20s, did not get the 15s. As you can see, I'm actually still bidding out in front of 15 in case we get filled. Just like the afternoon yesterday, we got the 40 and the 60 levels up here above this local breakout. So Rivian may not be doing may have pulled back on some of that news with Volkswagen, but still looking relatively strong. Let's go to ADR. We've got numbers in seconds. All right.
We're waiting on these S&P Global Composite PMI and Global Services PMI. Final numbers for the month of June coming in here. Previous for Global Composite coming in at 54.5. Previous 54.8 for S&P Global Services. So switching to get, yes, for Global Composite, we get 54.8. So exactly in line here with estimate, sorry, slightly above estimates of 54.6. Then for Global Services PMI, 55.3, slightly above estimates of 55.1. So both of these numbers slightly above estimates here. SPY still pretty flat on the day here for the S&P 500. Also worth noting this coming through as well. A report here from Windows Central that Apple's looking to bring ChatGPT and Google Gemini under its Apple Intelligence and apparently reportedly set to announce partnership with Google this fall. So AAPL and GOOGL potential partnership on watch here, guys.
Like that, that's going to be
Large cap association.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be good for them. So picked up those 15s on Rivian. Come on, give me some 26s. Let's try to grab. We picked up that 15 on Rivian in here, so we'll try to get some out that high. If it doesn't take the high, Tesla's starting to pull back as well. We've got to watch out for that. In the meantime, while we're on that name, also you had this reclaim of 145 level on Dell. So I'm long at 31s. It broke back above 45s. First breakout didn't work, but it came to the 45 level, held it. I'll give it to the local bottom and no more on DELL. So it might be the second churn. The thing about the 240 is if it consolidates into the 240, suddenly it looks a little bit better as a break. And if I'm going to take the break, I might just get out of this trade and look for the breakout and dip buy to come in. So one more push up into that $0.50, and I'm going to take it up because I'm convincing myself that this is a potential breakout trade, and that might be it. If we don't get the break now, remember it's a half day, so at 10 o'clock you want to be into those big moves. Make sure you've taken your profit on the early trade. So I'm just going to grab out 36s and 37s, only breakouts. It never really dipped dipped far enough for me to get into that 32 level and 31. So I'll take it out. But the 240s in play, dip buy back into 237 here on Tesla, also going to be in play. So we're still in Dell. We still got that Rivian trying to grab some $0.50 out. But you want to make sure you pay yourself on these half days. Because if this is the only move and we never break 240, then you don't want to sit there waiting for something that doesn't happen. But hey, you can always get back in. There's still plenty of time. It's only been 17 minutes. ADR.
Couple meme and heavily shorted names here and watch without any specific catalyst. One of them is going to be Tilray, TLRY, doing a bit more of an outsized move with volume, especially compared to MSOS, so the other cannabis-related stocks. Tilray does have a short float of about 14%. And of course, we also have KOSS. This one is still moving. No news, but a lot of mentions here in social media coming in after the open. So a couple of these short float-related names on watch, guys.
Yeah, Uber making some moves. I see here it's trying to make a breakout of its own. I don't want to chase, not going to chase Uber, not today. We did get that fill on Rivian. So So we're able to get filled at 26 in there. So we got a bit of a dip buy back into the previous top, but it needs to resolve itself. If we are failing a breakout, don't want to get trapped. If the breakout fails, it gets back under 10. I think we just jump out of it. Tesla in the midst of its pullback. Let's go to the 3-minute. You got to look at the 3-minute here. So if we got it right, then VWAP sits here at 237. That was also a local breakout. Any bounce off of 237, I think, can be a re-entry. Oh, goodness. Displaying Waves just said short Tesla. I mean, not me. I mean, I'm not looking to gift horse in the mouth. Like, I like the logic of getting out and trying to look for a re-entry, especially, like I said, holiday shortened day. But I'm not trying to short it. No. Somebody else can. I mean, if it works, it works, but I'm not doing it. So I'm not looking shorts on Tesla. No, I mean, you know what? I don't mean to be like bad about it. You can make money shorting the stock. I'm just not trying to short it today. I think sometimes you can have a bias and it's good, and other times it can burn you, but you got to start from somewhere. So I want to look for reentry. If I'm looking for shorts, I'm not looking for reentries into the long on Tesla, which I think can be a bit of a problem, especially when it's the stock of focus.
Yeah, no, it is taking a little bit of a pullback here, right onto that 8 moving average that it has been kind of holding, pulls back into VWAP as well. So again, I kind of botched up my average just slightly, kind of buying it all up. I got to do better with that, but we are printing that 239 once again as of right now. Again, looking for that attempted push into that 240. Been trading this ticker for about a couple of days, and it definitely punishes players on both sides with the kind of volatility that it has. So again, early shorts that are getting in off of that pullback, looking for that to get offside as of right now. I could very well be wrong, but we'll see what happens with this crazy price action that Tesla has in store for us. What is going on, Adara?
Another name in the move here, a bit of a smaller one here, going to be ZAP EV. This is an EV name that's been moving for a little bit of while here. ZAPP, no news on this one, but getting its highest volume candle of the day here by quite a bit, up about 22%. We do have a float of about 1.6 million shares, market cap around $7 million for ZAPP, for anyone looking for these smaller names moving, guys.
Apple high of the day break as well, so we can pretty much stick a fork in, well, it's not over yet. VWAP could still happen here on Tesla. We are tracking back. Come on, pull back in. We want to pick something up at VWAP. Apple just made a fresh high as well. So this is Apple. Tesla's going to be the big focus today. I think there's no question about it. But Apple just broke out the top. You'll see it taking these 80s. I got in, and I'm looking for the even dollars as an add. So this is not a kind of day where I want to wait around for it to get to necessarily that even dollar level. We'll take it in front of the local break, and then we'll just add to it if it breaks to even. But here comes Tesla. Tesla now really starting to pull back in here. I think this is what we got to be focused on. If it bounces off VWAP, great. I think we'll be focused on it. But looking pretty good so far on Tesla. Just got to get one more shot in there before we hit 10 o'clock, ideally. AMD still a nothing burger, and Dell, I think that one is just going to be a fail for now. Dell just trending into the downside. You don't want to... If it's going to hold levels, great. I could have scalped 50 cents on it, but it's now trending to the downside. Not going to fight it. Apple's going. Tesla's still trending to the upside as far as I'm concerned. So those are the ones to be focused on, at least for the next 10, 15 minutes until something changes.
Yeah, definitely that trend is holding as of right now. Again, bigger picture trend is what we're talking about. And yesterday we were looking for VWAP, and the fact that it hovered above VWAP all day, not really taking a significant pullback. Actually, there was one pullback into anchored VWAP, which happened around I think 226's middle to end of day, and then we had crazy strength going into the close, almost squeeze-like action coming in after those imbalances pushing up into 231s, which was definitely interesting to me here. We are chopping and churning again, 239s right there. We talk about that 1 hour consolidation that happened in the pre-market. Can we have some trouble off of that? I was like, yes. Definitely, we can look for a little bit of a pull here and there, kind of a chop when we come into that level, and that's pretty much what we've gotten so far here. Trading just in and around, in between. It's getting knocked around in between that 238, 239 level as of right now. But yeah, it has kind of slowed down. A lot of mid prints still going on there, so you're not really seeing too many flushes or too many pops. But a lot of midpoint churn happening as well. But yeah, I saw that Sharif was mentioning Apple is at 221s, again, look at the market. The market is super, super strong. So talk about a tailwind for some of these longs here on the day. Absolutely crazy. Wow. We are pushing up into 20,300 as of right now.
NVIDIA just went green too.
Wow, what is NVIDIA up to?
NVIDIA just went green. So Apple broke 221, local high break, consolidation breakout. There was no dip buy to be had, you guys can see, unless you wanted 220. Then broke the even dollar, just took the quarters. Now we'll look to see if it gets to 222. Hey, it'd be nice if we got 222.22. 222.22. I feel like that happened. There was something yesterday we were talking about that. I don't know what it was, but someone's going to remind me what that was. It was probably 222.22 on Tesla at some point.
Yeah, I had
but Tesla's still not giving us that dip back into support just yet. So this is running. NVIDIA just went green on the day. So I guess it wants to join the party. The market's only up slightly, and NVIDIA is only up slightly. That 123 has been pretty key level. So I would look short there first if you're going to look for something short. It was going to be the chip names. AMD still not doing anything. I mean, it's a weak stock. No breakdown under 163. No push up to 166. So not much to do there. But Apple joining the party. Tesla holding 48s. Might have it wrong with VWAP for the dip buy. So I'm just going to cancel it. Maybe be a little bit patient. We got to pick our spot here. It could end up being this 238 level, but we want to get back into some Tesla with Apple now churning to the upside in the market going. We'd like to try to get something else here on Tesla. Don't want it to be just a one and done at this point.
Yeah, no, Tesla.
Or two and done, I guess.
It's yeah, that push up into that 240 area was absolutely wild. Their high of day as of right now sitting at 239.80s. And again, like I said, within the pre-market consolidation, we are getting quite aggressive here in and around this 238. Bit of a chop right now. Some of these candles, some of the prices definitely compressing here. We took a strong pullback, and then we've printed about a couple dojis as well. So the pullback getting a little bit muted on top of that 8 moving average as of right now, just on top of that 238 mark. And something I'm noticing is that whenever it does pop, there's less of a resistance on the pops than there is on the flushes. So I guess it's more viscous when it comes into the bid, but it's a lot less viscous when it pulls up into the ask there. And this flow is what I'm talking about when it comes to viscosity there. And 240s coming into play almost there. Holding the quarters. Can we print the halves? Printing 30s as of right now, 239s. So let's see, high a day, like I just said, is 239.80s. So we may be poised for some of that right now. But yeah, taking a pullback once again off that 239. And look at again, market tailwind dictating this is hella strong as of right now. Here comes the market. Can we push into that 20,300? It's on its way as of right now. This is absolutely wild.
Yes, we can. Of course we can.
We can.
Can we break the high of the day? Well, okay, well, if Apple's going to go, if Microsoft wants to help out Tesla,
shorts.
Every time I get on the bid of Tesla, you just don't get it. It's like it wants to make that bounce. But you need some help. Microsoft just went red, but if it can take VWAP here, then we got a little something for this market. Apple still pressing at those highs. NVIDIA's having some trouble as well, but it's trending to the upside. It needs to break 123. Still think that can be a short, but AMD looks bad. The market's up and AMD is consolidating lower. So if the market turns, AMD breakdown could be in play. It's still got to be Apple and Tesla, at least as far as I'm concerned. Apple is it's holding up around those highs. Given it's a holiday shortened week, I mean, if it loses 220.80, I think it'd just jump out of the trade. But I'm still looking for a push into 222 at this point. You just want a little bit more. Nick Houghton says, look at Micron. Is that strong? Looking for a chip name that can join this party. Maybe not Micron. Micron lower highs, not much happening. I like the distinctness of AMD. That's why it's setting up. Like AMD is very clearly weak here. Like pressing those lows, failing a breakout. So you have a failed breakout, pressing lows into a potential flat bottom break. I like that setup. So if we can get this one, that would look like more of a short. I had an idea to look at like Nike for more continuation, but I'm kind of thinking that's the wrong idea. Just stick to the names that you were planning on trading. So here comes another dip in Tesla. You didn't get the last one. All right, so cancel and then look to see if we can pick something up in here. The wick through 238 was a bit of a psych. I think you got to get it closer to the 23 level here. Next offer on Apple, I might have to take something out at the half if we're stalling out. It's almost 10 o'clock already.
Yeah, time is flying along with this Tesla price action right now. So we are getting some aggressive selling back down to the downside here, right into 238s, picks right back up. Oh boy, this is getting volatile here. A little chop.
Getting volatile.
Oh yeah, the tape is speeding up again a little bit more there. Dips right into that moving average and then rips right back up off of that 238. Absolutely crazy. Can we even see 239s again? Some of these candles are looking pretty hairy here. I'm looking at the 5-minute chart. I'm looking at the 15-minute chart as well. Holding some of these prior levels. I also have 237 as a bit of an interesting level, and we've only held that level as of right now. But 238's chop is getting pretty aggressive here as of right now. Markets, are you pulling back a little bit there? Yeah, I guess that's where that weakness may be coming off of. The futures pulling back just a little bit there off of those highs in the 20,300s.
I know you're watching the tape too. There is some selling in the 75 range right now. So if you're looking at Tesla closely, it bounced off this quarter mark, 238 quarter, and then there's a bunch of selling at that 75 mark. So I'd like to join it, scalp, and then maybe break back to like the 238 to look for an entry. You're also running into some resistance on Apple. But you know what time it is? Still sellers at that 75 range. Now they've come down to 69. There it is. It just presses. We got that fill in front of 239. Now we can cruise back into 240 and go to the desk for happening now.
Just got some numbers coming in here. They are going to be a series of ISM-related numbers. So ISM services PMI 48.8, below the estimate here of 52.6. Factory orders month over month negative 0.6 compared to the positive 0.2 estimate. ISM services prices paid here coming in at 66.3, above the 56.7 expectation. ISM services index new orders 47.3, well below the 53.6 estimate. ISM service employment also coming in below estimates here, 46.1 versus 49 expected. Core durable goods revised coming exactly in line with expectations here, negative 0.1 versus negative 0.1 estimated. Core durable goods revised also coming in the same year, 0.1% versus 0.1% expected. But yeah, getting a bit of a move down there on the SPY with some good volume on those numbers here. Again, just to recap the main ones, we did get below expectations here for ISM services PMI 48.8 compared to the 52.6. estimate. So other names moving here. We had Apple hitting new all-time highs, getting to that 221 level. Couple positive catalysts, including some AI-related news, getting a seat on OpenAI's board as an observer, and also reportedly set to announce a collaboration with Google with regards to AI in September. Then we have Mara here, down about 3.5%. Lots of Bitcoin weakness, guys.
So
wild.
Just to describe everything that just happened on Tesla, apologies for my 3-minute chart not really being able to do it for you. So got 30s on the number, got 37.75s. We're then able to get out halves. It then broke 239, covered 239. I'm back on the bid, got in again at 30s. So we're going to try and do the same dip. And then the same thing happened in Apple. So Apple dips down on the number right back into that 220.80 level. We're able to pick some up, scalp some out, and now we're breaking the highs again. So dip and rip and dip and rip. And that's the name of the game today. So we stick with it. No AMD short still, but who cares? Buy the dips, buy the dips, buy the dips. Apparently Lucid is moving. So because Randy is here and he asked me about it yesterday, I will bring up the chart and then say that I am not interested in Lucid yet. But it is going, and it's trying to join the party. It's got a good short float, but if it breaks $3, it's got a little something going for it. So Tesla, Apple, looking like the strong ones, kind of stick with them. Like, get away from the things that aren't going the way you want and stick with the ones that are. I think it's a pretty simple story here. So VWAP looking pretty good here on Tesla, continuing to hold. If we lose it, yeah, if you lose it, well, I'm already out of that one, and then back in the 38 long. So the VWAP long was off the number. I'll go to a 1-minute chart so you guys can see this better. Because on a 3-minute chart, you can't really tell everything that happened. So when you get down into VWAP, we got the VWAP bounce, scalp out, and then I bought the dip again at the previous level of support before the number came out. So it's kind of like we had 2 longs early, then this long scalp, then into VWAP, and then that one. So we're just taking our shots, buying the dips where we can find them. So Apple, Tesla still looking good. AMD looks sick. And not like sick like good, like I actually mean it looks sick. The AMD could be a problem if it loses this double bottom. So it's broken 163 twice and held 162.8. So it's got support down here again. But if it can't hold on to it, I have a line drawn and I'm not dip buying it, and it's working to VWAP every single time. But I'm not dip buying it because it's really, really weak. I'd rather be long, strong stocks, short, weak stocks. If it loses the bid, I'm going short on a break of 162.80, and I'll probably just give it like a quarter and see what happens. Because it's 10 o'clock, right? So the first half an hour has given us kind of what we wanted. Now might look for a little something else.
Yeah, that dip was absolutely crazy on the number. Comes right into VWAP and then aggressively bought right back up there. So yeah, very, very distinct, I guess, action there. Some players maybe showing their hand, or maybe some sentiment there, but definitely got bought right back up back into trend as well. And take a look at the futures. Got to keep an eye on the futures as well while trading some of these names here. Strong betas nonetheless, so it is kind of chopping. Like I said, that consolidation in the pre-market is potentially going to cause a little bit of concern for both longs and shorts, and concern it is causing with this volatility happening as of right now. So that 238 holding very well. That dip was all the way down to VWAP. What an entry, but it came right back almost instantly after that bid caught back on. So I'm asking myself the same question. If the bid is real, where will it catch? Apparently it's VWAP right here, consolidating underneath these pre-market highs at 340s as of right now. Just on the edge of 239 as of right now. So I do have to stay a little bit wary on this one. Holding the 8 EMA I have at 238.60s. We're holding that as of right now as well. And like I said before, when it's getting pushed down into the bid, it's getting a little bit more, like it's thicker, but when it pops up into the ask, it's much, much lighter. So I don't know what
so
that means.
The ask isn't even thick?
The ask is not that thick, but the bid is holding it up. So let's see. I'm not moving until I see a thick ask. So you know what I mean. Let's see if that shows up at 240 as of right now. Boom.
All I gotta say is yes. You're darn right. Yeah, I can whatever. I can say whatever I want.
When I move, you move.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
Let's break 240. Let's just break 240, and then we can all party. It is what it is. I don't know that at 10 o'clock you want to add there. Buying the dips seems to be the better strategy when it comes to Tesla in here, but I don't want to ignore every other name. We can talk about Tesla. It's the one you want to trade the most. Like, it's the only trade that I think I have like 5 times already on Tesla. So just trying to pick those spots. But NVIDIA is trending up. NVIDIA could break out. And to think on a day like today, if you get one shot at NVIDIA, it could just be like, even if it just breaks this top and you do a quick little scalp trade on a break, that could be it. Wow, Tesla, 250, check that, 350, 400,000 on the offer of Tesla. Whatever, it's gone.
They take them.
Trust me, bro. There was a lot of size on that offer, and now it's gone, and it's been filled. Let's go, Tesla.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Here are the 240s. So I said I had, I guess, 241 as a bit of a resistance, 241 halves when I'm looking at multi-time frame levels on a much higher time frame here. So we did break that pre-market 1 hour consolidation high up at the 240. So let's see how much trouble we kind of have in and around here. But you know what? I gotta start kind of looking at some of these reasons to sell, reasons to exit. I'm not seeing too many as of right now, but we talked about a thick ask, and oh boy, was that a thick ask, and we just slapped it right up and pushing through that 240 as of right now. Can you print the quarters? Can you print the quarters? 240 quarters is what I'm looking for. I have no idea, but a lot of volume churning in and around this 240. You know what? I'm out. Yeah.
Well, you had the same stop I did.
Yeah.
Well, the previous top. The previous high was the out. So you just come right in here. I didn't think it would be the same thing, but it was. Right in here, the previous top, if it failed that, jump out, look for one more trade. Apple also just pulled back with the market coming in. So Apple did lose that support. Oh, AMD just broke the low. So Apple lost its support. Looks like the range was just 220.80 out into 221. AMD just broke that 162.80 level. So there's not a heck of a lot. I mean, there's not that much time left. Obviously, you have like an hour for us, but remember, it's only a couple of hours left in the day. Well, 3 hours. But there's the breakdown in AMD, relatively weak name. I don't know where the bottom's going to be, but 161 was a pretty key level. So if we get down to that, let's just try to respect it here. First stop would be the 162 on advanced micro devices. The whole time, it's been the 6 stock. And I mean like that in the bad way. Like AMD's been relatively weak the entire way. So now we're into the short. Tesla still could give you something.
Yeah, for sure, definitely.
There's no question. We've said this before. Sometimes the second break is better than the first. So there's always a 100%. Chance this isn't really done yet. It just wicked everybody out. So you want to look for that maybe continuation play here in Tesla to try and jump back into it. Adara?
Shopify just got a big volume candle to the downside here. Its largest candle by far on the day for SHOP. Seeing this circulating here that this hacker 888 allegedly is selling data belonging to Shopify. Some of the compromised data includes ID, first and last names, email, mobile information. So definitely keep an eye on this Shopify move here with regards to that hack being circulated online, SHOP, guys.
All right, thank you.
That doesn't seem very good for Shop. You do want to, like, if there's going to be news on something, oh, there's Tesla.
Boom.
Just made the next break on Tesla. It just continues to rally. It's absolutely wild there. I don't watch. AMD just came right back into the upside. I got to ask, reload 63 or not? But Tesla's secondary break in here. I hope you got it. Did you get it?
Yeah, I got back in on top of 40, and I kind of added a little erratically as well. But yeah, let's see that 241 coming right back in. So yeah, I did. I guess I got out of everything there a little too aggressive, but I do have to calm down there. And I did realize here's that 241
wow,
and change
it just broke
coming right in. So can we print the quarters? That half is the level that I have marked as a bit of a resistance area here as of right now. So okay, so don't have as much as I built into before because I bought any and every price in the morning session here, but 241 halves coming in right now. I got a 240 and a half average right now. So it's coming right into that prior resistance level that I have marked on a higher time frame there. So let's see what we do in and around here. Absolutely squeeze-like characteristics on this ticker today. We gotta love those mid prints, man.
Yeah, it's an absolute squeeze. I didn't get that dip. I know that 240 that came in again, it's a great look to get in. And then the next available trade was a 241 breakout. So we're back to, like, the first 2 trades were breakouts for me, and then we went dip buy hunting. If it does one more off this 241.5, maybe back into here, like 240 and a half. It's still heading vastly to the upside. And look at the hammer candle. I was right about to add to AMD if it broke down. I was real close, and then it didn't break down, and it broke 163 back up. So we had one short that we liked on a chip name, and it's right back up. I think you just got to stick with the longs in there. Although Apple's still pulling back, so I'm not jumping back over to Apple. Just stick with Tesla, which is in some ways just as good as yesterday, even though percentage-wise it's not moving as much as yesterday. In some ways, it's just as good, if not better, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. So I got out on the push. So we printed 241.60s. Again, maybe the line on my chart is giving me a little bit of bias here. But you know what? If there is one thing that I do trust, it's price action and the chart, and also my own charting. So I'm going to kind of stick with that for now. We are pulling back quite well back into 241s. Again, if this continues to go, Neil, this can keep on going. Yeah, tanking there on Apple. Let's take a quick look at some of these other names here as well. It's coming into about 10:30 almost. But oh boy, you know what? Talk about decision making, not making the best decisions, punching out of everything on the re-break through that 240. But I did like that I got back involved, with much less significant size. At the 240 re-break when it did break back through that 240. But again, something I do have to remember is that one hour consolidation was in between that 238 and that 240. So I got to remind myself, can we expect some turbulence when we fly into that zone? Absolutely. It's an hour-long consolidation on a day 2 catalyst. So I'm like, all right, well, more likely than not, in my head, I'm like, yeah, you could expect some turbulence, and you have to be able to hold through that and stomach that. And yeah, maybe adding as aggressively. We can go down to the 1 minute here, as I'm pretty much out of this trade as of right now. Cost halted, eh? Okay, so it's back to the good old days there. I remember, was it Funware, Costs? What was the other one? Oh, yeah, the sympathy plays. But those used to be crazy there. Yeah, look at this. So I'm adding pretty aggressively, which might play a good part in why I got out of this so early. Like, I bought these highs instead of buying these dips. Right? If I maybe did not have some of these entries pushing up into 240, getting too excited, again, we talk about the high of the consolidation range, maybe having some trouble. I got to stay buying dips,
you know what it is?
And less breakouts.
Yes. Dips have been better than breakouts.
Yes.
That's the difference. Like, maybe throw it out. Like, early on, the breakouts on Tesla worked really, really well, and then but the dip buy was still better. But I'm looking at just now that 41 breakout. It's like, would I still be in if I had gotten in here? I'd probably still be in. Whereas when I take a breakout, I'm getting out of the trade. And yeah, I acknowledge costs. Again, for these kind of trades, I was like, if it doesn't work right away in a holiday shortened day, I just want to get out of it. But we tried costs in front of 6. It ended up breaking itself out. It's halted at $8 or $7.97 with $8 as the current tap. So cost is going, it's social media hype at this point. But Tesla, just every single long, you could have held them all. Yep. Taking profit on the way up, and the last ad, sometimes you anchor yourself to that entry price. That's what happens with breakouts. Oof. You get that anchor, and all of a sudden it can get you out of the trade maybe a bit too early. But Tesla's still going. It's only 10.15. This has been just as good as yesterday, in some ways better. But remember Apple? Apple was a strong stock too. Not anymore. Back underneath that 220. The problem with Apple here is now you have the look of a potential all-time high fail. So it's back underneath the all-time high, back underneath yesterday's tops. If it doesn't reclaim it, Apple could be the other way. But Tesla ain't. Tesla's very strong. And shout out to NIO, Neo. Where's Neo Roberts in the chat? Neo, you got to be in the chat the day that Neo's actually going. There it is, 480. This stock is also making a power move here. Don't take the break of 242. Wait for the
242, 500 lots.
Wait for the dip. That's not that much size. The size.
No,
you saw the size that was on the 40
Yeah,
level.
the 240 makes sense to have that much size. Again, that the whole consolidation business going on in the pre-market there. But 500 lots as of right now on that 242. Oh boy, I got to do better at this, man. I got to do way better at this. This is absolutely disgusting right here. Like, what's going on? I'm buying the highs, not buying the dips, not getting enough on the dips, reloading, playing that break. Why? Don't do that. Look for, like, it's 240. Look for the pushback and then look to get long. Like, take the trade for what it is, man. Don't trade your P&L. This is me talking to myself here. I am definitely, these kind of executions is literally telling me that I am playing my P&L. Right? I have my P&L up on the side. I'm like, okay, I usually don't do that. So it is the mental is definitely skewed a little bit there, and I have to be risking a lot more on this trade. Again, A+ setup from yesterday continuing today could be so good. Again, deliveries that this isn't even a pretty decent swing trade. We know that Brian Shannon was talking about his swing on Tesla over the past few weeks as well.
It was that kind of a swing.
Absolutely.
It's not even a good baseball graphic. Terrible form. I don't know why I'm making a stink face in it. Like, look at my face there. Like, I'm very unhappy. Like, it looks like I need to take a crap on that. We need some better graphics. I like the baseball one. Tesla through 242.
242s, yeah.
Barry, is Tesla 240 a shortable level for you? Nope. I mean, no. $260? Yeah. It's not going to get there.
I said potential for 250 today. That's well within.
Now 250 is well within range. No, in a serious note.
Seriously.
On a serious note, we talked about this with Brian Shannon. Like, where would if you have like the downward trending slope on the 200 period, then you expect some kind of a curl that doesn't break out the next big resistance. That's at 260. So on those lines, if if it gets to 260, it's not getting to 260 today, but that would be the area that I would start looking for sure. I think 250 is like a scalp idea if you want to just play off a gigantic size, because there will be, my goodness, 243. So the FOMO is real now because we bungled the last entry into Tesla, and I know exactly why. You know, sometimes you get anchored to like taking that top and looking for that dip buy, and you don't get the dip buy, and we didn't retake that break. So let's go to Adair at the desk, regroup. Maybe we get another dip here in Tesla. Party maybe not over. It is 10:20. Let's go to the desk.
Just be aware here, if you're looking at Meta, CEO Mark Zuckerberg making some comments about Threads. We're actually approaching the 1-year anniversary of the introduction of Threads on July 5th, 2024. That'll be the 1-year anniversary. But ahead of that, Mark Zuckerberg saying that Threads has achieved more than 175 million monthly active users. So just keep an eye on Meta, META, Mark Zuckerberg making some comments about its Threads users ahead of its 1-year anniversary, guys.
Was the place to really like hammer into it, like.
Well, no, we're just discussing
the
trade review, right? Because I'm looking back, and it's like, you know, that last Tesla long, it's like you lose on that trade when really you got to have the big win. Like, it's actually bigger than anything before. Like, that's the best. The 41, like, or that dip off the 41 was actually outside of the VWAP trade, maybe even the best. What the heck is cost doing? I might take one shot at this at like 10. No, never mind. Why did I think $10 on cost? I got to pull up a weekly. Maybe it's already pulling back. Doesn't matter. Cost could actually halt down if it breaks $8, but it just reopened, pressed 9s, and pulled back into 8. I got to double check that I even pay for locates today, because paying for them at this point, you really got to have some kind of a setup, and we might be going into a down halt. But I'm going to go ahead and at least cost them out, the locates here on cost. That's a bit of a mouthful.
Yeah, no, not Amazon. Tesla still going here. 243.60s, 244s potentially coming in. Oh boy indeed. But you know what? No regrets. What is the next trade is what I'm thinking about, and potentially this euphoric action to the upside. Am I smelling a bit of a reversion, Neil?
On what? Oh, the market?
On the Tesla. On the Tesla, of course. Like, yeah, sure, run up without me. That's fine.
Here's
That's okay.
the question
do it.
I would ask.
I made mistakes. I botched that up a little bit.
Do you want to go short Tesla?
On the backside of this move, after seeing some of those thick orders, yes, for sure. I definitely do, but it is 100% the front side as of right now. So
yeah, it's still strong.
Oof.
Oh, really? So cost locates are essentially free, so I'm just going to go ahead and pay for them. I might not short cost today, but I'm 100% paying 1/3 of 1 cent per share are the locates here for us at Real Trading on cost. Shout out to Real Trading. I know some people can't short the stock at all, but we might have missed our chance, but if it gives us another shot and sets up, we'll go ahead and take it. I have to confirm, but we're headed to the desk to talk about the small caps, where I can only imagine cost is one of them.
Cost actually not on here. We have some other names I wanted to give the spotlight to as well, but KOSS, of course, very strong. IWM here just starting to come down a little bit. Looks like it might have hit its peak, still up about 0.5% here, though, so good look for the Russell 2000. Lots of names to talk about. We have Desktop Metal here. This one up about 15%, a short float of about 16% here. Getting acquired by Nano Dimension in an all-cash transaction, $5.50 a share, so keep an eye on DM. We also have here ZAPP Zap. This is an EV company. This one up about 33%. No news on this, but just continued upside movement. This one has run in the past. We also do have a float of about 1.6 million shares. And last but not least, we have Archer Aviation, ACHR. This one is another runner that's run in the past, currently up about 11%. Yesterday, Stellantis announced $55 million of additional investment into Archer after they reached a test flight milestone. This one also has a short float of about 17%. So ACHR, guys.
So I found a little something here. Polestar, it's back. It's at 97 again. We've been here once, twice, thrice. I was into it off 92, giving it to this local high, and I was very close to just getting all in there. Ended up not. We'll just stop it out there and wait for that level. Keep it tight to the vest. Tesla really is pulling back. Hey, if you shorted it, That was the chance.
Yeah.
But I don't mind. Like I said, if I lost today, if it was going to be red, it was going to be because Tesla long didn't work. That was kind of the way I was approaching things. And Polestar's at the level. If we fail this breakout and don't get to $1, I want to look for the back end of that trade to the south side. But Tesla, okay, we got to go to 3. There we go.
Yeah.
Tesla, there is a pretty distinct turn. So I guess that was your chance to short it. I'm not in it. But if anyone's short, congratulations to them. My eyes are set on this Polestar level, PSNY. It's 10.20. I'd rather jump into something that, it's exactly where I wanted to make a trade early in the day, and it was part of my plan. So it's at the level. I just want to see a curl. It double top 2 days ago. It wicked this breakout and quick little fail. I got to have eyeballs on the dollar level as well. There's not a lot of size at 98, so I think it might just be the dollar level. And what I like about this is look at the volume going into this dollar. Nowhere near. I know it's a holiday shortened day, but it's much less volume going into this break than yesterday, and obviously much less than 2 days ago here.
Yeah, I'm just kind of, again, staring at the most beautiful thing in the market right now. Definitely Tesla on this crazy move to the upside there. But yeah, let us know if you have anything else on watch. Again, it's a shortened day today, so not too many opportunities to go around, but opportunities for sure. Again, some of the names we were watching, oh boy, look at Amazon. Amazon's pulling in quite nicely there. I was looking for a potential reversion. Yeah, 200 fail, right? So over and over again, we've attempted that 200 and haven't really gone too far back. So something I'm looking for on Tesla is like every strong dip has been bought back up. This dip that we got off of that 245 test, this is the first actual aggressive drop down into the bid, other than the one we had off of the number at what was it? Right at 9. Was it 9:45? No, it was 10. Yeah, at the 10 o'clock number right there, we got a strong little dip, and that was bought right back up off of VWAP there. So what I'm looking for now is a distinctly different, I guess, a distinct change in behavior where the dips don't get bought as much. We were talking about the viscosity of the flow there, and it seems like the bid is getting a little I guess a little less viscous here as of right now, but again, it can pick right back up, and those participants, the players, the cumulative bid can take us back up through some of those highs there. So I'm going to be looking for a distinctly different behavior there. Apple with the fresh lows of day. So let's take a quick look at that one. I'm going to pull that one up. And that consolidation end of day we were looking at on Apple here, prior day low, consolidation lows right at that 218. That's where that bid caught up. Apple was hella strong yesterday, and we are pulling back up a little bit of a wick dance off of all-time highs, right? 220, 140s now are all-time highs. So we only got about 1 point above prior day's highs. Exactly 1 point, it would seem, as I think, what was it, 41 or something was the intraday high? I think so. Yeah, today's high is 2140. Yesterday was 2040. So only about a point on Apple. Now again, we take a look at the ATR on Apple, and I know it's somewhere in and around 3 points the last time I checked. But let's take a quick refresher. Okay, you know what? I guess I checked a long time ago. It's 477 as of right now. 4.77 is the ATR on Apple. Here comes a bit of a pullback on Tesla. Oh boy, what's going on, Adara?
I'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors at Benzinga. Have you ever wondered how those pros find the winning trades right at the opening bell? Most of us are scrambling to find headlines, finding ourselves way behind the move. But that's where Benzinga Pro comes in. It's the fastest way to trade the news with exclusive alerts up to 30 minutes before other traders, real-time market insights, and a thriving community of over 6,000 traders sharing their strategies. And right now, you can try Benzinga Pro for the lowest price we offer during our July 4th sale. Use the QR code on this screen or click the link in the description box and join Benzinga Pro today.
Thank you very much there, Adara. So a few things just lost a bit of a bid here. I got eyeballs on AMD again, but NVIDIA just lost support at VWAP. It's trading down, now down 0.76%. You got a big hammer candle in there to the downside. AMD retracing for another attempt at this flat bottom break. We had the low break, but it got back above 163. I was looking for the absolute flush down. In that situation, yeah, we could have scalped it for like 25 cents, but we're looking for a big flush there. Could do the same thing again. I know some people are looking at costs. I did jump into PSNY, tag 98, yesterday's high resistance level, and pull back under. I do have 97 quarters, not 97 even. Our penny stocks, they don't really give you more than a couple of decimal places. But good look here for the market dipping. And you know what? Tesla already catching a bid. It doesn't even want to give you the previous breakout, which would be like 241.50-ish. It just wants to hold even a higher low. So Tesla still holding relative strength despite the fact that it came in there. Oh, Nikola, I forgot all about Nikola. That just made a bit of a dip.
God, look at that rebid.
That's not, what the heck happened to Nikola? That's like a gap down on Nikola. What's going on there? Yeah, Nikola with a big rejection at that same $9 level. I'm into, obviously, Polestar, but this was the other one. Kind of tried to get through yesterday's high. Well, we picked our poison. I don't know if I want to pay for Nikola shorts at 10.30, but it looks like that $9 level pretty good.
Yeah, that aggressive bid on Tesla. I'm just watching it. I'm like, okay, well, we're down at 242s and some change, 243s, and then instantly, maybe not that instantly, but definitely with a quick fashion into the ask there, we pushed right back up towards those highs, 244s, 245. I guess no, not even 245. We never printed 245. 244.69 is the high on Tesla, and we're right back up into the 244. So it seems like that is not all that she wrote as of right now on Tesla. 245s could very easily come in. It is 10:30 right now, Neil, and the action is definitely packed here, and Tesla is fully charged to the upside as of right now. Let's see if we can see some of that 245. I'm looking for 250. I don't think, I was like, maybe not today, maybe today. It depends on what we do. But with this kind of action and with a significant chunk of the trading day left, I saw somebody in the chat was like, low liquidity day. Definitely,
Low
definitely,
liquidity
yeah.
Ds.
Yeah.
Oh, can I say that?
What's that?
I can say that.
These?
Low liquidity Ds. I mean, it doesn't matter. Historically, I can tell you this is an absolute fact. At least for this trading floor and in day trading specifically. The half days are good trading days. What makes them distinct is you'll have like, it's either really, really good, like a day like today where you just find one stock that goes and it's just crazy and the moves are sustained. You take your paper cuts, but you get that one big winner over and over. Or nothing's moving and you back off and don't trade anything. So when there's nothing there, you don't trade it. But when there is something on these half days, it can be absolutely spectacular. Obviously, you're defying a lot of expectations as evidenced by this chart and not having anything the back half of this move. 45, I'm not taking breaks at 10:30. Someone asked, what is power hour today? The market closes at 1. The final hour is obviously going to be noon to 1. I would expect not a lot of volume into the close. Focus on Tesla and finding ways to get into Tesla is probably the way to go here. It is what it is. But let's go to the desk. Let's get that crypto update. Oh my God.
Here, as we wait for these potential Ethereum ETF approval, there's actually this note coming out from K33 Research. They are a crypto-related research firm saying that they actually believe Ethereum will outperform Bitcoin after the ETF's launch. It'll drop a little bit, but then the inflows, like what we saw with those Bitcoin and the BTC ETF inflows, will actually lead Ethereum to outperform Bitcoin. So interesting note there with regards to potential outperformance of Ethereum should we get those ETH approvals. Are specifically looking at this for some time in summer 2024. In terms of Bitcoin itself, coming into a very interesting area here, we've seen a lot of support. Quite a few times here we touched support at 60,000 on the daily chart. Right now, we're just trying to hold into the 60,000 area on the daily, looking a little bit closer to 60 right now, about 60.3. So they'll have to keep an eye on BTC for sure as we get to this critical area on the daily. Ethereum down about 3% as well here, just holding on to that 3,300 level. BNB down about 3%, Solana down almost 4%. Lots of weakness across the board here. Couple exceptions, USDC pretty flat. Tron slightly positive on the day, but generally bit of a sell-off across the board here for crypto-related names, guys.
246 just came on the offer, and 240, it went to 245.99, saw the offer, and slammed back into 45. If you were looking for a curl, that might have been it. I'm going over to Rivian's weaker. Rivian was in the midst of a breakout and then lost it. So I kind of feel like go for the short ones, go for the weak names. I am in already Polestar, but that's not really doing much. it's still that Tesla holding 245 for now, but that looks like a bit of a hammer. If Tesla goes, everything goes. Everything could go. I don't want to speak into absolute certainties, but Tesla could bring a lot of things downside. Just tracking back in for anybody, costs running right back into that top. So here comes cost trying to break out the high. If it breaks $9, might be a quick little scalp short for me. I'm only in Polestar, and I'm basically staring at cost, Tesla, and Polestar with a side note of AMD, which AMD doesn't want to break the low again, so I might not get into AMD at all. It's 10:30. You want to be particular. We said hit it and quit it. That is one of the things that works on a day like today, but you still have good movement in cost and Tesla 100%, guys.
Yeah, I'm again watching Tesla. I'm looking at Dell as well. Dell doing a little bit of a reversion to VWAP as of right now. I'm a little bit late to it. It's already 2 points off of the low, above 2 points off the low right now, pushing towards that 145 mark here. Let's kind of talk about. I'll pull the chart in right here. So yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. Strong sell off of the open there. Kind of holds prior day. Look at that. Oh boy, I got to be watching these. Even there's a lot of opportunity here that I am definitely missing out on. Bouncing off of prior day highs, Dell on a beautiful reversion. It's doing some RVOL as well. It's doing 3.8 RVOL, but that reversion is coming in quite nice there. VWAP only about 70, 60 pennies away from where we are right now, but that reversion coming in quite nice. But yeah, what's the next trade? Maybe Dell, but I'm waiting for this Tesla to show me some distinct difference here. So maybe we can get on the backside if it'll even kind of give that to us. I have no idea, right? This is hella strong on the day. Every dip, what I was talking about, I want to see the dips stop getting bought up. We dip the heaviest and then we get bought up just as aggressively back through these highs there. Now we talk about that for that 250. We're only about 5 points away with more than I guess more than 3.5 hours left in the trading day before the bell. Now today, what's the after hours like? Does the after hours go till 6 or 4 or something on a half day? I'm forgetting what it's like.
I gotta confess that the last time we were asked this question, we had to look it up because. Yeah. I'll be real with you. I don't know anybody that's interested in the after hours on the half day, so I've never really stuck around for it or been that involved. The aftermarket show will go on as normal, but not from a trading basis. I know like you'll get like the GMEs and the games, like the squeeze names will have aftermarket volume on a regular day. Today, it's going to be about going over the trade review, not necessarily looking for trading moves, I don't think. So we'll check that out. We'll get you guys an answer, but I've been trading 20 years. And every time someone asks us that, I'm like, oh yeah, is the aftermarket hours the same for the primary trading? I can tell you we're starting to, some things are really starting to dip, and I want to get to them. One, Chewy lost $25 and is flushing in here once again. So it might not be over for the sell event after Roaring Kitty. Still trending down. There isn't even a green candle on the daily chart since he announced. And today, the pop and fade is once again working. PSNY, I'm on the bid at VWAP at 95, but there's nothing else really happening except the market pulling back in here. Amazon on that failed break again of $200. So tried to break out that high, failed break. It's all red candles trying to make a little bit of a bounce. It'll be the first green candle since plunging at the open for Amazon on a 15-minute. It is trend into the downside. People have said, like, why not short? How many times have we seen in the chat people want to try testing Tesla? No, like it's still, they're buying it all back up there. I don't like a chase at 1030. I think that was a reasonable chance maybe to get the 43s. I just can't bring myself to chase it. I'm not going to go short. As I said, PSNY was already at a level that we liked from yesterday. There we go. So PSNY, I'll just zoom it out. We had this short to there. It then wicked this high. It did it twice. You can go back 2 days as well. Same high. Goes right up to the 98 level again. I get some 98 quarters. I get some just underneath 97. So my price is pretty much, it's just slightly above 97. Going to bid VWAP and then every penny down till it gets to 92 cents here. But Tesla just holding the entire day up as we speak.
245s coming back in. So yeah, that was high a day right now, 245.99s. And I missed it, but Neil pointed out that there was some peculiar action right underneath that 246. We're bidding right back up, so no real relief, no real kind of I guess reasons to exit on this Tesla move as of right now. We're holding prior bars on multiple time frames depending on what you're looking at. The 5 minutes holding well. I like to take a look at the 3, but I will have to admit I moved down to the 2 a little bit with the aggressive action that was happening. Maybe that's a flaw in my process as well. I'm being unable to capture the full extent of this move here. Yeah, no, if we kind of start to go sideways here and chop, we saw how a strong Tesla behaves yesterday, where it kind of holds that consolidation all day sideways in the upper quartile. Are we looking for more of the same? Is this a multi-day move? Because day 1 was hella strong. Day 2, we've done multiples of ATR as of right now, pushing up towards these highs, and we're doing an R vol here. I have a 5-day R vol bar for a bar by bar here, and we're averaging in and around 1.7 as of right now, but the R vol has been dropping down. But to say the least, here comes that 246. So we're still trending up. The bid is still on. Look at the market getting bought right back up. So there it goes, 246s, Neil.
Wow.
Here we go, blasting through for some fresh highs once again on Tesla. Who is in this trade? I saw that Chef Joe in the chat, just scrolling back a little bit there. He said that he has an average, I think it was 138 and change on the Tesla in his long term. Congratulations, my guy. That is absolutely wild. Great average, solid entries. Underneath, 238. That was the dip. You bought the dip. You bought the earlier dip this year. I don't even think that was down to 238. That was probably even before that. But solid price. Congrats on that, dude. Tesla pushing for that 250, so you are over 100 points in the money. Hopefully you got some options on that as well, collecting that nice premium along the way. But
sweet, juicy premium.
Yeah, we're gonna pass it over to Adara for Sector Watch.
Market pretty flat today for both the NQ and the SPY, and we're basically seeing that reflected here in the sector map. There are certain sectors with some outsized strength here. Producer manufacturing pretty strong. Consumer services, there is some strength. Energy, minerals, XOM leading this group to the upside. Of course, consumer durables with this 3-day now Tesla rally, more than 5% each day. So great look for TSLA. Utilities, commercial services, transportation, all pretty strong here as well. A little bit weaker here for health services to the downside. Communications a bit weak as well. We had some downgrades in this sector from Citigroup this morning. Finances and health technology, both a little bit more mixed. Of course, in the technology sector, we're also going to see a little bit more of some mixed action, especially in these chips here in electronic technology. Broadcom and Qualcomm both pretty strong today. AMD weak, so a lot of inconsistency within the sectors, but there are some sectors we're looking for outsized strength in producer manufacturing, consumer services, guys.
Thank you, Adara.
Thank you, Adara. Just quickly, Disney's making a power move. I know everyone's looking at Tesla, and rightfully so. 247. Are you kidding me? Disney's tracking towards 100 again at that 99 level. I would probably say 100's a fade if you get there today. Cost just made a fresh high as well. I did get VWAP at 95 on PSNY. My last ad was 96.44, so we're out of our 97 halves. We're out of our 96.8s. We're only in the 96.44s of that short. But there's cost blowing through 9 again, making some fresh highs. It just continues to run. This is another FOMO one for me. Maybe it does a curl at that $10 level, but eyeballs are going to be on Tesla 1 in this 250 level. Oh my goodness, Tesla. Wow, Tesla.
All the way up.
Nothing can
All the
stop.
way up. Can't stop, won't stop.
Oh no, we don't want to do Diddy references, man. Somebody should have stopped him. That's for damn sure.
Okay. What's going on? Oh, is that what's going on with costs?
Y'all saw what happened with
Chewy?
Chewy?
Back on it.
This is
Let's go over to Sharif's screen. Yeah. Cost Corp is ripping higher as Roaring Kitty speculation mounts. Did he tweet again?
Dump it. I don't know where the short is, but you saw what like the moment he said he had a stake, that we knew what the stake was in Chewy. It's been down like 5 days in a row, man. Cost is gonna. That's not the catalyst.
Oh, what is that? What is that? Don't
I
do
paid
that.
for locates. I don't know what is. That's an interesting ringtone. You
No,
got
it's
there.
not a ringtone. I went on Twitter and some random thing started playing.
That was a ringtone?
No, it wasn't. It was not a ringtone.
First of all, it's X.
Sorry.
On a day where Tesla's up 7%, the least we could do for Elon is call it X, at least today.
A lot of my ringtones and my alarms are straight up Weekend songs.
You could have, it doesn't matter.
You listen to The Weekend?
No, The Weeknd's great.
Oh, he's beautiful.
Cost
That
was
voice.
the
Oh
second
my
Sharif just said that Roaring Kitty news. Look at it. It wicked the top. There's 9. Didn't get 9, and it's already starting to pull in. I think this is a short, but that's just based on what happened to Chewy. I got to look for a better entry on this. I'm not going to chase the move down. But Chewy, just to give you an idea, Roaring Kitty says yay. Stock says nay. And I have nothing against Keith Gill. It's just, look, you can see the price action for yourself. So if you guys want to get trapped in this one long, it's still an upward trend. But if that's the only catalyst, I want to look for something back into VWAP. I got to try to short the next pop. If it fails 9 one more time, I got to be able to get in.
Yeah. Yeah. So that 248 coming in here. Yeah, I definitely sold way too early there. 8 points too early. So yeah, getting a little bit a skosh of FOMO here as we test.
Just a skosh.
Just a skosh. But again, I gotta protect my mental. I'm asking myself, what's the next trade? I guess the next trade was buying, continuing to buy dips on the
Nvidia
Tesla
breakout,
as
maybe?
we're only look at the market. Oh
Nvidia's
boy,
breaking out.
20,300 coming in once again. Nvidia breaking out. What are you doing with Nvidia there, Neil? Tesla's still going, man. I can't. I have no words.
Well, with any luck winning, that would be the general plan of action on Nvidia. But Nvidia just broke 123. Well, it's been kind of a level recently. Nvidia just absolutely screaming. You know what? It's the time of day. What am I? Yeah.
123,
to not
right?
scalp the first move. It's 1044, but remember, it's 1044 on a half day here. So getting a breakout, we got to go really tight stop on this, and then maybe look for some dip buys after. But Nvidia is breaking out, local high, double top, 123.40 and out. Or maybe it's an ad through that level. But I am going to start nibbling into cost. That's the other thing. Maybe cost is going to still go, but I just my whole thesis on cost is if that's the reason, we've been hunting for a reason cost was up all morning long, and if it's just that Roaring Kitty has interest in it, I don't see why that would be enough, especially given the reaction to Chewy. So if it makes a fresh high after getting that news, I'm out of it. I did get a little bit in, only took about a third of what I wanted here at 9 originally, because I wanted to see a fail back up at this level. I want to see it do something like this again, and then I can get the rest in on cost. So Nvidia is the only new trade. We're still in Polestar. It got down to 94s, a bit of a bounce here on Polestar. But eyes now on cost and Nvidia, in addition to the king. And the king today is Tesla. Ooh, look, Tesla with a red candle. Look at that. Tesla is allowed to have red candles today, apparently.
Yeah. You can get away, after printing so much green, you can get away with a little bit of red. That's fine. I'm looking for all the red, but again, it may not come here. I do have, what's going on here? Jeff Bezos discloses the sale of $5 billion in Amazon shares. Okay, all right. Making a quick little
rich.
5. He's like, I got 5 on it. Right, and he just drops a piece there. Maybe that's why we've been seeing a little bit of muted selling relative on Amazon relative to the other names here. So I kind of we are at the lows here on Amazon, and the market is attempting to rip to its highs. So Amazon with that relative weakness potentially coming in here. So I gotta pull it up on another chart. 247 still holding here on Tesla. So I gotta be wary of that. I do want to take a piece of the backside if it'll have me, but VWAP all the way
Just
down.
take a bite out of that backside.
Oh yeah, definitely gotta take some bites. Gotta leave some teeth marks in there, but VWAP all the way down at 240s. What's going on in there?
DJT here near highs of day is getting stronger volume. The New York Times reporting that apparently President Biden told a key ally he's unsure if he's going to continue in the race. So good look for DJT, Trump Media and Technologies, with regards to that news coming in here, guys.
DJT
making some moves to the upside. Nvidia does take out yesterday's high. So let's zoom it out so you can see. Yeah, If it gets to 125, that's an obvious out. So I'm literally just gonna rest an order there. And if we get there, I'm out. But there's the local breakout at 123.40. That should have been an ad. It really should have been an ad there. Sometimes when you get to a level like that, it's like that's your chance to jump in. So 124, there's no point having an order there. 124, we got to make a decision. A 123 breakout fails at 124, then we got to be able to jump out of it. So Amazon, not that interested in Bezos selling shares.
Yeah, no.
Hey, guess what? They make money when they got to take profit somewhere. And he's probably decided, oh, cost just made a fresh high. We got to jump out. So cost just made a fresh high. I didn't think it was going to, but it did. Cost just broke out again.
Wow, NVIDIA is still going.
And NVIDIA is still going. If it fails 124, I guess we maybe go for the dip. But cost just made a fresh high. I don't believe it, so I'm probably still going to only look short that name. But I'm not going to let it make new highs on me. Never going to do that at all. Delov, not really looking at the Nikola short. I'm really just sort of sticking with that PSNY for now. And what is it? 250. So 250,000. On the offer of NVIDIA, that shouldn't be a problem if it wants it. But if it's a fail break, I jump out and look for another dip. Market at highs, NVIDIA at highs, Tesla almost at highs, probably a few other things as well.
Yeah, it's market is blasting up. That 123 entry, Neil, absolutely beautiful. We've been talking about what that 123 has behaved like over the past couple of weeks, and right back through it. I think that's an absolutely beautiful entry here. Tesla taking a little bit of a curl here back into the 8 EMA I have on my chart. Okay, I got the 2-minute up. Let me go to my. I like my trusty 3-minute here. So 3-minute a little bit lower there. It gives a bit of a wider range here. So 245.95. Let's see if any of the boys kind of come in, or girls. Come in right at that level here. 245.80s right there, snaps right into that level. High a day as of right now, 248.35. Yeah, let's see if we do a sideways consolidation, or we do a reversion, or we continue up. Stocks can only go one of 3 ways: up, down, or sideways. And even when they're going sideways, they're either going up or down as well. So, we can't go backwards, right? Right, Neil? We can't go backwards unless you're going really fast. Maybe if I'm punching the keys at 88 miles per hour.
I was about to say, but you need a flux capacitor for that.
I mean, I think it's somewhere in here.
If you don't have the flux capacitor,
somewhere in there.
Then you need the 1.20. You got to get that 1.21 gigawatts of power, and then you got to have the flux capacitor operating properly. Then you hit 88 miles an hour. You can go back in time, and we can all dip by a Tesla at the bottom of that channel.
140 is like Chef Joe.
I didn't, you know what? I bought 151 because Bacardi and 150, and it was the bottom of that.
Oh, Bacardi 150. Have you ever set that on fire?
Huh? Why would I waste? No. Why would you do that?
Fancy.
No. I don't. No, you don't waste.
Flaming Lamborghinis. I know they don't use that for that, but
no, I don't. I'm not wasteful. I'm kind of cheap like that. I'm not wasting. No, just leave it at that. Let's go to. We're going to Adara. It is Money Talks. You don't burn it, you drink it.
Yeah, of course.
DXY continuing its now 5-day losing streak on the daily chart. Big candle to the downside here. Just holding on to 105s right now. Lowest level we've been at since it looks like late June. So bit of a pull down here for the DXY. A large cause of this seeming to be the ISM non-manufacturing PMI at a 4-year low, 48.8, much below the expectation of 52.6 and the prior number of 53.8. We got some other data coming through here as well, including month-over-month factory orders from May, lower than expected, negative 0.5. compared to the estimate of positive 0.2% and the prior number of positive 0.4%. So that number a bit lower as well. S&P Global Services PMI slightly higher than expected, 55.3 versus 55.1 expected, also higher than the prior number of 55.4.8. But the key number here definitely going to be this 4-year low for the ISM non-manufacturing data. Of course, in terms of, we got some employment data as well here. We had those jobless claims, and on Friday we're going to get non-farm payrolls. So even though we do have the holiday tomorrow, should be lots of excitement for the DXY and economic data on Friday, guys.
All right.
Yeah, we're going to bring the register. Just get out. 124 doesn't hold on NVIDIA. So it goes up to 124.20 and then pull right back in. So we got the breakout. It was a local break of 123. It's just going to sit out there in the middle. But you know what? we get anchored to even dollar numbers a lot because you're like, hey, 123 breaks, 125 breaks, 400, 500, 1,000, all those numbers. But really, like it was channeling up. You could have just taken the double top break and make an extra 30 cents on the trade. Just like, this is the local high. Take the breakout where it happens to be, not necessarily the round number. It ends up working out either way, but you can always do a little better. There might be one more shot, like dipping back into yesterday's double top. That's 123.40. If we get back in there on NVIDIA, that could be a dip spot, maybe another consolidation breakout. Tesla starting to be a little bit, I don't know, weak is the word? Is that right?
Sorry?
Tesla's getting a little bit weaker.
Yeah, it's like one of the stronger pullbacks here. But again, we talk about speed lines, we talk about trend acceleration and deceleration. So I have to kind of keep that in mind, be cognizant of all of those, attributes and characteristics of price action there. If the trend can be broken, but then the trend can also just be slowing. So if you guys know what speed lines are, kind of just again, you know what? We can just draw some on. Like what's something that's accelerated or decelerated? Let me pull up a chart here. We can talk about some speed lines real quick. I guess we can do some Tesla here. Sure. Let's throw up the hourly on Tesla. I got a lot of lines on my chart. Gotta kind of remove some of those there a little bit later. But you know what? Maybe let's pick another one. I'd like NVIDIA as well. We know NVIDIA has been kind of changing in and around. So okay, this is perfect right here. So speed lines. What is a speed line? So it's like it's just a trend line, and then that trend line kind of either gets steeper or less steep. So here, if I can just, okay, all right. So, okay, cool. I have that one already marked up. So some significant lows off the breakout of earnings reaction or earnings day one there. And look at that. That's the overall trend. But you can see within the trend, there's another trend that kind of forms on the break of this structure right here off of this pullback. And look at that, a little bit of acceleration as the angle of that trend is a little bit faster. So you can accelerate, you can keep on accelerating until you almost go parabolic. You can even say that we shifted up a gear, and then we shifted up a gear even faster within an intraday there, even faster. And then look at that. Once that speed kind of starts to fall apart and the stock starts to hit the brakes, you can see the action that kind of comes in at those key levels. Again, that support turning into a potential resistance over and over again there. So those are kind of the speed lines there, talking about trend acceleration and deceleration. But I know people like to use moving averages as well. So you can be like, all right, well, it was holding the 8. Now it's pulling back into the 21. Now it's pulling back into the 50. And maybe it holds the 50 and continues on the 50, still within the bigger picture trend. So that's definitely a characteristic of price action that I do like to watch out for.
125.
125 broken.
Not yet.
Broken 125? Oh, 125 on NVIDIA. I'm thinking Tesla. Yeah, Tesla breaking back
If
below.
If Tesla sees
240.
125, it should be because it splits.
Yes.
If we see, like, that would be, we haven't had a good flash crash in a decade or so.
Oh boy.
But no, I joked. No, the flash crash was absolutely horrible. It was not fun at all for anybody. But here comes 125. We only got 4 minutes to go. Then it is a normal changeover to the learn to trade and the midday. But remember, it's only on for an hour. Then we're right back. We'll be right back for one. Early close today, market close tomorrow. We'll get that last hour in. NVIDIA, it almost feels like the money came out of Tesla and over to NVIDIA, which is screaming. Again, I feel like it's Tesla all over again. The only thing similar about the long in NVIDIA and long in Tesla is out of both of them too early. Just didn't think we'd see this kind of continuation on the half day. It's been even bigger than you would have expected on a day like today. It's not a huge amount of size on the offer here, 400,000, maybe 500,000 shares on NVIDIA at the 125 level. I almost want, I wanted to do a break, like it did the break and then dipped a little bit, so I'd look for like a break and dip as an entry instead of just a clean breakout at this time of day. But there goes 125 on NVIDIA. So if you did take it, I don't know, like 10, 15 cents right away. Pelosi posted something. I heard nothing in my ear, but I'll go double check. And is that the reason NVIDIA is going? Because Nancy Pelosi posted about it? Oh, that's too funny. That's too much. The Pelosi dip. the
Pelosi
Pelosi rip
dip?
and all that good stuff. No, I don't know if that's
video,
true.
yeah.
You guys let me know. I'm just seeing people saying it in the chat. But I didn't hear anything in my ear. So if there is, you guys let us know. I'm just going to double check right now and actually look for the news.
Yeah, we're getting like a little bit of an actual pullback here on Tesla. Couldn't really get up to that 250 as of right now. Amazon coming right back in as well. But take a look at the futures. Oh boy, are we breaking through some of those key levels there? 20,300 can't really push back down. Only roughly about 10 points down into 20,290, and then we rip right back up to make some fresh highs there. So what is leading this move? And it is none other than NVIDIA. So NVIDIA is breaking past weekly highs. So the week on NVIDIA, the week chart on NVIDIA, now remember, this is a shortened week, just went red to green above those prior day highs, just in and around, just underneath that 125 level. What is the Monday high? 124.84 is the high of day on Monday, which also coincides with the week high. And now we are trading at 125.50s. So we were a little red. We bounce off of that 120 area, and now we're getting an acceleration to the upside.
So Pelosi, Broadcom, NVIDIA, Tesla, I don't know. I'm just seeing some stuff on Twitter, the Visa, Tesla, NVIDIA, Broadcom for Nancy Pelosi. If that's true, the shorts are getting squoze here. It's now getting out of hand on NVIDIA. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so apparently the Tesla bottom, Pelosi bottom is in. It's got some 93s out here on PSNY, which is the only position we're still in. We shorted 97s and 96s. I'm looking for a bottom here, 91s and 89s. If we get it, great. But all eyeballs on the strongest. It was Tesla all morning, and now it is, oh my goodness, NVIDIA.
The baton has been passed.
The baton's been passed. You just got to look for a dip buy. Hey, the thing that happened in Tesla was every single dip, like when it went red for a bit, any consolidation was a buy, consolidation buy. I got out, mistake. Obviously, if you're still in NVIDIA, great. We're going to hand it off in 30 seconds, but if it does any kind of a dip in consolidation, you take another shot at it and then go from there. So big mover. It's now all about NVIDIA after all being all about Tesla. You just got to be able to go long and look for those longs. Unbelievable price action here today. Everyone talks about the half day being boring. You're darn right it ain't. No chance. Tesla, NVIDIA, you didn't need much else. Cost did pull back after all, but it was flying earlier. So a good one, a great one. We'll be back. Obi and I are right back at 1 o'clock to take you into the close, do the market recap just like normal, myself and Adara. But for now, let's head on over to, I think, what might be the NVIDIA show with the midday, Sharif and Adara. Go get them.
See you soon.
Sure, Neil. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as that midday show. Or are we the midday show today? Because we don't have a lesson.
We're everything.
We're everything. No lesson today, guys, but welcome to How to Trade. Let's wait for everyone to come in on from the other stream. We already have Chase Bands making a dare chuckle. Shout out to him. We got Bears versus Bulls as well, the world's greatest moderator, as well as Easy Trader and Ronaldo. Aaron and Joanna Brewster, as well as Benson and Pitchbull joining us as well. The Eater, who is picky, as well, has decided to join us. Shout out to him. Bring the booze, he said. TH4, Papa Bear. We got Gorev, Ike, PC, Manny. We got Mahash, Caesar, my man Adam Deleuze, baby. We got Altif. We got Chef Joe, Blue Arrow, Saskatchewan, Scott Edwards, Ulrich B, John H. We got Random Oddities. I absolutely love that name. Bristol, Chris Hooser. We got Diet Soda and the OG Darwin, as well as Thrill and Solo Crystal. Bola Hot gracing us with his presence, as well as Julia C. What's up to you, Julia Coffee? She says Amelie, as well as Rob Lovegreen and Nick Vin. Can't forget Vin. Shout out to them as well. Good morning, Adair.
Good morning. How are you this fine? What day is it? Wednesday. How are you?
It is Wednesday. And it is a half day, guys. In case the guys on the morning show did not let you know enough, we are on for only an hour. Then the Big Kahunas, Obi and the Neil take over again. and we go into the afternoon into 1 o'clock. So yeah, shortened day today. I believe the futures trade tomorrow for a little bit in the afternoon. Pretty sure they run. I'll double check that for you guys. I'm pretty sure the futures run for a little bit, but we'll get to that a little bit later. All right. So obviously the story that everybody knows, it is the Tesla and the NVIDIA story. Currently though, the NVIDIA story as it bumps up into that 125 3/4, looks like it's on its way, I should say, into 126 up to and a fifth at the moment. Tesla, the beast, the monster, the Cybertruck, the Cyber Beast, 5 1/5 up into 242.5. Below though, the 10 exponential on the 5, and there's a woman to my left who had a short on it. She'll tell you about that in a second. But
She's got another short on.
Oh, she's got another short. There you go. There you go. You look so indifferent.
Well, I'm waiting for it to fill.
Yeah.
I can't be excited to like, oh.
So we'll keep that in a second. Amazon, there she goes. She got the fill. She pushed her chair back and she did the fist bump all in one go there. We'll get to that in a second. Amazon breaking down below 197. This is weak on the day. Bezos selling, insiders selling to the tune of $5 billion, probably wetting his beak after all-time highs. Can't complain about that. We'll keep an eye on that. Meta stuck in a range between 506.5 and 509.5. That could be something we could exploit. And definitely the Q's up on the day. They're about 0.25%. What are you looking at? Tell us.
Yeah, I had 2 Tesla shorts, and it's funny because I came in today. We know that I think a lot about the markets. They're just always on my mind. So I was like, okay, Tesla. I was like, people might know the last 2 days. Tesla was stressla for me. I kept, wrestling with it, a little bit. I kept trying to short it yesterday, and I actually had no shorts in the mind. I saw this move up. I was like, cool. I was interested in long off 237. Shout out to OB and Neil for having that look. But then it come down, and I see us getting near 245, right? So I see us getting at 245. I said, but Derek, you need coffee because wow, did I need coffee? Sure, you can attest to that. So I go to get my coffee and say, let's see how Tesla's doing at 245 when I come back. Tesla is hovering at the 245 when I get back. And I said, Dara, take your short, take your shot. I got short here just below those 245s. I noticed we couldn't break above it. I used 245s as my stop. We didn't get there, pushed lower, got out, part at 243.75s, the rest out around 243.50. So about 75 pennies. I was basically just using areas in the book as my areas to go when we saw that slow, if we saw any stagnation. Then I got short again here, 243.40s, because we couldn't get back to 244s. I initially wanted 243.70s. I was not nearly aggressive enough. I was doubting myself. I didn't have enough confidence, but I need to work on that. I want to be Sean on that thing of money. That's what I want, right? But anyways, not the point. The point is, I was like, Adara, you are seeing lower highs in the book. Get involved. I did. We did. I had 2 shorts on this one. Shout out to the rapper. 2 short, took 40 pennies on that last one there. Smaller position. We know though, this Tesla BWAP bounce has been beautiful. It has been great. The Cybertruck is it's like, how Elon tried to throw that thing at the Cybertruck and the window shattered? It's like if it bounced off the window. Yeah. That's what Tesla's been doing at VWAP. So I think I want some of that smoke, Sharif. Oh. I want some of that EV charge smoke. I don't know how that works, but I want that. I definitely missed the long opportunity here. But if we come back to 242s and bounce, I'll risk it just 241.50s. How many qualms will I have? Well, some qualms because I'm really tired, but I'll mostly have no qualms. Also, guys, we're worth noting we aren't doing the voting today because the market is too short, but we can vote tomorrow.
Oh, I didn't. We're not doing the voting.
No, yeah, Brett,
good.
just
Thank you. I just didn't see it. Yeah. So no afternoon rundown as selected by you guys today. We'll pick up with that on Friday. So let's get to the small cap gappers du jour because we have some doozies today, Adara, and Koss is chief among them. Wow. So the Catman responsible for this one as well. We had eyes on this from the morning. We could not find what was going on with this name. Trust me, I had eyes on it as early as 7:30. This thing was moving. Here is the headline. Koss Corp stock is ripping higher as Roaring Kitty speculation mounts. Reports Benzinga, one of our sponsors. So we'll keep an eye on Koss. Koss, in case you guys don't know, was one of those meme names with AMC, with GME, and the like. BlackBerry, it was KOSS. I saw a small cap trader trade this for over $100 winner in the pre-market. Yeah, he made over $100,000 that day. I'm not going to say who it was, but I saw it with my own two eyes live. Yeah, Neil knows. I saw it with my own eyes live at 7:30. This guy was up like well over 100-some thousand. I'll show you guys what we're talking about over here. You needn't go back all that much. There it is, Adara. This was the move. Look at this.
It was.
So it was $3, Adara, on the day, and then it ended up going to $173 in one day.
I wish I
From
lived in that
3
era.
to 173. I'll never forget this ever in my life.
wild.
But yeah, it was insane. Anyway, doing decent today. KOSS above the volume weighted average price. There does seem to be some buying at 8. So initially we did have resistance. You can see all these closing prints here before the break at 10:35. All were rejecting at 8. I'm talking about the closing print, not the wick. And there you go. This candle right at 10:35 brought us above that $8 level. Now we're straddling 8 from the north side, trying to use 8 as that key area of support. It is no coincidence that the volume weighted average price is a skosh below 8, so gets double the check marks, whole dollar support, volume weighted average price support. Good look today. Good continuation. Higher lows are still in play. We haven't printed a newer low. This would be my trough off which I would base a newer low assessment. So that 750 would be where I'm looking. Right now we have a low there at 8. So we'll keep looking for continuation plays on this one. That is until it breaks and holds below the volume weighted average price, at which point I will not look at it as a breakout trade. DOYU, another decent one today, kind of a weird one. Started moving yesterday, decent move yesterday from top to bottom. It moved about 12%, but that was not really the move. The move is a gap. This thing at 4 a.m. gapped up into 1720. So from the closing print to the highs that we printed this morning, we're up about 34% on this name. Decent look, holding above the volume weighted average price here, but it looks like the respect on this one is being shown to the 20 exponential on the 5. There is not a closing print below that 20 exponential, basically until as far back as 705. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one, DOYU. We'll keep tabs on that. VVPR, this was a big boy mover in the pre. It is broken down now below the volume weighted average price at $3. However, look at this area over here that it's holding up at 240, 250, that general area. That is the aftermarket consolidation area low as well as the pre-market consolidation area low. So if we hold this area, you could play it like a range. You don't necessarily need to take a breakout trade on VVPR. There are other ways to play this. VNSP kind of selling off here, also below VWAP. Still 74% in the clear, but giving up the ghost here, Dare.
Yeah, that VVPR, there's certainly lots of power in Vivo Power. Ooh. That is for sure. But also, what is for sure is you have to trust yourself whatever direction you want to go. That's what I've been trying to do, sharpen it. To put that button up again. I remember once I was talking to Sean about this, and he was kind of saying, he's like, you know, there's not a specific thing to you, it's just a thing in general, is like, you can't make excuses for trading, because I will often say I cannot trade as well when I'm tired. I've said this quite exclusively, or extensively. I have to say I'm pretty proud and pretty pleased as punch that I've had some good trades today, while I am at a level of tired that I was describing off camera as the most tired I've ever felt in my life. So I have to say, very pleased as punch with the trading here. Basically, what did I do with Tesla? So I took, like I said, I liked that 243.40 short. I got back involved, or I was trying to get back involved in that short once again when we got to 243.40s and we struggled. I couldn't get involved at 40s. We broke below 243s. I said, Dare, I tried to take the short from 243. Didn't work. Missed a couple of pennies. Lost a little bit. It's all good there. But then I said, Dare, the other level you liked was 243.70s. If we flip from support to resistance on 70s, go ahead, switch the style up. If they hate, let them hate. Watch the money pile up. I was risking there into 40s. Ended up getting here at 244 basically. So took 30 pennies, risked 30 pennies. Please just punch there. We are seeing a bit of wiffle waffling here. I don't know why that's my new terminology. Sharif has the zig and the zag. I got the wiffle waffle. But yeah, we're definitely that 243.40, which is absolutely an area of resistance and support flip flop. This is really trying to hold the support again. You know, Tesla, if you want me to keep taking longs off this level, no worries. Also, I'm getting news here from the one and only Neil Roberts, the real deal. His name is Neil. It's going to be him and I doing a Q&A on the market recap. So I'm really excited for that. Definitely check that out, guys, if you want to hear the market recapped. Also, Tesla, if you're gonna resist 243, 40 again, I have no issues. I am confident, I am excited, and I am ready to do market things. LLY, some people mentioning LLY. I didn't see any news on this Rivian millionaire, but it's getting mentioned as well by TL Brian doing the little muscle arms. Apparently, he has got, is there any news on Lilly? Let me see.
Alzheimer's drug.
But apparently it's down like 2%.
Oh, it's down. Ooh,
yeah, so I wasn't
not
sure.
good.
But Eli Lilly, up, down, and all around here for Mademoiselle, as I used to call her. Look at this flat bottom break. Eli Lilly had a flat bottom break at the 908. If you got that, I mean, shout out to you, TL Bryant, TI Bryant. Great look here for this. Like we dropped off, and then every time we got to the 90 MA, we rejected beautifully. Please just punch for anybody who had that trade. That's a great look. Another name I'm looking at here is the one and only NVIDIA. I have not, only name I've been in right now is Tesla. I've only been in that Cybertruck, and I have Jerome Powell close the door to anything else for now. But that hasn't meant I haven't been looking. This range in NVIDIA, my issue today is I have not been looking at enough ranges. Like Tesla yesterday during the midday was a bit rangy, and I kept wanting breakdowns like Adira. You like ranges, why are you, sometimes you try to be more home on the range. Home on the range. So I'm going to go back home on the range, trying to anyway. And if NVIDIA wants to give me this little baby at 124.60 to 125.30s, I am qualmless. I have no qualms. I'm going to be interested in that. But to me, those levels haven't come quite in yet. I am much more interested in this Mesla that is Tesla. Tesla, if you bounce off 243, I will go long. If you keep rejecting off 243.40, I'll go short. You want to make a baby range? To quote Chance the Rapper, you'll have no problems there. You don't want any problems with me, Tesla. Massive paraphrase, but let's see how this goes. On T to the S to the L to the A. What else is anyone looking at here? I'm long Lilly, says the Piper. Yeah, I think Lilly is definitely longer term a good look. I think though that short, if you got that short 908, that's a good look as well. But keep in mind, look at this bounce. We do have some bottoming tail candles here. 884, 886. It's not a bad look for the long either. I just think if you got that short off 908, that was awesome. To short TQQ for possible pullback. Good luck all. Thank you so much to Ahmed Amwala for the 17.99 AED super chat. Also, Black Sheep trades. Ironically, I'm very tired today, but I'm just trying to bring that energy. Yeah, whatever coffee I'm drinking has not actually been very much. I'm trying what I can, but I saw that comment. I thought that was pretty funny there. Shout out to you, Black Sheep trades. Hopefully that, I was kind of trying to think of a black sheep pun, I can't, but this is, I gotta say, this is kind of an interesting look. I see what you mean about possible pullback. I would say if we don't pull back, if we bounce off that 78.05, things would get dicier for me. That was a clear area of resistance, which could form to support. I gotta be honest though, I see two bull flags after another. Ahead of the flags being raised for Independence Day, TQQ raising two flags of its own. Sorry, the excitement there. But nice look here for the TQs. I'm going to be honest, I'm with Ahmed Alwala. I think because we're at high days, of course, it's always a little bit risky, but shout out to you. And you always say, hope that you print.
Absolutely. We always hope all the viewers print at all times. Always. Well, at least I do.
Without a doubt.
Val Storino. Sharif, how are you liking the looks of NEO stock? Has been a while and looks like it's getting some traction for a potential big move in the coming weeks. Obviously, NEO having itself a decent day. Today, it had fantastic delivery results a few days ago. It outperformed Lee. It certainly outperformed XPeng. Obviously, the monster of the crew is BYD. That goes without saying. That is the big boy. It is the one that has what they call vertical integration. It makes its own batteries. It makes its own stuff in-house. Therefore, it's able to rely more on itself, and it is more, I would say, secure of a supply chain. But NEO, nonetheless, great look, 9% as we speak, and that's just on the day. Let's have a look here at the daily and talk about what we can glean from these areas of support and resistance. So obviously goes without saying, we're definitely off the pandemic highs. NEO was one of those ones that really benefited from the EV squeeze that took place during the pandemic, led mostly by Tesla. It got up into that 67.5. That was as good as it can do. And sadly, since that time, it has been lower highs and lower lows, unabated to the downside.
NVIDIA broke out.
NVIDIA broke out, 125.84, new high of day on NVIDIA. It just continued bull flag. You want to cover it?
Oh, yeah, sure. So I was mentioning we had that little top and turn. NVIDIA's like, what range? Push higher. This is a bull flag if I've ever seen one.
Bang.
We're getting near 126. 126 was kind of an area last week. I'm going to zoom out in the 5 minute, at least for my charting. That was a bit of a little pickle. Let me see if I can go back. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, 126 was certainly an area. That was the area from whence we fell pretty aggressively if you go back to last Friday. So I think definitely this NVIDIA 126 could be interesting. Of course, these levels don't always hold on a week-to-week basis, but I would like to see what we do here at 126. Also, Tesla breaking out here. Off the 243.40 we bounced. I tried to get long, was not able to get filled, so I did not want to go chasing waterfalls. But we're still struggling with that 244. I do not know if I want to do if what I want to do here, but Tesla, if we break back below here, we've tested this enough times without breaking above that I think there could be something in this here water, and that thing could be either direction.
All right, sorry. Thank you for that, Adair. I just want to cover the idea that I had on NEO. So going back, Val Storino, I definitely am interested in the $6 level, okay? So that takes us all the way back into March. I think if we can get and hold above 6 for less than, an intraday trade, I think it's quite bullish. Reason is crest in early March at 6, another crest early May at 6, yet another mid-May at 6, and then you had this 5.5 anemic attempt over here in early June. If we get and hold above $6, I think you have a decent chance to gap or to fill the gap between 7 and 6, because you can see there's an obvious consolidation area bottom at 7, and then you got to drop all the way down to 6 to find another key area of support, but now resistance. So if we break 6, I think you're definitely looking at something more likely to fill 7, but looking also at some other technical indicators, specifically the 200 exponential has also acted as a bit of a resistance level on the daily. Last time we were up there was late last year in late December at that 9.5. So first and foremost, you're looking for a 6 break and take on a closing basis, not just a quick wick and I flush back down. Then once it holds 6, you're looking for a gap fill into 7. And the moving average, convergence, divergence, you've got the MACD basically crossing above the signal line yesterday. So that is quite bullish. And I did read something today on NEO basically articulating this exact indicator alert that the MACD did cross into above the signal line, and basically we're looking possibly here for continuation. But look for price action confirmation, a 6 break and take, and then look for a gap fill into 7. I hope you print on that, obviously, and it has looked a lot better for NEO. All right, to the trade that I've got on at the moment, we've got on 62s. I'm going to get stopped out on the Zon at 82. If it breaks above 82, I will get stopped out there, and I'll look to reignite this trade, and I am not stopped out because it broke into 85. I'm going to see what it does at the 20 exponential. So this 198.05, 198 area, if it bounces and rejects that level, I'll keep an eye out for it. Otherwise, I'm looking more for that 198.50, and we'll keep an eye on that. So just got to load up said calendar over here because we got the ad read. There we go. All right, guys. Ready for the ad read? Or are we early for that?
Like a minute?
Yeah, we got another minute. Okay, cool. No worries. So I'll do that in a minute. What else you guys looking there at the chat? Oh, there's a super chat there I just missed. Did you get that?
Oh, I did that one, yeah.
Sounds good, good, good. No problem, Valestorino. Looks like it wants to break that 5er and got 5 on it. I like that. Hey, shout out to you. I do like that idea. All right, keeping my eye here on this market. Nothing really, yeah, obviously there's a lot going on, but we'll get to that in a second. What are you looking at?
Tesla. So that was actually not an answer to your question, I realized. I took that short. These levels, well, yeah, I guess that is true. These levels keep working here. We keep bouncing off VWAP. I was not nearly aggressive enough, but now it's time for the ad read, and then after we'll go over this awesome chat, super chat from Justin Swearingen, but we're gonna swear by our sponsor.
Guys, do you remember the good old days? No, I'm just joking about that. Ever wonder how the pros find those winning trades right at the opening bell at Ram? Most of us are scrambling to find the headlines, find ourselves way behind the moves, but that's where Benzinga Pro comes in. It's the fastest way to trade the news with exclusive alerts up to 30 minutes before other traders, real-time market insights, and thriving community of over 6,000 traders sharing their strategies. And right now, you can try Benzinga Pro for the lowest price we offer. offer during our 4th of July sale. Use the QR code on the screen right there, baby, on the bottom right of the screen, or click the link in the description box to join Benzinga Pro today. Shout out to them. And again, we used to do this all the time, but you're pretty adept at using Benzinga Pro.
I do like using Benzinga Pro. I wouldn't call myself a pro at using Benzinga Pro, but I'm not an amateur at using Benzinga Pro. I'm an enthusiast. But yeah, shout out there. Also, thank you so much, Sharif, for going that, and thank you to Benzinga Pro. Also, thank you to Justin Swearingen. Thank you so much for the 1999 super chat. Can we review Micron chart? Is that levels to possibly shorter continue the long? Neil mentioned it yesterday, ellipses. Let's take a look here at Micron. No ellipses. We'll just take a look at it. No pause. Right into Micron. Okay, I was reading on the daily. I mean, this bounce that we got here of 132.80 on the daily was wild. I remember Neil mentioning this one, lower highs. I was like, this could be a flat bottom break. Micron's like, what are you talking about? Push up here. Gorgeous look, guys. Let's take a look at that daily chart here. I think you get to Justin Swearingen for the super chat. Oh.
Uh-oh. Push back.
Okay, so here's my thing with Micron. We're coming to an area I find deeply fascinating here on the super chat. I'm going to stop leaning in here and sit like a person. Look at this 136, right? We have this wick here at 136. We bounce beautifully, like beautifully. We butt our heads up not once but twice here at this 146, come back down. To me, this looks like we are seeing a bit of a change in the tides, as Sharif might say. We get up to that 158, then we continue lower. And we're not even, I was going to say, we're kind of holding support at interesting levels, but we're not really. I would be cognizant of that 131. If we bounce off 131 again, that's where 131 would get interesting for me. Why? Because that was clear support earlier with wicks to match. And then we also had, with the hat to match, I don't know why I got into juicy there, but also 131 was the area we wicked up into before falling and then making a higher low in early April. So 131, if we break a little bit lower here and then bounce off 131 again, I would say Micron short's a no-go. Again, not advice, just my take on the chart. Right now, though, we do have some lower highs. I would be very cognizant of what we do here at these 146 levels or 131 if you can find a trade that makes sense within those levels. But again, not advice, just my little levels and things I like on this old chart. Can y'all analyze Apple, please? Says Jaggeroni Pizza. I am not the Apple enthusiast here. I know Sharif likes to Tim Cook with Apple.
Right
he
now.
gets the Steve Jobs done with Apple. So I love that range. Yeah, I mean, I'll let you talk about Apple.
Yeah, I'm just trying to play the range on this one. I'm going to give it to 220. So it's going to have to defend 220. So we're going to risk 14 pennies here. I didn't want to get in at 2014, actually, to be honest with you. I put my dip trade a little bit lower than that, but chasing it is a hell of a drug. So we'll see if it holds up at this 220 level. We do have this bottom end consolidation at this 220.10. There's a whole bunch of tug of war happening. As you can see, that liquidity algo on Apple is working overtime because all those deep prints coming in with one share. That's basically testing. I mean, we really don't know exactly what this algo is, but there's theories on the floor that it's testing to see where the areas of liquidity or no liquidity are. So we'll see what we get there on AAP. Oops, I just messed up that. So we're going to have to put AAPL like that. There we go. Now we got it. So we're coming into 220 on Apple. So we're going to have to hold that level for me to stay involved. We'll keep an eye on that. I'm also keeping an eye on Amazon because this one is coming possibly back into that 20 exponential. The 20 exponential is at 198.05. I'm also keeping an eye at 198 1/3 because that is where the volume weighted average price is. So Amazon's very weak on the day. It's down 1%. Basil's selling this, that, and the other. So if we do get that weakness, I do want to participate in it. So Apple holding right now for the moment at that 220 area, moving back into that 225th. We're going to pack our patience to see if we can extract some more money out of this name. Already nicely 15 pennies in the money here. But I think that this is too quick to ring the profit bell on. There we go. Now we got into 30s. So we can see about that. What else we got going on over here? So there's a little bit of weakness coming in on goggles, and I got to tell you the truth. I was looking to short Google at that 185 1/4. 185 1/4 essentially was the closing print from yesterday, and so I said, as this was moving up, I'm like, okay, I was watching it to see what it was up to, but it didn't care about yesterday's closing print. It cared more about the IB high. Remember, the IB high and the IB lower zones, not prices. 185.77 was the actual print. But look where this one rejected. Not surprising, 185.70. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons. Saw him in the chat the other day, but didn't see him today. Hope he is doing well. He often talks about the IB high and low, specifically with respect to the futures. Go Apple! Nice trade here, about 40 pennies in the money on this one. Very pleased as day punch.
Apple punch. Apple cider.
Punch.
Also, I want to, I'm very happy to hear that you were munching on some red delicious profits there. In
Dan's
AAPL.
right there. Hey, Dan, what's up, Dan?
Nice. Here,
I didn't know he was in there.
You summoned him.
Yeah.
But yeah, NVIDIA was trying to summon me at 125.48, and I was like, no, NVIDIA, I'd rather trade your mix of cousin Tesla, small violin. But alas, NVIDIA, this is a gorgeous bounce off 125.40s. This is, to me, gorgeous support resistance, flippity floppity. We had this resistance here at 125.40, a little bit of zig, a little bit of zag. I wonder who that's a reference to. Then we come back here, 125.40, bounce. That trampoline action, beautiful there. Tesla, however, was more beautiful, and I've been looking at this more, which is why I took that short. Please just punch about that. Hey, Tesla, if you want to go back to rejecting this, okay, I need to watch this. We're making lower highs. We're trying to get involved here at 39. So when I say lower highs, I'm talking about on the book and not necessarily, okay, never mind, then we're trying to pop higher here. Basically, Tesla has had this odd relationship with 240.250. Every time we try to go back to VWAP, we pause for the longest time at 240.250 on the book. Sharif is talking to Amazon right now. Sorry to put you on pause there. But yeah, and then same with 242. We always have this 242 pause. Basically, Tesla at every half dollar and full dollar level on its wild woolly journey to bounce off VWAP has been hanging around here, but we've had lower highs throughout the day here. I don't want to say flat bottom break at VWAP because that's a lot to ask for in Tesla. However, Tesla, if you want a flat bottom break at VWAP, I will take you short with an aggression that has not been seen by me since my horrible Tesla trade history. No, I'm joking. But yeah, we're getting lower highs here, that is for sure. This 242 though, we're waiting. I'll take it long off 242 into 242.50, or I'll take it short off 242, unload half the position here at 241.50, then take the rest later. Because the thing is, I know I'm trying to be more cognizant of ranges, but sometimes ranges don't last forever. And Tesla, if you're gonna give me this, you know what? I've decided I have the confidence. I don't want to say I got the power, but I'm going to try to have the confidence here to take this bad boy, as Sharif will sometimes say, short. So let's see what we get here. And I think as I get short, we pop higher, but I had confidence in the trade. That's what matters. I'm still seeing lower highs in the book. If we get above that 242.50 decisively, that is where I will have to make my exeunt. Mark the Realtor, 199 super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat. Netflix, fire emoji, popcorn, movie camera emoji. Let's take a look at N to the F to the L to the X here. See what we're watching on Netflix. Yeah, Netflix. Okay, Netflix. Oh, kind of a W. Netflix, like, hey, I'm winning, making a W sign there. Good look here for NFLX, bouncing twice off that, say, 678. Let's see what we do here at 682.50s if we can make a new high of day. Let's take a look. Netflix reporting in 2 weeks, guys, just so you know as well. The Netflix earnings are coming fast and furiously. Lower highs, but higher lows. This to me looks like it could pop upwards here in the Netflix daily chart. Yeah. It's a nice look.
Oh, well, it's a continuation bull flag.
Yeah, it's Ted.
Is that all-time highs?
That is all-time highs.
Is it actually?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Wow. So,
But yeah,
okay, there you go.
I'm going to have to go deal with Tesla because I think Tesla is getting near my level. But great look there, Mark the Realtor, 305. Shout out to Miami. Hopefully you're having some nice weather there for your Independence Day.
All right, so just, I know it looks like it was all-time highs. I think you're bang on there, Dare, but you have to go all the way back to November 2021, we got to $799 on NFLX. So we're awfully close. Right now we're printing 681. We're talking about, minutia here relative to what the actual price is. So let's go NFLX. Go back all the way to the daily over here. This is when Papa Powell said that inflation wasn't going to be transitory. It took us a long time to get back. Look at that drop that we got into, and we held this level, this 160, what is this, 165 level on NFLX. That was a big drop, man. 76% from top to bottom there in 1 year. That's just, wow. Can you imagine being the shareholder that had to hold that? Anyway, short Amazon, it dipped into 64s. I was looking to cover at 59s, so it didn't quite fill me at this level. This was a 20-period exponential rejection. So I'm trying to pack my patience with this name, but it's really, Yeah, it's quite bamboozling. You think you have the read on the name, and yeah, we're in the money, but definitely not where I want to be with this name quite yet, especially having moved down very close to my beak wetter. So we'll keep packing our patience with AMZ on this short. Let's flip back to some of the small cap gappers and see what that they're up to. So DOYU ended up breaking out. So great look for whoever took this name. The range per candle is just too rich for my blood. I did like the fact that it was holding the 20-period exponential on the 5, but the wicks were just so bamboozling, especially earlier on. I think after, you know, that initial 10 o'clock finish, things did calm down. Then you get the 11:15 bump and a topping tail candle into 18.25. But DOYU still doing well here. KOSS as well. It's not at highs. 963 is the high, but it's still holding well above the volume weighted average price, which is hanging out at $8. It looks very bull flaggish, but you know, really we'll need to see proof of continuation here because it looks like it's petering out, fizzling out at least for the moment. But the other side of that coin is it's still holding above VWAP. So, you know, not a bad look. All right, so Zon coming in here. Come into my area, Zon. Yeah, it's just, I'm so frugal. There it is. Nice. Okay, so Amazon coming down. I have 79s. It just printed 59 right now. There's a break of 50. So that $0.50 on the line, there goes the $0.50. All right, come down, Amazon. Here's low 40s, 30 pennies, and there it is, baby. Pleased with this trade. We get the avenge trade. I didn't have the right idea at the 10 exponential, but I had it with the 20. And let me tell you, I should have had a better price. That's why I was talking to Amazon while Adara was talking, because it wasn't letting me in. I literally wanted to get in at 197.95. So it didn't give it to me. I didn't chase it. Happy with this trade. Let's see what's next.
Yeah, what's next though for Tesla was that VWAP break. I did not get it, unfortunately. Did take on my position too early. Please just punch. I also, that initial short, the issue was the timing. Should not have gotten short Tesla 242. If I wanted a 242 break, I should have gotten short 242.50s, but then I got short 242.30s the second time, so it worked out. Did lose some, of course, on that initial failed attempt, but you know, the issue is I probably should have held, probably should have risked a little bit more, but you live and you learn. And see what Tesla does at 240s. We know that Tesla and these whole dollar levels have been interesting. We bounce off 240s. I don't want to say I'll take a mean reversion long. As Opie says, the reversion can be quite mean. But I do think that Tesla has been continuing to bounce at these whole dollar levels. So I do owe it that attempt. Apologies there. But also look here. We're kind of getting near that area where we had all these little wicks. These wicks here, of course, right before we got that 240 break. I don't want to bank on a 240 bounce, but this 240.30 bounce is looking great. I want to wait and see what we do here. No stress in Tesla. Very pleased with punch. I am profitable in this game. This is the only thing I've traded today. But and it's funny because I came to this saying, Adara, you tend to have your better days like mentally and P&L wise when you trade more names. And then today I come and trade only Tesla. But that's the thing is I think this is my issue is I get very all or nothing. I think, you have to do things only one way or only this way. That's not the case. Nothing's like that in life. Nothing's like that in the markets. You got to take things as they come. And if these Tesla ranges and these levels were coming in, I did owe that. I should have held a piece for the dream for that VWAP break. But hey, Tesla, you want to fail 241? Guess who's hopping in that Cybertruck? It's a very tired individual right here. I need that self-drive to drive that vehicle. Also, this Apple is getting really interesting.
Yeah, broke down below 220, but then it popped right back up. I didn't know what to make of that. Guys, Rivian broke down, guys. It's at day low. Just printed day low right now. 1473, lower highs, lower lows on Rivian, now down 3/4 of a point, dancing between 3/4 and 2/3. The morning low there in the pre was right there, 1474. So I'm expecting some defense of this level, at least initially. We did break it by 1 penny, but the print, the IB low, took us to 1474. We printed 1 penny below that. Possible mean reversion here on Rivian as it sells off, as we get confirmation overnight, or not actually overnight, yesterday, late afternoon, that they're not actually looking to share hardware with Volkswagen. And in fact, they're not going to build their cars at the Volkswagen plant in North Carolina. They're going to build it in their own 2 plants that they, I'm talking about the R2 here, not the R1S and R1T. I'm talking about the R2. That is not going to be done with Volkswagen, and they're not going to be sharing hardware. It's going to be a software-only agreement, but that $5 billion will still be deposited in said bank. So nice mean reversion here, about 11 pennies or 13 pennies now off that 1473 bottom, and it's still going, coming into 15. Keep your eye out for 15. I would say, you know, there's a level to look at, but there isn't because it's consecutively lower highs. So it's a mean reversion or it's a bounce trade. I would look at it for a short-term trade, but I would expect resistance at every successive trough. So that there's resistance right here, and you're already seeing it. Another resistance level at 1493, another one at 1496, 15. So you're gonna have to fight with Rivian here if you want to take the long, but the good entry was right at the IB low. All right, keeping an eye on some of the other names in Mag 7 world, or I should say the names in Mag 7 world. 460. A new all-time high, 460.78, new all-time high on Microsoft. It keeps printing new all-time highs every day. Yesterday was another one, but coming off that high right now, and in fact, breaking that $10 level at 460 on its way. It looks like maybe here into the volume-weighted average price at 459. So 460.78 high of day. It does break through the IB high at 460. And a half MSFT, decent day. As Adara mentioned, Apple is a little bamboozling, a little bit above 220, a little bit below 220. Unsure what to do with this one. Just going to steer clear. I had a trade on it already, but clearly, you know, don't really have the right read today as it's half day. Tesla getting a double bottom off the 240 level, and that 240 level has a whole bunch of stuff pointing its way. Number one, it is kind of the initial area top. So before we broke 240 viciously at 10.05, we were rejecting. We had topping tail candles going into that 240. So right away, if you have topping tail candles successively rejecting off a $10 level, you know it's resistance. Then you break it, right? Beautiful, you broke it. Now you come back down to it. You get a double bottom there, right at that 240 level. In addition to the fact that it's the $10 level, it's a previous area top. It's also the 50 exponential on the 5, which I like to use. So keep your eye on TSLA. It's now broken down below VWAP, reclaiming it though. But yeah, where does this one go? Well, I'll tell you one thing. From 1040 onwards has been successively lower highs. So the downtrend on Tesla now reaching about an hour. In fact, because it's 1140, we've been making lower highs since the high we printed at 248.35 on TSLA, but holding that 240 level. So we'll see whether or not it presents us with a range or a bounce trade or what Tesla is going to do here. But certainly one of the best weeks in recent memory for this name as it recovers from the shellacking it got this year. Ram.
Wait. Ram.
Yeah, because she put the camera over here.
Oh, sorry, I was confused. I was like, but no, yeah, it would be really fun if we had like a and Fabian trading up. Oh, there.
Yeah, I think it'd be great. Fabian's already kind of like
Fabian
always
knows his
asking
stuff with
questions.
crypto.
Oh yeah. And he asks
He's
questions.
using buttons now.
Hey, and he asks questions about other stuff too.
Yeah, no, he'll be like, oh, like, so what's that thing? Like, yeah, shout out to Fabian and Ramin there, the Chilean Nightmare, and Ram, in case you have
Ram doesn't care about investing, bro. She's like, look, man, you know what?
She knows some stuff. She's asking some questions. Shout out to Ramin. But I see what you mean. She's not like, because Fabian's very well versed in the world of crypto.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the crypto update stuff, Fabian will give me his insight. So shout out to him. Also, shout out to Tesla. I am very pleased as punch because you have to have that confidence. Again, no one should have given me this button. You have to, like, literally, I am a menace with this button. But you have to trust yourself. You have to trust your style. We have this big old green candle here, and I'm proud to say I took 2 successful shorts here.
Nice.
Just trusting what I saw in the book and getting out the second I saw anything herky-jerky. I only threw 10 pennies on this short. I wanted 30. I realized I wasn't going to get 30. I said, Adara, get the heck out of Dodge. Get the heck out of this here Cybertruck. Then the second short I took, being very cognizant of VWAP, ended up taking about I took 21 pennies on that. 21, can't do something for me. But anyways, all jokes aside, it wasn't even the 9 EMA rejection that I'm not gonna lie that helped. It was just looking at levels I liked in the book. As Obi was saying earlier, the book today on Tesla has been gorgeous. And if you've been relying on the book or the tape instead of the chart, you've had some opportunities as well. The book has given you clear levels of support and resistance that have flip-flopped. This Tesla 242, we broke into 242.40s, which is that previous area of resistance support in the Tesla book. Then when we couldn't hold that, I said, Adara, take this thing short. Second, I saw a couple successful breaks below that 242. I took a baby short. I have no qualms taking more baby shorts, but I do totally agree with what Sharif said. That 240 level has been wild for like so many reasons, so I do not want to really get too up in that business there. Let's take a look at some other NVIDIA. So like you saying, Adira, Sharif. NVIDIA is deeply fascinating to me here. I don't want to say bearish. I don't think we are bearish. We're bouncing off this 125.80. However, what I'll be seeing if we can have a decisive close up above into this 126.20s is a bit of a rounded top.
Oh.
Now, why do I say that? And of course, this could be wrong. I could be wrong. Totally could be a bull flag, and we have had a little bit of bull flag action. But we're getting a little bit stagnant. We used to have these big old push. Each push we get up on NVIDIA, I don't know why I made those sounds, is getting a little bit more sedated. It's like the kite's getting like poked. The balloon's we're getting a little bit of air, a little bit of deflation in the NVIDIA vibes. So we're gonna have to wait and see if we get, and as I say that, NVIDIA pushes higher. But yeah, interesting look here for N to the V to the D to the A, clearly proving me wrong. We had that bamboozling topping tail candle. NVIDIA's like, Adira, as Sharif always says, you can't put all your stock in one candle because it takes more than one candle to make up a stock. Also, Rory Alderton, thank you so much for the the 199 super chat. NVIDIA making chips for SpaceX moon rockets. I did not know that.
Neither did I.
I did not know that, but great look there for NVIDIA. SpaceX marks the spot for this one, I guess. Also, let's talk about costs, because, no matter what the cost, also Neil said the cost of the shorts on cost is not very much. But this one's roaring to the upside.
Roaring kitty?
Yeah, roaring.
Oh.
Yeah, get gills or breathing underwater here with those Keith Gills for KOSS. Not underwater here though. We're up 125%. I love this 820 level. Why do I like this 820 level? Well, we had this push up here. We had these topping tail candles did not work. Come actually up to that 880, which is where we had another little bit around a chop and churn. But no, regardless, we bounce off 780. Then we come back to 820. We bounce not once, not twice. We don't bounce over thrice, unfortunately. We bounce twice. Then we push even higher to a new high of day. Great look for KOSS. Hopefully you guys are making some money to cover the costs of your Independence Day celebrations. Yeah,
like
the markets really do wake you up. I feel so much more alert.
Yeah, you definitely sound a lot more alert, I'll tell you that. I don't mean to
I was yawning
throw in any
aggressively
shade,
earlier.
but yeah, you were tired.
Good times.
So, all right, guys, I'm trying to take the bounce off the soft one here off VWAP, a double bottom off the volume weighted average price for Microsoft. So I could have wet my beak multiple times in the mid 30s, long 11s, but I'm trying to wait for a bigger move. I like these bottoming tail candles off that level. I put my out on the other side of 459, so I'm trying to give it a bit of room off the volume weighted average price. So this was obviously a level as well. Earlier on, this kind of 459 area was a bit of, for whatever reason, an area of resistance before we were able to break it here right at 11 o'clock. So looking to take the bounce there on Softy. Tesla, what a bounce there on TSLA. Great double bottom at 240. Both the prints there, 240.21 and 240.12. They flipped that back. I like that. And there it goes, 243. Look out for this 244, though. We did consolidate at 244 for a while. It did seem like there was a seller there from 11 o'clock till essentially 11:15 once we broke down below that level. So TSLA looking like it wants to weasel its way all the way back up. So we'll keep eyes on that. Goggles just printed another high a day, 185.87. Goggles looking to get into that all-time high yet again. I mean, we just need to zoom out over here. Are we at all-time highs on goggles? Is this all-time highs? Let's zoom in. No, so we got to get into that, the 28th. The 28th, we got into 186.78. So we're really close. We're less than $1 away from all-time highs on Google. And that day on the 27th as well, or the 28th, excuse me, when we printed all-time highs, it ended up closing much lower. So if we close at these highs, it'll be the highest close I think Goggles has ever had. So great look today as it recovers, and definitely I did not have the right read on this one. It looks like I'm going to get stopped out of Microsoft over here if it breaks down any more below 459. Softy on the way down, everything on the way up. Seriously, bro? Come on, man. Let's move up a little bit. So, yeah, it looks like I'm going to get stopped out if it continues to go down.
Boo, Microsoft, stop being a punk. The chart in it looks good too. It's always unfortunate when stocks are bamboozling like that. I am trying along on Tesla here, smaller-ish position, not like the smallest position in the world, but small enough that, you know, it's a right size where I can piece things in and out, and it's also not, you know, going to be too bamboozlingly large. We're going to get out here though at 30s. Why did I get out at 30s? Well, that was the area we struggled with earlier. From those 35s, 40s, clearly we're pushing higher, but basically what I'm trying to do is trust my scalping more. The other issue yesterday with Tesla is I would get back in these trades. I'd have the short, it would go okay. Yeah, some of the shorts yesterday did go okay. A lot of them did, but some of them did. But I digress.
Push back.
Yeah, for my own bad pun. But the point was basically that you have to trust yourself and your style. And I wasn't having enough trust in Tesla. It wanted to go higher. I really should have just been accepting all I was going to get with those little pop shorts pops. So being a bit scalpier has helped today. Sometimes, you know, I think you have to accept too that with trading, it's not all good. You're gonna have the highs and lows, the ups and downs, shout out to Chance the Rapper, because you're gonna have days that things go really well, and days that things don't go really well, and you can't put too much stock, pun accidentally intended, in any of that. So you just gotta keep pushing. What do other people wanna see here? SPY short, reject 550, reject short from 530. Tally family saying SPY short 550, reject short from 530. Let's take a look here at this SPY. I got my eye sometimes on the SPY. I think, I wish I had spidey senses, instead of the spidey senses like Spider-Man, I wish I had spidey senses where I could sense what was going on in the SPY. Wouldn't that be great for all of us in the market?
Be fantastic.
Right? I put that in the chat earlier today. So I was like, I want spidey senses. But this 550 is an interesting little look here. For sure, we do have lower highs, but we also do, and again, the chart's not always gonna matter for the S&P 500, but it is worth noting I would say this push that we had here above that 549.80s was really something. We really tried to consolidate, and then we ended up grinding higher. The thing is too, as much as the charts don't matter, sometimes you want to be cognizant of the charts. That was my issue yesterday, is I thought the chart was pushing us higher, tried to go long, didn't risk enough, and then didn't get back in because I said, Adair, you're putting too much stock in the chart. But it ended up actually, that long would have worked out had I given it more rest. So the point is, you want to be cognizant, of course, of the overall market movements when you're trading something like the SPY, but sometimes the charts can play a part as well. But right now, yeah, we're still trying to hold in that 550 on the SPY. Be cognizant of that topping tail candle. It'd be nice to see if we get 550 30s.
Yeah,
sorry,
I wasn't trying to tell you.
I was not sure what was happening.
Yeah, so
there.
I got stopped out of MSFT. It did break down below the volume weighted average price. So, yeah, that ends up not working for me. Now I'm going to keep my eye on TSLA. I like this 244 level. Let's see what we do here. Do we get back into that area and retake it on a closing basis? We had multiple wicks through 244, my bad. 240 was the double bottom. 244 is this area resistance. We're dancing with it right now, a little bit above, a little bit below. I don't really want to stand in front of Tesla today, so it'll have to reject before I actually get into this trade, so we can use that 244 as a stop. So don't want to have a resting order near that area, just keeping an eye on that rejection possibly. Keeping an eye on goggles as well. It did reject that 186 area. Bit of a topping tail candle and an inverse hammer candle coming back down and now into this consolidation area range. It was able to break the IB high. So yeah, I missed that trade. I was trying to short Google initially off that 185.25. That was the closing print from yesterday. So I did have that charted. I didn't have the IB high charted. So we'll pack our patience with that. I'm still on this Tesla look over here as I watch what it does with 244, kind of a random area to find resistance to. 244, not one that I really anticipated having too much resistance on right now. So keeping an eye. I don't want to jump in because, well, don't want to get cut up on this. So we'll see what we get with 244 in a little bit. Also, 220 back in play on Apple. We'll switch Rivian here to AAPL and have a look what we're doing over here because, well, we've been stuck in a range on Apple for the most part. It's been the 50 exponential on the 5, which also has been 220. I've been able to kind of range trade Apple successfully earlier on off that 220.10 level. It is now at 220. You could kind of, maybe get in here and then put your out through the break of 83s because that's where it dipped into last time. Kind of a random area, especially in light of the fact that we're putting in lower highs. So the lower highs has been in effect since we put in that high day print at 10 a.m. So I don't really want to stand in front of this either, to be quite honest with you, but we'll see what we get there. Tesla still doing the dance at 244, not above it, not below it. Yeah, and that shows you really that this definitely was a legitimate area from earlier when we were encountering a wall of sellers. Up into the $0.25 we go. So maybe the buyers overwhelm sellers here. It looks like they will, because there we go to the high side again into the $0.25, but not clearing that candle that we put in at 11:15, which the high of which is 47. So we're still below that local area of resistance right there, and right into 244 we go again. Tesla, there's definitely a tug of war happening between buyers and sellers at this level, and down below 244 we go, topping tail possibly here on the Cybertruck as we do the dance with absolutely no pants at this 244 level. Simultaneously, NVDA is just a rocket ship to the high side. Let's have a look at what NVDA is doing. 126.93, essentially knocking on the door of 127. Back to in the good books, I guess we go here. People were saying that NVIDIA may make chips for SpaceX, I believe. I don't see that on my blotter, but I see a whole bunch of Nancy Pelosi loading up on more NVIDIA shares. She sells Tesla right before a holiday. So Nancy, by the way, in case you didn't know, there's a subversive ETF that goes by the ticker NANC. So if you want to see what Nancy's buying, if you want to get in on all the Nancy smoke, you go and you buy NANC, trades on BATS.
Oh, that's right. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty wild there, Nance. You call it Nance.
Literally.
But yeah, I guess the market's certainly not saying Pelnoski to Pelosi. Good luck there.
Oh.
Or but yeah, this Tesla, I wanted that 244 bounce. Because I realized we're making higher lows in the book. When we got that first pop, wasn't able to get filled. Unfortunately, it was not confident enough, but trying to work in that call. Again, no one should have given me this button. But I can't believe we only have 7 minutes left for the midday, Sharif. I know you were saying you have some plans for tomorrow for the Independence Day. Do you have any plans for the afternoon?
Today?
Yeah.
No, not really. No, I didn't think of anything today. Just
Don't fail him, Remy.
Yeah. Not everybody has your kind of weekend there, Ram. So calm down over there. She knows what the. Yeah, Ram, you're upsetting Neil, right? Yeah, it's.
Oh, Neil was pressing the fail button, apparently not her.
Oh, poor Ram. We impugned her when it was the Neil. Look at him.
He let her take the heat too. He let her take the heat. Neil.
That was so wrong. Look at it. He was so proud of himself. There goes Tesla through 244, guys. Tesla just broke big into 245. So there you go. The sellers at 244 have now been overwhelmed, and now we are on our way back into 245. Above 245 we go. For reference, 248.35 is the high a day, and we printed that at exactly 10:40 today. So we'll see if we can continue to ascend here, breaking the trend of lower highs and now putting in that breaking the trend of lower highs and putting in a new high over here above that 244 level. So Tesla recovering nicely midday.
Yeah, Tesla, I mean, again, take the Adara book levels for what you will. Maybe they're nonsense, like never advice, just always my take. AMD, get down. But sorry about that, guys. But basically, basically what's happening here with Tesla is every time we get to that whole dollar, we have a little bit of a chop and churn and then pick a direction. So that's worth noting. Thank you so much to Big Spile Burnett. Thank you, Kyle. Big Kyle. $2 super chat. Nancy sold 2,500 shares of Tesla on June 24th.
Oh.
So yeah, it'd be better if she sold 2,400 shares on the 24th. I think that'd be more
Dang
apropos.
it, Nancy.
But yeah, I mean, that's not the point. Interesting look though. Nancy sells her Tesla shares, then Tesla pops even higher. She sells Tesla shares by the seashore, I guess. But this AMD though, I got short on AMD because I liked that we were at this 163.40 area. We had that little pop, support resistance flippity flop earlier. I was like, why not? Then we have this topping tail candle. I'm going to risk near the top of this candle. I'm going to risk into 60s, risking about 14 pennies. You know what I'd love to see though? 163.10. So if I'm risking about 14 pennies, trying to make about 35, that is a risk to reward ratio I can more than live with. However, AMD weirdly does not want to give up 163.30. I would love if you did AMD. Also, this is even better because I remember if I look at my tickers to look at, which is my version of the sticky note, I did highlight this 163.50 area in the morning. So I was like, that's pretty cool. Sometimes they end up working out. So nice little look there on AMD. Its cousin NVIDIA is only pushing higher. Shout out to Jensen. We were saying that Jensen selling his 184 million shares over the last $184 million, worth of shares over the last 3 weeks. He's still Jenny from the block. Shout out to Jensen Huang. Can do no wrong here for Jensen Huang, continuing to the upside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 20 minutes straight here of upside for NVDA.
Oh, yeah.
And AMD, if you want to push higher here, I'm going to have to say bye. We're not going to be in sync here, but I'm going to drink some water here, take a look at AMD. How do we only have 4 minutes left, Sharif?
It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy speed today. I'm keeping an eye on here on Tesla because it just claimed 245 again. The high of the previous candle was 16s. We're printing 37s. This is no mean reversion, guys. This is on the way up. There's a whole bunch of people buying Tesla at these levels over here. Wow. The shorts really must be in trouble on TSLA. You wonder how long they're going to be in trouble for because how much buying there's going to be on this. Yeah, here we go. Into almost 246 again. That was a quick $6 off that double bottom at 240. I forget how parabolic Tesla can be because, it was like not trading that way for a hot minute. So great to see the Cybertruck back. I couldn't be more pleased. I've got some of this in the personal account, but it's definitely one of the smaller positions in said account. I'm setting up a dip trade here, possibly on NVIDIA to defend 127. I'm gonna have to give it like very little room. I see a topping tail candle. So I don't think that's the best idea here with 3 minutes left on the show. I'm not going to want to nurse this trade. We'll see what we get with NVDA, but what a move up today for NVIDIA, rivaling Tesla in terms of strength, but definitely not on percentage. NVIDIA up 3.8%, Tesla up 5.90. Something tells me that Tesla will be a little bit higher by the end of the day, so we'll keep an eye on the said Cybertruck. Just to give you some final thoughts, let's look at some small cap gappers. Cost is halted. I see you guys yelling about that. $12.95 on KOSS. Now it's up 197%. We're seeing rumors of Roaring Kitty looking to possibly weasel his way into this one. DOYU continues to do quite well. $18 seems to be a bit of a resistance level on DOYU. 18.27 though is the high of day. Multiple topping tails through 18. VNSP and VVPR both selling off aggressively after being up decidedly on the day. And then GURE, this one was kind of respecting the 20, but I didn't really have much in the way of an analysis on it. And then I had this GameStop level up here for 24 defend. It held it for a little bit, and then it ended up tanking. So nothing for me today. Light day. Happy that it ended this way.
Yeah, it was a fun day. I needed today kind of get that confidence back, and take some scalps. Tesla hanging out here around this 245. I think it was versus 2 cents in the chat saying Tesla's activated self-drive mode on this chart, and I do not disagree. Yes, it was versus 2 cents. Also, I got to shout out this pun from West, y'all. I'm up to my gills already in GME. Cost would probably gill me. But yeah, Keith Gill definitely gilling it there with these with some of these meme moves, that's for sure. I also like that 24 on GME. I cannot believe we only have 30 seconds left, Sharif.
Yeah, fantastic, guys. Enjoy your time. Take some rest off. Tell your family you love them. Go out and get some fresh air. Do what you need to do. Get some R&R in, because I know I will. What are you going to be doing?
I'm going to be trying to get some writing done, trying not to sleep because the sleep was what led to this exhaustion. So we'll see how this goes. Tesla back below 245. Yeah, I mean, I need to not think about the markets maybe a little bit. Like, think about them enough. Balance. You want balance. But yeah, definitely try to relax a little bit, do some writing, and take some time. I hope everyone has a really restful Independence Day. So last time we've been on this desk closing together for quite some time.
Yeah, absolutely. Usually getting up on the green screen now. So it is now 12 o'clock, so kill it.
Yeah, we'll have to see you guys on Friday. Enjoy a restful 4th of July. May the 4th of July be with you there. And we're going to have Opie Wonfidence and Neelage on that next desk. We'll see you guys same bad time, same bad channel. Peace out.
Welcome. We'll get right on to it. Dara never sleeps because sleep is the cousin of death. There it is. I know she's all over that one. She loves her hip hop. She loves that old school. Cost has accosted the shorts. That's my one and only cost pun of the day. It is going to open in 1 minute or so, and it's going to open, looks like $13.37. I got to go to a weekly chart so you guys can get an idea of the nonsense that is cost. Roaring Kitty might be in it, but we've seen it happen before. But But on a weekly, you zoom it right into here. The last bag hold level was right around the $13 level. So it is at resistance currently. NVIDIA is absolutely charging to the upside, just like Tesla. We got out too early. No question about it. So we're going to let everyone sort of matriculate in here. NVIDIA holding the highs up at 4%. The NASDAQ pressing all the way to fresh highs. It's all green today. We don't sit it out just because it's a holiday shortened week. I'm in one position right now looking to see if I can jump back into some of the trends, but we only have 1 hour to go. It's a holiday shortened week. NVIDIA flying. I am in a bit of a short in Intel, and I heard the key get hit. And I looked over, and Obi is short Tesla for the first short in 2 days on Tesla.
Fabian's like, you don't do that.
Now, what's up?
What's going on, guys? Hopefully, had a good little. I guess it was a shortened midday show there, only about an hour long, and we only got an hour left here. Again, don't forget today is a half day. Market closes at 1, and I think I remember somebody saying in the chat the after hours goes from 1 to 5. What's going on?
Cost just went into a fake halt at $15. So it got to the halt band at 15. Now back above, they've reset the halt band because it just broke it up to 15.67. It's trying to halt again. As you can tell, I will not be chasing this move. But congratulations if you got this one. Roaring Kitty getting it. Oh, no halt. Potentially right. It just continues to pile up there. It's trying to go into a halt up here, right? So you're getting to the halt band. It's not halted yet, even though they just said in my ear that it is 15.67. It has not gone into the halt. Wow, this is going to be absolutely insane. On a holiday shortened day, unbelievable price action. So instantly the tap goes to 18.50. I will be able to pull this up for you and just sort of jump at and let you guys know what the imbalance is. Like right away, it's a sell imbalance, flipping all over the place. But big move there in cost. Tap is 18.49. Now it's a buy imbalance, so it's likely going to open up if it holds on to that. Unbelievable insanity over there in cost. Not to interrupt there, Obi, but that halt trade, a little birdie told me someone on the floor actually got the halt long.
Oh, shoot. Okay. All right.
Sheesh.
Damn. Yeah, no. Costs definitely. Again, we've seen the power of what Roaring Kitty can do. Some of his positions, the following that he has. So again, costs is another example. We had GME not too long ago. Then we had Chewy just last week. And now we're getting some costs as well. It'd be interesting to see if he has another 9,001,000 shares. Interesting little move there. But yeah, no, some of the
I'll tell you what he is.
What is it?
It's bank. It's this. Oh, we get to hit this again. What am I doing? We got to hit that because Cost is one of the originals.
Yes, it is.
There was like a bunch of them, but Cost is definitely one of the originals. So look, obviously that Tesla, it's got to be it's definitely calmed down. But I would say...
Oh, it's calming down, yeah.
Yeah, I would say NVIDIA looks like it could be something as well. If we're talking about what symbols are moving right now, I have Intel. I'll get to that in a second. There's no need to do a rundown today when you only have 55 minutes left. NVIDIA, Tesla, costs, and I happen to be in Intel. Should have been shooting short on Rivian, but guess what's also breaking out? So we're going to add Apple to the list here. You want something doing something, and you could be... That's a weird thing to say. You could be breaking back out. We had this exact long in the morning on Apple, 220.80 when it made the consolidation break. We reloaded it at the same price on the number. We stopped it out at the right moment, and we're getting right back above it. So Apple on the break, if it gets above, it's a weird price, but 220.80 has been a bit of a thing on AAPL. Strong one. I think you want to be in and out of trades. Take your shots wherever you can, but don't get married to trades this afternoon. With 50 minutes to go, we are in the power hour right now, and the only reason volume is up here is because today is a banger of a day breaking things out. So you want to make sure a stock does something, no break, no take. VWAP dip will come into play, I suppose, here on AAPL. How is your Tesla doing? I gotta have costs up back here. So cost is gonna open in 2 minutes. So we'll wait for that.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, costs definitely on watch here. 245s just chopping and churning there. I did get in a little bit too early on this one, in my opinion. I don't even know like if it's gonna work as well as I'd like it to, but a little bit of a slowdown on decreasing volume. Again, push. It wasn't really there for that VWAP. VWAP bounce. VWAP held quite well there. This VWAP's a little bit higher here on the P Pro, but I have VWAP when it did come down and test. It was at 240.97. On my other charts here. So a nice little strong bid, kind of reflecting what we did in the morning off of the break off of 240. And yeah, look at that, dips down right into 240 all the way to 245, another 5-point push on Tesla. The strength is definitely on Tesla, especially it was in the morning. But again, with that decreasing volume, I'm kind of looking for a potential backside. Now, I could be very wrong on this one. Amazon still holding underneath VWAP. That's definitely interesting as well. Got 100 lots right there on that 245. Let's see if it comes in and kind of pulls into it. But it's been a sideways consolidation for the past roughly 10 minutes or so. This is a 3-minute chart. And yeah, so let's see if this kind of comes in. Market is super strong, though. We were talking about that 20,300, and we are pushing past that 20,300 as well as of right now. So I do have to keep that in mind. And Tesla, again, I'm looking at the hourly candle. The hourly candle is looking pretty strong there. Got about, again, 52 minutes left to print here as of right now. So I'm gonna kind of continue watching this one on Tesla to see whether or not what we do with that 246, 247 level as well, if we can get back up in there. I don't really have too much. I'm giving it a bit of a wide risk here. Finger on the trigger there, but that 245, we have slowed down just a little bit there underneath where we sold off of quite aggressively, 248 and some change. What is the high of day here on Tesla? So let's quickly take a look. 248.34 is the high of day here on Tesla. And we are kind of pushing back towards breaking past some of this consolidation as of right now. Market's super strong, but Amazon not really showing any of that strength really on the day here. So selling off quite aggressively off the open. Now we're consolidating in and around or below VWAP here as of right now. So yeah, I don't know if it has anything to do with Bezos selling $5 billion worth of his
cost should be open.
But, yeah, cost is about to open. What's going on here?
Looks like it's going to be a 10-minute halt on cost. Yeah, we've crossed the 5-minute mark here on cost. So you know how these halts work. If it's not 5 minutes, it's 10 minutes. And if it's not 10 minutes, it's funware back in the day when they decided that rules don't matter. So cost, yeah, you can stare at it all you want, but we have to wait another 5 minutes for that. Oh, I wanted to get to Intel. The only position I am in, we didn't get that. Apple didn't break out. Apple didn't dip by. Intel double top yesterday, wicked the high here at 25, jumped into the short, and we're giving it to the 25. I want to keep things on a tight leash in this afternoon because we only have 50 minutes left, because it is a holiday shortened week. I don't want to get wrapped up fighting it. We'll get it to there. I'm not giving it to the high of the day, not today. Give it tight stops. I did add on the way down, so my price is, I got some 20s, I got some at 22. So overall, we're just gonna work it back into VWAP. Keep everything really, really simple today. NVIDIA might break a little bit of a trend to the downside, but Apple, yeah, no break yet on Apple of that high, no dip buy opportunity yet either. So either VWAP Apple, breakout Apple, and we'd scalp that into the high. I know it's only 50 cents, but it's also 12.10. So we are running into the end of the day here. I think we're blessed and fortunate enough that there's good volume today on some names, relatively speaking. But even where there isn't volume, there's certainly some volatility that you can play around with here. So just try to keep it to the vest. Tesla 246. Are you stopping there? Because there is a decent size at 246, and this was a big level on the way back down. I would argue that the safer place to have shorted this was after it confirmed a trend break and then underneath 46, and it's right back at that level. The size is now gone off to 46, though.
Yeah, definitely a bunch of that size definitely did get printed there. No, you're right. That 46 level might be a little bit better to kind of consider. I did mention I was a little too early for this move here, and we are continuing to the upside. That strength coming right back in. And again, we're kind of bidding off of VWAP, which is something I do need to keep in mind and consider on this move. And yeah, the break of trend hasn't really happened on the 5-minute either. So that's another thing I do have to keep into consideration. But I liked what was happening here in and around that 245 level here on Tesla. I was going to say NVIDIA. I wonder what NVIDIA is up to as of right now. Yeah, that 127. Oh boy. Okay, so prior Friday's highs coming in at 127.70s as of right now. So yeah, gotta keep that on watch. NVIDIA is super strong. I guess that's the reason why. That's one of the reasons why this market is ripping so aggressively to the upside here. Softy catching a little bit of trend as well. Amazon's really the only one that's not really, I guess, showing that same kind of umph here when it comes to the
there's a bit of a trend break. Oh, NVIDIA just caught a big down move there, breaking 127 in. I was actually looking for a lit grab long underneath 127, like it was wicking these levels here. I was going to jump in if it did another lit grab and held the 85 to come back above 127. But now you're starting to really give it up. If it breaks trend, you don't want to fight it. Oh, there's back up. Hold 127. Hold it. Going to take a shot. Give it right back to that previous low, and not the current bottom, like the previous low, which was sitting at like 88. The 88s, baby. A little bit of a Kill Bill action. No? Okay, that's fine. No, that's fine. Kill Bill. But anyway.
I saw the movie a long time ago.
Yeah,
I don't really remember.
It's a big deal. In the movie, the 88's one of the better scenes in there. So we'll scalp to the high of the day. Apple also just broke out. So remember, we're just playing lit grab to the previous low. Tight stops all around here. Apple just broke out the top. Wow, where's the volume on that? Exit stage left. Maybe even a tighter stop to normal. Yeah, where is the volume? No follow through instantly on that Apple. Yeah, I don't really love that. If it loses 70, I think we just jump out. I think today it's going to be more like relatively tight stops. I want that working right away. No, we're not going to fight that. Not at all. Cost is open after 10 minutes, and if you guessed it, $17 now starting to come back in. Wow, the first fail of a halt level, I might try a short on this because it's really going. I pulled that weekly chart even further back. The next thing you can find is $20. $20 on the weekly. If you're in it, you're obviously laughing. But there you go. You can kind of see $20 out in here. So $20 is a pretty big one. If it gets to that price, it's completely insane. Insanity on cost is what we are seeing. Wow. Rocco Trader saying BlackBerry could be the next one. It would be interesting if all of the old gang just started coming up through, back to squeezing.
Yeah, right?
But there's a pullback. It didn't quite get to the 20 level. Yeah, too late. It's already halting into the downside. It's trying to go into a halt. I'll see if I can grab the halt and just see what happens there. Will I get a fill? Probably not. I was very slow to the offer. No fill. Yeah, I was really. You could hear the keys, right? Like by the time it was going into the halt, I didn't get it in until about like 3 or 4 seconds after. You have to get the order right when it goes to the halt band almost instantly. So yeah, old man hands over here, Neil, missed out on that. So halted to the downside. NVIDIA's range just went, wow, that was 20 cents is all it goes? All right. You have to remember the kind of day it is. Scalp trading is going to be a thing with got to remember, there's only 45 minutes left in the day. You have to temper your expectations about how far it's going to go, be willing to sort of scalp in and out, and then take what the market gives you. Because it just bounced off 127 to the quarters like twice, and the trade is just to take that, I suppose. I'm just literally going to bid 01s. Like, you're going to give me 01s, or I'm not going to add to NVIDIA in here. So NVIDIA trying to go costs. Oh, my goodness. No, the tap is $13 on costs.
Yeah,
the tap is 13. Oh, that probably would have been good. Halted to the downside.
Okay.
What do we have? Current small sell imbalance. But I've found that the direction of the imbalance has been pretty good. Like if it shows you a sell of any size, typically it's going to go down. Now it's tapping up, so who knows? But currently it's saying 1302. Last halt was 5 minutes, or sorry, 10 minutes. Usually they are 5. With NVIDIA going up, Intel, a lot of times I will take this trade, and you guys know, like I will give it to the high. Not today. You saw with that Apple trade, in and out. It's not going to work right away. With Intel, I'm giving it to 25. It's not holding it the extra amount. You don't want to give it back. I'd rather be sitting in something that glides and works as opposed to trying to fight something too hard. You know, no wider stops, not with this little time left in the session. So we're only in NVIDIA. That probably is a big miss on cost. If it really does open at 13, the FOMO is going to be real on that one.
Yeah,
Lost to halt price. If you took the breakdown of the previous halt instead of trying to get the halt itself, that's like 1570. You could have been in that on the breakdown. But I didn't have a stop order set. I just tried to grab it manually.
Yeah, so we're still kind of here. That costs, oh boy, like, yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Is like, do all of these tickers that we're moving around, got to pull up some of my old notes of like all the sympathy plays that were happening during that time. It seems like those are the tickers that have been moving. I guess Chewy wasn't really necessarily part of the whole thing last time, but again, another relatively heavily shorted ticker, Chewy, and yeah, we can see what kind of power the following definitely has when it comes to some of these tickers here. What's the float on that cost? If I remember correctly, it is. I mean, I know it doesn't do too much volume during the day, and it had been kind of sold off aggressively.
5 million shares.
5 million
I'm pretty
shares,
sure
yeah.
Did they split? I thought they split. Maybe they didn't split. I don't know. The good thing about a chart not split adjusting is then you can see the splits. No, it never split. For some reason, I thought the stock split, but no. I guess it is what it is. But costs in that run.
It faded.
Hey, we have a trader that used to trade on the floor. He has his own floor, and he appreciated the if it's not 10 minutes, it's funware reference. And you know what? I still have beef over that. And anyone that traded when the first time you had it wasn't DJT. This is back when it was the SPAC. But back then, when it was going squeezing, there was funware, which was a sympathy play. Right? And funware on sympathy, you had the halts up. And in the last big halt to the upside on DWAC, you know, it was like 5 minutes and then it halted up the last time and then it reopened down and it reopened down and kept halting down. The entire time, cost halted for an hour, or not cost, but funware halted for an hour. And everybody was trapped in the funware halt as DWAC just essentially fell, and an hour later, everyone trapped just lost a bunch of money if you were chasing that move to the upside. Your trails were no good. You couldn't get out. To me, it was utter nonsense. Like, it should have been 10 minutes, and everyone should have been able to take profits, but it didn't make sense. I've never heard a good explanation for it. That's why I always refer to that as the funware debacle. I wasn't in it, thankfully, but you know, I'd be pissed off if I was one of the people that got caught in that because it was easy. You were trading funware because of what was happening in DWAC, and then when DWAC dropped, you couldn't get out. Nonsense, right? So here comes NVIDIA toward the high of the day. It either breaks the high or we just get out and take the 50-cent range. AI Rod, I do remember HKD. I didn't trade HKD outside of when it was really cheap. But when that, like, once it got past like a certain, like, it was like past like a couple, like 100, it's like, what are you supposed to do with it? Got to $2,500. I don't know what you do with that. It was untradeable. Everybody knew it was a short and there was nothing you could do about it. Unless you were a hedge fund. Then you just bang.
Then you definitely did a little something with that there. No, those were some wild times there. Something I remember distinctly was the GME 100 bounce. I think we've spoken about this before. The first time it pulls all the way back up from, like, what was it, 400 something, 500 something, whatever the highs were, pulls back into that 100, clean.
You know what stock
bounce.
I made my day on that day?
Which
it was not GameStop.
was it? Cost?
It was cost.
Yeah, no.
It was cost.
Sympathy plays were the thing.
GameStop was halting down, halt down, continuing to halt down. When it made the curl and halted, so it held the one bottom, and then broke the previous halt price up and starts to halt up. At that exact moment, when you've already missed the bottom on GameStop, you could punch cost back through its low of the day. You could still get it. It wasn't too late.
Because it wasn't halted.
And because it wasn't halted, and it was a sympathy play. And from then on, you'll always see me on those meme stocks. If there's something else I can look at that's lagging, I just go in and trade that thing. So there's the breakout on NVIDIA. NVIDIA doesn't care. I won't look a gift horse in the mouth if it loses this 127.50 level because there's only 40 minutes left in the day. You take what you can get, and I will dip by 127 again. So let's see what happens here. NVIDIA trying to get 128. I think I go station to station. If we get up to the 128 level, we're going to jump out of it and then just see what happens. So the $0.50 we get out on a fail. The 128 we take if it gets there. I do want to double check, was it the right decision on Apple? No, it was not the right decision on Apple, but it's fine. Yeah, we definitely could have had that one. It is what it is. But you know what? This crazy, crazy action and this day, I want to thank our sponsor here, Benzinga Pro. We use them for the news, and it's been good. Ever wonder how pros find the winning trades right off the opening bell, like Tesla yesterday? Yeah, most of us are scrambling to find headlines, finding ourselves way behind the move. But that's where Benzinga Pro comes in. It's the fastest way to trade the news with exclusive alerts up to 30 minutes before other traders, real-time market insights, and a thriving community of over 6,000 traders sharing their strategies. And right now, you can try Benzinga Pro for the lowest price we offer during the 4th of July sale. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description and join Benzinga Pro today. And I mean it. When Tesla made that move, on the deliveries, you had to get those numbers fast. When we had Boeing news drop, all that good stuff. So it is what it is. The halt is going to be over in 2 minutes, so not just yet, but costs, looks like it's still going to halt down about 10%. You get consolidation here right at the right spot here in NVIDIA. I think it's pretty easy. It bounced at 27, it consolidates at 50, it loses 50, we're out. It breaks higher, you should get the next 50-cent move in there. So we're just going to stay in the pocket when it comes to NVIDIA. Not really going to change anything with the strategies. Go station to station. GME, I'm kind of curious what the other things are doing. All right, so those NVIDIA, essentially you get that 50-cent move. If we're going to hold, great. If we're not, I'm just going to jump out. I do want to double check that GameStop's starting to go. AMC doing anything in all of this nonsense? Not really. Someone mentioned BlackBerry. I wondered if BlackBerry...
Has it been doing anything? No.
Come on, son. If you can't, come on, BlackBerry, you can't even squeeze. Oh, you stink, BlackBerry. Yeah, that sucks. It's not even moving. That's just pitiful. So the sympathy play, it might just be like station to station, like one goes and the next one goes, and you just have to wait for the next one. So nothing really doing on BlackBerry. It'd be more fun if it was, right? But you can't manifest moves. If we get this dip, I think NVIDIA 27 still. I know you're in Tesla, but nothing's really happening. I look up at Tesla and it's still
doing the same thing there.
45 to 44.
Yeah.
You could scalp the dollar.
I did scalp it. I scalped the dollar right
doing
there.
it.
So
Keep
it's like,
scalping.
all right, well, yeah, sure. The initial entry was not the best. I knew I was a little early there. It goes in wicks. I guess it stops out the early shorts that were risking off that 245.60s. I get more when it actually turns underneath that 246 after printing that size. I'm like, all right, mischief managed. Comes into 44s and catches a little bit of a bid. But yeah, let's see if this kind of pullback comes all the way back down into VWAP there. I do want to kind of continue to chop this up a little bit here. And again, respect what you're saying about, yeah, just got to take what the market gives you in this situation here. Not really looking for too much. I think a point at a time going into, again, we only have about 35, 36 minutes left for the bell to ring
It's
here.
open.
And yeah, exactly. You were talking about this.
Easy
a lot of the
money,
moves happen in the morning, but no, today during the middle of the day here, that VWAP bounce was quite nice. So again, going back to playing like in play tickers there, they can definitely have potential throughout the day, across the day, regardless of the time of day as well. But another thing I kind of want to note is that what I'm realizing as of late is like time of day doesn't necessarily matter if you have a playbook, because you got to wait for trades to fall into your lap, and that can happen at any time, price action and volume dictating, of course. Now, sure, the morning session is the best due to the volume that it brings in, but if you have volume that comes in the middle of the day, the price action is relatively the same. right? And I think that goes to kind of people talk about like, oh, you shouldn't be trading pre-market. Why do people usually say that? Because there isn't liquidity. But if there's enough liquidity, enough volume happening in the pre-market, it's basically trading
yes,
as if it were the open. Exactly. Then yes, you of course can. So it's like price action and volume dictate everything. And if you have playbook trades, then yeah, you just got to wait for it to fall into your lap. I'm finding that that's the best way to kind of approach things. Like, yeah, sure, sometimes the stats will tell you make more money during the morning or during the close, but if your stats tell you that you make money on playbook trades regardless of what time they show up, that's a whole different kind of case of things, I think, that we must be considering.
Oh, that was an easy, cost was pretty easy. If you did get that fill, it opened up and just dumped. Now, usually if you're trading station to station, like I tend to think the halt price is your out. So I was kind of looking for like a fail break of 15 or something. But if you did get that 15, whatever the halt price was, like 40 or something, it opened $1 in the money, tried to break higher, and then immediately fell to the downside. You knew it was going to give it up at some point. But yeah, like I said, not going to really chase it. Going to jump back over to NVIDIA. We got about 30 minutes to go here. So let's try to respect it. NVIDIA, yeah, that 50, 58 is still pretty much the high. No real breakout. Ends up holding 127.33. Wow, like the range is getting really tight in here. See what I mean? Let's just zoom it right in. Like it's getting a really tight range. But this previous top has turned into the bottom. That's 123.33. 30-cent range again. So it was kind of 30 cents in here off the 27 to 30. So NVIDIA 30-cent range kind of stinks. Tesla's giving you a bigger one, and cost is moving around a lot. What else is going here?
Tesla's in a 2-point range as of right now.
It's got a bigger range on it. NVIDIA, great volume, but Tesla's giving you a little bit more.
Look at the 15-minute on Softy. Those are some interesting wicks here. I'm going to pull it up on this chart over here. NVIDIA pushing for this prior high at that 127. I'm surprised it's still holding, but again, not that surprising seeing as the market is pushing past that 20,400 mark there. Maybe we get to that 20,500 today. Who knows? We've been rocketing up over 200. The NQ.
Oh.
2,500 is what I mean. But yeah, let's take a quick look at MSFT on the 15-minute.
20,500.
Yes. Am I saying 2,000?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. No, that's what I mean.
You just confused for a second. I was like
2,500. That's what I mean. 20,500. So, yeah, no, look at this wick action happening on Softy. Every time it's attempted to push through or into this 460, it gets slam, slam, slam right back in. So interesting. Maybe some of that selling pressure showing itself on the Softy. But it seems like NVIDIA is the one, Neil. Look at the spider as well. Are these all-time highs on the spider? Yes, they are. 551s. Coming in on the spider, climbing up that spout, and that we've been kind of, just dropping off of multiple times over, and finally we pushed that. We pushed the 5, and then now we're pushing even higher. So I'm curious to know when do you think the spider will hit 1,000, Neil?
1,000.
1,000.
You mean 10,000?
10,000?
1,000. Oh, the SPY. No, I'm looking at the futures.
Yeah, the ES. Sure, the ES is going to be
okay,
10,000.
No. In my head, I'm like, oh, I'm thinking the ES there. 1,000? I mean, you want to double up? I mean,
I always want to double up.
The easy thing to say would just be like,
not always.
End of the decade.
Yeah.
I don't know, 27, 28. After that, sometime after that.
It was just yesterday when it was like 200, 300 something.
It was so different.
Yeah, just a few years ago.
So you should. If you've never seen what the level 2 used to look like when I started trading on the ES futures compared to what it is now, like the amount of size contracts there were.
Oh yeah.
Like there's traders that would back in the
changed.
day you would trade 30, 40, 50 contracts that would now trade a handful. And I'm being dead honest about that. But because it's 3:30, we're going to get some early look imbalances, remember. So there's going to be some weird stuff happening. I'm already seeing something on TD. The Canadian market does not close at 1 with the U.S.
Ooh.
So yesterday, TD was a sell imbalance, but then was a buy in Toronto when it went up. So I don't know what's going to happen here, but yeah, this is going to have an early look imbalance at 2 million. This sucker doesn't, like in Toronto, the primary market, it is not going to close at 1. The Canadian market stays open. till 4 o'clock. Not that anything happens on it, but it is going to stay open. So that should be interesting to watch. It's the only thing that looks interesting in early look imbalances. We'll go to Adara at the screen, and cost is still falling.
Some interesting names to talk about. Yes, it is a holiday shortened day, but the market gave us so many moves, so many outsized moves, especially here in the S&P 500. Some of these include Eli Lilly. This one, a little bit of a sell-off. We did have the FDA approval for its Alzheimer's drugs yesterday. Also, though, coming out here, there's apparently research studies showing a link between Ozempic and Wegovy and some serious eye conditions. So a couple different outlets reporting this research. LLY to the downside by almost 2%. We also have Broadcom near high of days right now, up about 4% here. Nancy Pelosi purchasing some call options, and also Dave Portnoy putting as well in line that he's interested in AVGO. So couple positive notes here on AVGO. And last but not least, we have First Solar here, FSLR up more than 5% on the day. Susquehanna maintaining a positive rating and raising its price target from 258 to 285. So nice look for FSLR. Quite a few big moves with catalysts today, guys.
Definitely a few things. The market made a bit of a dip there. We just caught a little bit of a down move. I saw NVIDIA pull back off 128. Intel's at the triple top and just wicked it. So, yeah, we'll give it a tight stop in there. It's pretty strong stock. If I can even get it, the local high is 33s. So essentially, we're not even giving it that much. Cost just broke support as well. My goodness, cost. It might be, is it over? Is it already over? It just had this support level at 1275. It looked like it was going to be good. Now it continues to drop through. So this might be done for the day. With only 28 minutes to go in the session, cost giving it up like crazy. Randy, still in the building.
Randy? How's it going?
Tesla's trying.
Did you see what Tesla did this morning?
I saw a little bit.
Holy. Opens up what? Here, let's opens up in and around, what is this? Dips down to 235s and then pushes all the way to 248s, 240, was it 249 and change, 248 and change. Absolutely crazy, right?
Sales are up.
Oh yeah,
Insurance registrations in China are up.
Yep.
Yep.
Good stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is key,
definitely
because that's a
good
key
news.
metric in China. That's the way you know, man. So sales, no one heard that apparently because you're not using the mic. Sales are up. Insurance registrations are up, both in China, which is good news for Tesla, obviously. Although it is pulling back nicely for you, Obi.
Oh yeah. Had to get more.
Yeah, I mean, insurance registrations are the big one. That's ownership, that's leases. So if those are up, sales in Europe still flat, but they're getting there. Again, there's been no new models released for quite some time. The refresh has been out about 9 months. So the 3 and the Y, the basic, the bread and butter of their profit margins are there. Cybertruck, we've had recalls and wiper issues, and production is way down.
Is there an issue with the wiper, or is it just ugly?
Yes.
It's too damn big.
He's just yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, taking a page out of Ford's book for recalls, but it is what it is. People complain, you got to fix the problem. But the overall Cybertruck production is not where they want it to be. There's a huge backlog of orders. Will they get that figured out? Maybe. It's going to take some time. But the day looks good for Tesla. Enjoy the holiday, folks.
Yeah, thank you,
100%.
Randy. Enjoy yours as well.
Yeah, it's a big shout out to everybody. Make sure, we just had Canada Day, obviously, a couple of days ago, 4th of July. Enjoy it, celebrate, remember what you're celebrating always, and be proud of it, I think. But at the end of the day, we still have 25 minutes to go. I just keep checking to see if something pops up. I'm kind of hoping that there will be one of the big cap tech names that'll just pop onto the board there late. Because when you have liquidity lower on a holiday shortened day, if there were to be a significant imbalance, the likelihood of it pairing off would seem a little bit lower to me. So it could be more interesting if we get something. I'm not saying we will, but if we do happen to get something, it could be a little more interesting. NVIDIA, that 128 feels like a bit of a fail off 28. Seemingly, you just made a lower high on NVIDIA as well, which has not done that. The last time it did this was at 11 o'clock. 25 minutes to go. We got to be a bit patient here. But is it really worth shorting NVIDIA at a random price?
It's coming back through that prior high, is it not?
It is.
If you look, so I don't think it's too random, but no.
A little rando.
We are pulling back just a little bit there. on the markets. 244s are coming right back in here on Tesla. The price is compressing a little bit there. I did add onto the breakdown, kind of messing up my average. Not the best. I gotta do better with that. Selling into pops, buying the dips.
Still says 45.80.
Sorry.
You added
45. Yeah, no, I did add. The average is 44.50s right now, so I guess it didn't pick up my ad. Joseph Home with the super chat saying, I decided to have a red day in honor of the 4th. Nice.
Thank you for the super chat, Joseph. You know what? Red or green, hopefully the market taught you something today, because I do think it's worth getting the reps in, mental reps or just the actual reps, especially when you have this kind of volatility. You don't always get a chance to trade days like this, say on like a Tesla, or if small caps are your thing, cost was going to have been an opportunity for you to maybe learn something about how they trade and just get in there, or to take some shots for real or paper trading. Like I'm down on cost today. And, one of which I think was a really good out. Like I had the short here, and that was a good out. The other one, I don't really have much of a defense for not getting back into the same long when it's set up again around $6. Candidly, I would have been out when it halted. And I probably would have been out when it broke the first halt and wouldn't have been looking long because of Roaring Kitty. You can't see that kind of a thing coming. But we had the early one. We should have at least kept it till it made that local breakout high and then consolidated. So you always make mistakes no matter what. You just got to be able to learn from them. Again, in Tesla, we didn't hold long enough. NVIDIA, we didn't hold long enough. And there's a break of 244. Did you just cover on that breakdown?
It's just, I don't know.
It's working.
It is working. It was an intense kind of rebid. Again, I'm not making the best decisions today. But yeah, no, I did kind of cover into the back when it rebid back into the 70s. So I'm like, all right, well, we just keep on chopping. My average was again at the moving average. So I'm like, all right, well, if I'm sitting. My average is sitting at the average price of the movement right now. I don't necessarily want to hold on too long because the probability of it coming back to the average, I think, as its holding trend is not too bad there. But yeah, we could continue to break further down. We are pushing some of these lows here. Yeah. But like I said, I bought once there before, and the 44 seems like we're just chopping around. And like you said, I'm not going to ask for too much going into the end of the day. Sure, we could get a slam quadunk all the way down to 242s going into the end of the day, as we've been only pretty much dominantly bidding up for yesterday and today, going into a little bit of a holiday here. Friday, don't forget Friday. It's not a long weekend. Friday still trades, so we still have one more day left for this week to kind of finish printing there. But again, not going to ask for too much. Just going to take what the market gives me and just to reassess what's the next trade. I don't know. There's 13. There's 22 minutes now left in the trading day before the closing bell here. And yeah, there may or may not be trades, right? So it's like you said, the imbalances are coming up soon. There goes Softy again. Oh boy, look at that 3-minute. This is a 3-minute chart. So this is what the wicks were looking like that I was talking about earlier on the 15. You can see that we are retracing that prior bar wick on the 15-minute very, very aggressively on Softy. So maybe the market's bouncing off of 20,400 here on the NQ as well. So yeah, something to watch out for. Ian Rispetto with the super chat. Thank you. What's your thoughts on Netflix? I got long at 660. Want to hold for breakout, possibly in caps lock and in brackets above 700 plus earnings on the 18th of this month. Yeah, no, I don't know. You wanna talk about some of the Netflix there?
Netflix, he says.
Netflix.
Yeah, Netflix. Look, you want this breaking out on the weekly. I think it's going to probably have some trouble, I think, at this level, especially in the next couple of weeks. I know earnings are coming. They probably can't come soon enough. Just remember, this is a stock that if you have stops on earnings, tight stops are going to be irrelevant. Like this really goes. You can see 15 to 25% right quick. I own this one personally in my account. I went from Disney to Netflix. I already had some Netflix, but I added when I got out of my Disney position and then was buying it. This was one of the stocks that was the good buy off the 200-period moving average on the daily, which was a while ago. But yeah, I'm not as optimistic because it's such a monster level here. So I would not be surprised if Netflix dips back into the 50. because that's like a straight shot of like an average earnings move at this point. And a lot can change in a couple of weeks. But I'm a little bit more cautious when it comes to the stock. I think as the day trade, the trend has been pretty good. There's a fly that is just buzzing around my head.
Oh, it's still here?
It's still here. Now, as a day trade, it's been pretty clean, essentially just trading a $25 range recently, but you can see it's very clearly stuck in it. And I wouldn't be surprised if we go sideways until earnings, although it's 2 or 3 weeks. It's a long time for it to go sideways. But every time I think it can't, Tesla did it, AMD's doing it. These stocks can go sideways for a while. I know we haven't seen it happen that much in this market, but there was a time when this kind of sideways action was pretty normal from station to station. I'm just going to check right back in. Still only TD Bank. Weird one that's the only one going. That Tesla would have worked out for you to continue the short. NVIDIA, yeah, still working down. I couldn't talk myself into going short NVIDIA. Didn't even get close enough to that 128 level. And costs, keep looking for an opportunity in costs as well. Not really seeing anything emphatic with costs. It's holding on to the first halt. The first halt after the Roaring Kitty news is what it's holding on to. It's probably the only thing you could work off. If it did a dip down into 12, I think that could be a late play. As I say that, it's 18 minutes to go. And I'll be going up to the desk in about 15 minutes. Yep. So I'm not going to force any action. It's got to be real obvious for me.
Yeah, so going back to that Netflix chart, this is I've spoken on this a little bit before as well. As Tesla again breaks further down, holding the trend, holding the I guess this little micro trend that's been happening off of the 246. So it seems like we're poised to come right back into VWAP, where we did observe quite an aggressive bid as the move starts to go a little sideways, right? This is kind of the range of the leg down, and then we're within that range. We haven't really broken that range high or low as of right now. So well within I guess reach for Tesla, and as well, you got to look at the market tailwind. We are pulling back a little bit into that 20,400. But yeah, going back to Netflix here. V-shaped recovery. We talk about symmetrical moves. If you kind of again going back to John J. Murphy, technical analysis of the financial markets. There's a whole I think there's a little part. I don't think it's a whole chapter, but on symmetrical moves and reversions, which I really like. And yeah, look at this weekly reversion, 100% reversion on Netflix. Now, this is not the only ticker that's been exhibiting this kind of pattern. There are other tickers that have already done this and broken out. So Amazon is a great one right here as it breaks out of that 188. Look at this V-shaped recovery that we've had over the past couple of years. So Netflix looking, I guess, singing to the similar tune of that. And I know there's a few other ones as well that were sold off. I think Meta. Was it Meta? Yes. Okay, yes. Perfect. Meta was the one. And look at how aggressive it got after it broke. Through that break even, right? Look at this week right here. Distinctly different week when it comes to the range of the candles here on the weekly right here. So it goes up from 400 all the way to 480 within 1 week, and then pushing that 500 as of right now. But yeah, V-shaped recovery on a longer time frame. Very interesting kind of pattern that does show up every now and then. You can see symmetrical V-shapes every now and then. And it's just, I guess, if you look back at charts far enough, you'll see that similar patterns have definitely happened in the past. Maybe not the same as, again, somebody famous once said, I think, I'm forgetting the name, markets don't necessarily repeat, but they definitely do rhyme. And rhyme, it definitely has been doing.
History doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes.
Yes.
I actually used that in a tweet today, but it was oddly enough referring to Polestar. No, seriously. No, it was about PSNY. And I was like, history doesn't often repeat itself, but it does rhyme, because Polestar. And when you see a pattern like this, if you're trading this stock, if this is a stock that you trade, and it does this at 97, and it does this at 97, then when it does this again at 97, 98 cents, then you short it to the bottom. Probably could have reloaded. I did take it early off this level, and oddly enough, could have just taken it once again this afternoon. So play the patterns. Play patterns until they don't work, right? Like that's the nature of the game. When the patterns stop working, then you don't have to take the trade. And we should have taken NVIDIA short, but I couldn't talk myself into it, and we probably should have. So wow, NVIDIA. Now it's accelerating. Look at the acceleration.
That's a break of trend.
Oh, that was a clean break of trend. It is what it is when you're trying to just only be with the trend. We've seen Nvidia rally into the end of the day. The NASDAQ was so strong. I didn't want to be fighting anything. I told myself this morning, do not attempt to fight something in the afternoon when you got low volume, but that was a clean break of trend there. And I don't get into the whole, is Polestar manipulated or not? What should the stock be? It's a short because it's failing the dollar level every time it gets there. If it breaks out $1 next week, I'll probably be long. Just try to keep it simple when it comes to trading. You trade price action in your investing account. If you believe in it, then you invest in it for the longer term, but a trade's a trade. And NVIDIA to the dumps. Not the dumps, pulling back.
Pulling back, yeah. Something else I did point out, like those were a lot of, I guess, large caps that did that V-shape. This is the NQ, so very similar kind of thing happening here. And I have this from before. Look at that, kind of winds up, builds the buying pressure needed on this pullback to kind of slam right back up into all-time highs and push even further. So a nice little V-shape happening there. So yeah, I don't know. Netflix is looking kind of similar to some of these V-shape patterns on these charts here. Tesla coming right back in. We came into 242s, but we're holding as of right now. Now again, with only about 14 minutes left until the bell, I'm not really looking at too much. But yeah, that NVIDIA short definitely seems like it was nice if you had it off the trend break. Spider as well, kind of breaking trend as of right now. But NVIDIA pulling back quite aggressively as I kind of pull it up here on my chart. So we're retracing about 50% of the move there on NVIDIA. But I'm kind of hands off right now and don't really have too much else on the board with only 15 minutes left to go. But I heard you say that Toronto doesn't close till 4. Does that mean we're staying?
No. We care about the U.S. markets here, and don't get me wrong. Like there are certainly traders at real trade. What?
I didn't do that. I don't have the board.
No. Yeah, there will be traders at real trading that might continue to trade the Toronto market.
Oh yeah.
Or maybe even Brazil. Like we have Brazil markets at real trading as well, so you might see something there. My personal experience with that, for anyone that tries to stick around trading the Toronto markets when the U.S. is closed, is it's really bad. Like really low liquidity. And if you get caught in something, it's just going to stop. I'm going to have up TD because I'm awfully curious as to what happens with this New York sell imbalance if it comes out as 2 million and then it just continues. The Canadian market's going to continue to trade, so
yes.
It might actually do some kind of a move when it hits the book. We were wrong about Intel, about where to get in and where to give it to.
Oh wow! Literally, like a few minutes ago, I was like, "Wow, Intel is so strong." That is a beautiful reversion.
Stopped it, stopped it at the high. And there it goes. So Intel does it again.
Third time's a charm. Yeah.
Third time is a charm. Yeah, sometimes, but
it's okay.
I don't like fighting stocks. Like I find like the saying I use, like you got to be willing to miss the trade. Miss the trade to make the trade, and it just has to do with like you got to have a line in the sand. Now, often if you work at something like this, even if I just continue to short the same move, like that's 31.20 we had, you take more at 25, you take more at 30. Like it's going to go, and when it goes, you actually end up with a winning trade down here if it gets into VWAP. But that's just it's not my style of trade. It's not the way that I like to trade. I try to keep it like the losses small, and if you can't find it with a reasonable stop loss, then I just don't want to find the trade. But Intel pulling back with everything else. Everything else pulled back, so the market giving you a bit of an assist. 1 minute to go, costs, like I said, might be done for the day. If you took that bounce off 12, you got 40 or 50 cents, maybe a little bit more than that, but it's way too late to take it. I don't want to get trapped in anything, so still just TD Bank. As I said, I will have that one up. NVIDIA caught a heck of a bid. That short was good for a hot minute, and then it just bounced $1 here. Wow. NVIDIA is just an absolute beast. They are gobbling up these liquidity grabs. They gobbled this one up and it was okay. They gobbled it up again underneath 127. So let's mark that off. 127 should be a key level on Friday when we come back. No question about it. Big mover here, NVIDIA. Today, all you really needed was Tesla, NVIDIA, or cost. If you had one of those three, there's probably something else. That's all you really needed. Hit one of them, and then you could have gone home, catch the fireworks tomorrow, have a few brewskis, and you'll be good to go. Or if it's not your thing, you can have whatever you like.
No, the weather's been quite nice. as of late. So for sure, a lot of enjoyable activities happening there with the weather. I'm kind of just watching here.
NVIDIA 3.6 million buy.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
Oh, what?
Hello. Kaboom. What is that? Oh, wow, retracing the whole move pretty much here. I did pull it up. Wow, there goes Tesla, 245, 244 bid. Look at that. I don't have that imbalance up on Tesla as of right now.
I don't see Tesla.
3 million,
TD is there for that
5 million to buy on NVIDIA right here. I'm going to pull that in right there. So NVIDIA giving us a little bit of a closing action there.
It's a trap.
What is that? That's an anchored. Huh, interesting.
It's not moving.
127. Here, we talk about that prior level here on NVIDIA, that prior high. Oh, we're right there. Never mind. I thought it was 120. I thought it was a little bit lower. So we did kind of clip that high, 127.80s. It would seem, right? 127.71 was the high from last Friday. So one of the prior week levels there, and we're coming right back up into that very strong push here on NVIDIA. We saw yesterday it was consolidating sideways. Even before yesterday, very, very sideways muted action while the rest of the market pushed up. And as the rest of the market kind of, doesn't do, well, maybe the NQ or the ES there pushing very hard. But again, NVIDIA has been pushing as well. What's going on, Adara?
Keep an eye on Twilio here. This one falling pretty intensely with a bit of an increase in volume as well for TWLO. Apparently this was reported earlier, but circulating right now on social media. Twilio apparently confirmed there's an unsecured API endpoint. So basically a little bit of hacking going on here, allowed threat actors to verify the phone numbers of millions of the users of its Authy, multi-factor authentication users, so potentially some vulnerability to certain types of attacks, including SIM swapping. So basically, hack here impacting some of its users. Twilio falling today's lows, guys.
Wow.
Yikes, that's ugly for Twilio. By the way, costs could go into a down halt. If cost halts, it won't open up until 4 o'clock. Forget about 5 minutes. It's completely irrelevant at this point. I went long when this broke 50s on NVIDIA, but I got like 62, 61 and 62. It's not going anywhere. So that imbalance is not really doing much. You had to be the algos here and catch it really early in that move. I'll throw an offer. If it holds 50s, great, and we'll put an offer in front of 128 on NVIDIA. But if it does nothing up to 1255, then I jump out regardless. Cost into a down halt, so it loses everything. Okay, not everything. It loses a lot of the afternoon move. Everything is just saying way too much. This was a $6 stock at the open. This was a $4 stock at the close yesterday, and it's at 11 bucks. Current tap, 10:30. It will open at 4 o'clock. I have no idea what the liquidity is going to look like. When Adair and I are going over the day, going over the sectors on the recap show tonight, probably going to look at a little bit of cost aftermarket just because it is the mover. So cost, probably making a lot of people some money today, but if you didn't take profit, this is what can happen. No one ever went broke taking profit. Not every single squeeze lasts forever, all that good stuff. Good luck to everyone out there. If you happen to be in this halt, I kind of wish you well.
Oh.
But I don't know what liquidity is going to look like in the aftermarket. Most days I'd tell you, hey, cost could go on a run at 1 o'clock after it closes. But I don't know about today with the holiday coming in. So NVIDIA, 3.6 million, doesn't really sustain a secondary breakout. We'll jump out of it. Don't want to fight. It's still 3.7 million, but it's not moving. Like it's trying to go up. You got a stacked offer in there, and it's not going anywhere. Jason Murphy, if I say 4 o'clock, I mean 1 o'clock. That's on me.
Okay, we got a super chat here by Nathan. Cleared 13.6K this week. Thanks to Neil Obi and the Trader TV team. Your commentary and advice really helps, really keeps me objective in my trading. Thank you. Have a great holiday. Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Nate, for tuning in and kind of taking that. Now, I don't have really advice, but definitely I am always listening to what Neil and Sean have to say on the show. There,
give yourself
a lot of
more credit
for
than
sure.
that, man. Give yourself more credit than that, Obi.
I'm still learning, man. I am just.
We're all still learning.
Yeah.
Everybody's out
Mother
there.
Market teaches me every day.
Teach you something every single day. But well done, Nate the Great. I'm giving you the Nate the Great because that's one of my daughter loves that book. Nate Dogg in the house.
Dog, okay.
Is he alive? Nate Dogg? Yeah, I was about to say rest in peace, Nate Dogg. But Nate, great job. Give yourself a lot of credit. You had some great, like the opportunities to get in. The anchored VWAP on Tesla yesterday
Tesla's
certainly
pushing for
was
highs.
better than regular VWAP. So there's lots that you could have done today. It's 355. Now NVIDIA goes higher.
Boom.
355. It's 1255. 5 minutes to the close. NVIDIA paired half, but still moving up. If I held on to it, you get the 128. So probably should have held on to that last year. You just said Tesla's going higher.
Tesla's ripping. We saw it
Wow.
squeezed
What
yesterday
a
and today as
move.
well.
What
It's
a
doing the
huge
same
squeeze
thing.
at the end.
Yeah, it's doing the very same thing today. Going
Wow,
again, last
that's
5 minutes
wild.
into the close. But yeah, no, intraday catalyst on Tulio definitely hacking through the bid. Low a day right there, 57s. Look at that dump coming in. I love intraday catalyst there, but I was not ready for this one. But yeah, 57 to 56.30s pushing right back into prior day's lows here on Tulio on that news again of I guess potential data hack there. But yeah, no, that's a strong flush. Look at the volume that comes in. This is a 1 minute candle here, and how much volume has it done on the day? I'm curious to know. So we haven't done too much volume. 246K. Yeah, Tuli low. Yes, Adara. Tuli low on Tulio breaking below. Are these weak lows here? Not yet. Not yet. 56, just shy of 56 are the weekly lows there from Monday. But yeah, it doesn't really trade too much volume here, but definitely software takers might be a little interesting when they do get some volume coming into them. And again, intraday catalyst there. So if you were there for the move, I know that when Adara was talking about it, we were still here at the 56.80s, 56.60s, and we've gone down over 30, 40 pennies, even lower than that into some of these weekly lows there. So nice little opportunity going into the close. Tesla rips up. Attempts this prior high at that 246s, and that 246 as of right now giving us a little bit of trouble here. It is 12:57. There's only about 3 minutes left until the bell rings, and look at the ES. Oh wow, look at the ES. Holy. Okay, so ES is pushing up, only about 5 points away from 5.6K here on the ES, and the NQ retracing about 50% of its pullback back into that 20,400. So it seems like we are done business with that 20,000. We've been orbiting around it, kind of chopping it up. And this is one of the first times we've actually accelerated through it, and on a low liquidity day, to say the least, on a half day, right before the holidays, we're getting a little bit of squeeze action in a lot of these tickers here, going into, again, the holiday season.
You know what?
Hopefully you guys had a great trading day today. Just remember, red or green, did you follow your process? Did you follow your playbook? That's what makes a green day for me. Looking a little, I guess, could have done better on the Tesla for sure. Just to review some of these trades that we had in the morning. I think I've only traded Tesla. Yeah. I was looking at a couple other tickers, but was too busy with Tesla and the craziness that it's been doing there. Getting out a little too early there on the re-break of that 240, and then getting back in with significantly less shares, not even holding it back down to 240. I got to give it at least to there. That was the consolidation breakout, and we never looked back after convincingly breaking that high of day, just shy of that 240, going all the way up into 248.34 is the high of day as of right now. But that 46 looking like a little bit of trouble. That is where we started to slow down. We started to slow down 45s to 46s there, and it comes all the way back down to VWAP, and that's where we're having some trouble going into the close with only about 2 minutes, a minute and 15 seconds left here on the day. Again, hopefully you guys have, make sure you guys have a great 4th of July weekend. If you're trading on Friday, we will see you then. I don't know what Friday has in store, but hopefully hopefully there are going to be opportunities that hopefully align with the playbook on Friday that we can potentially capture as well. Let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. What did you guys trade today? Tesla trying to close at 246? Yeah, maybe it is trying to close at 246. It's right there, about 15 pennies off of that right now. NVIDIA 128. Yeah, let's talk about NVIDIA real quick, as we've only got about 30 seconds here. NVDA finally giving us that that push off of that 123 that we've been kind of knocking around as of the past couple of weeks there. or past couple of days is what I want to say. 123 has been definitely interesting on NVIDIA. Now, with only about 10 seconds left, I got to hit the timer here, and we got Adair at the bell. There goes 246 finally broke going into the last 30 seconds of the close. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. There we go. There is the bell. There are some closing prints happening here. What did Tesla actually close at? I have here 246.39. So yeah, definitely closing in and around that 246 level. I am excited to see what Friday has in store in the coming weeks. It's almost earnings season, so definitely excited about earnings season coming up. Earnings has been a little bit slower for the past couple of weeks. There's always a 1 or 2 week break in between where it kind of drops back down. And then we got banks coming up soon enough. And we got, again, Netflix is coming up, I think you said on the 18th as well. So yeah, lots to look forward to going into the mid to later half of July. But without any further ado, hope you guys have a great 4th of July. I will see you guys on Friday, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be doing the market recap with Neil and Adara at the big desk. Take care, guys.
That'll make you
Jump, jump,
a Daddy Mac will make you
jump, jump,
Cost Corp will make you
jump, jump.
That's what I'm talking about. Cost. It's actually going down. I'm sorry, everybody.
That was a good transition. I wasn't prepared for that, guys, either. He did not tell me he was going to do that.
I had to keep you on your toes because
you can.
Because we
yes,
we can. Cost we can. Unfortunately for Cost, it is open and moving to the downside here. Broke $11. It's the only thing that I would expect to have any post-market volume today with the holiday, the half day. Canadian markets are still going to be open. But yeah, Cost retracing a lot of this Roaring Kitty day where apparently he might have a position in Cost. We'll wait to see. But you saw what happened. I'm going to start this off because we'll go to sector. We'll go to the sector in a second. But I want to make sure. I said this several times, but I don't know how many times we showed it. When you found out for sure that Roaring Kitty had a position in Chewy, look what it's done since then. Exuberance candle, and then it's been a dump since. And I'm not saying that Cost is going to absolutely drop, but if it never reclaims any of those highs, heck, if it doesn't hold those halt levels that we just put in today, a retracement all the way back into like the 6s would make a lot of sense to me on Friday in the next couple of days. So just be awfully careful with this. It's not necessarily that simple. You don't just say you have a position in something unless you're Warren Buffett and have the stock continue to squeeze.
Yeah.
Its short float is 7.5%, 7.7%. It's got a small float at 5 million, has all the ingredients for a squeeze, but it needs to do more than just get some exuberance and catch people maybe holding some tops. So be very careful with it. As you can see on the sector board, it wasn't that bad of a day. Not that bad of a day. Yeah, holiday shortened and all that good stuff, but NVIDIA didn't care. Tesla certainly didn't care. The NASDAQ and the S&P didn't care. Microsoft didn't care. It all started with Tesla, obviously. The delivery numbers knocking it out of the park yesterday and getting a little bit of continuation today. And I say a little bit, it was a lot. Another big banger of a day for Tesla. It's now breaking out in spades, but it was not alone. You had Cost move. We talked about that. NVIDIA, because of Nancy Pelosi, decided that it wanted to join the party as well. So this is Neil trying not to make comments about the fact that you can even do this, but a legislator can make money this way, apparently. So NVIDIA making power moves because Pelosi apparently bought some more. AVGO as well. Eli Lilly did not have a fantastic day, though. Eli Lilly dropping like it's hot. I don't know. I don't like I don't like that because I own Eli Lilly shares. I don't want that stock going to the downside at all. But Eli Lilly dropped. There were reports that Ozempic could be linked to some serious eye conditions. We'll just check out some of the celebrities that are clearly on it and see if they have any issues going forward. It'll be pretty obvious. But yeah, Eli Lilly down only 1 point, but it lost that key $900 level, so not that great. But look at this sector board. Whether you want to grab yourself a tan, at least for now it's found a bottom. On the daily, look, the solar names just dropping all the way down into the lows. Bouncing off the lows, and then you get a 4% day. So put it into perspective. It's not a reversal yet, but it is a bit of a dip buy. If we hold these bottoms, usually when I look at these things, it's like, well, what is the strong name out there? And which is the one that you want to try to look for a bounce on? Obviously, First Solar had been the strong one. It's making a huge retracement. It would have been nice if it could have held that 50 period moving average on the daily. But as far as something that would make sense if TAN holds the lows, I would think First Solar is the first place to do. Great day for GDX and gold, 4%. So that little downward channel, remember the channel, lower highs on GDX, lower lows. There's your breakout of the 50. There's your breakout of the trend. It has now happened on the daily. So I don't wonder if you don't have a little bit of an idea to swing it off the 50 period. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure. When Michael Noss was on, he was talking about this, but you don't have to do it in GDX. Certainly you can look at GLD as well as another way to play this big time move. Uranium, good day. Obviously SMH. Saw what happened with NVIDIA, so we know AVGO, big day. These are going to be pretty strong. And no surprise, if you're surprised as to why ARK is up 1.8%, people, there we go. I don't know why I hit gains. ARK.
The market made gains.
Our market made gains. But ARK is up because Kathy owns Tesla. It's just that simple. Yeah. So great day. Pretty much everything was strong. Silver had a good day. K-Web had a good day. TLT. I mean, what wasn't up today? You guys tell me what wasn't up. At the end of the day, cost was down, but most things were pretty strong in there, Adara. But we got to start talking about individual trades and what a day like today means for opportunity. And we said this before. On a holiday shortened day, I was perfectly willing to come in and if there was nothing good, almost make nothing or small trades. But when something starts going, you've got to be in that. The focus, Tesla, NVIDIA, for anyone that likes small caps, cost. So I know for sure you're in at least one of them, because that's how we roll around here.
Yeah.
Which one was it and why?
Tesla. I was involved in Tesla. I want to talk, first there were two super chats I want to talk about quickly first as well. Thank you so much, Willis Addison, $2 super chat. Jeff Bezos took $5 billion profit, Amazon for the holidays, laugh emoji. Yeah, Amazon certainly interesting. You're that 197.60 area with support, flip to resistance. So good look there. Also, thank you so much to Ahmed for the SAR 799 super chat. Thank you all with rose emoji. Thank you guys all. So happy to be here. But yeah, that Tesla, this was interesting. I was definitely in a place yesterday. I had some shut down on Monday. Not a great day yesterday. Definitely was too aggressive with the Tesla short. So I came in today not expecting any Tesla shorts. I said, Adara, whatever happens, happens. But I saw that 245 breakout initially on the book when I was at the big desk. Then I come to sit at my desk and I see Tesla 245 again. And I'm like, Adara, if you see this, you can't doubt it just because things went badly yesterday. You can definitely be more discerning because you had some issues yesterday, but you can't not take it if you see stuff. So I started Tesla 245 short. Then every time we ran into resistance or support, I would scalp that. And I was actually really happy. When we had that break below VWAP, bounced at 240, I actually had two shorts on that 5-minute candle. Both were profitable. It was all from just reading the book and getting out the second I saw stuff I didn't like anymore. So I definitely need to trust myself more with the book reading because I think that is maybe more where my interests lie.
Yes.
So I think that was a huge day for me. I was profitable on the day. Did not undo the issues in the last 2 days, mind you. But it's a start, and it's really, you just have to trust yourself. Each day is its own day. So I was really happy with Tesla. Basically the only thing I traded. Speaking
about Tesla, it is right back to the top. Aftermarket, who cares? It's not breaking the highs, but it is at that 247.5 mark. It's still going. Look at this chart. It's impressive. It's Tesla. It's Elon. It is squeezing people. I know it's only a 3.8% float, but remember, for a name like this, mega cap, large cap names, when they get over like a 3% mark, that is a heavy short interest. Right? So there's going to be a lot of squeezing that does happen in a stock like Tesla, which has been left for dead. And I'm glad you got like that. That trend short really never broke the bottom, continuing that trend down at that 240, 241 area. So I'm glad that's the spot where you decide to give it up because it was definitely a short off the 249. I only went long Tesla today. I didn't take a single short, and I was determined from the morning. I didn't have any. Like I said, if I lose on Tesla, I'm going to lose long, and if I short an EV name, I'm going to short Polestar. Yeah. And that was my overall intent. It is what it is. I didn't short Nikola today, probably a missed opportunity, but obviously Tesla, it trended up for most of the morning. It would be hard to say that, I don't know anybody that wouldn't be angry if they got out too early, but it defied expectations for me. The trend really never broke in a big way on Tesla. I don't know if it's going to be able to continue. 260 is a big level on the daily as well, if you pull that one back out. So we do have to watch out for it. Big day for Tesla, but it was only one of 3 big ones. Shout out to you, David. Appreciate the super chat there. 10K today on Tesla and NVIDIA. We're just going to talk about NVIDIA. Congratulations to you. We'll throw you a couple of bangs in there. NVIDIA was a different story because, like, I would wager, yeah, there we go. We just went to, like, there we go, NVIDIA. I would wager today the 123, which has been the level on NVIDIA, before the Pelosi news, it's like, wow, 123, you throw up a 15-minute chart. It's just been that level where over it, longs, under it, shorts, like breaks, like the last couple of days, breaks it short, holds it long, breaks it short, breaks it short. Like early in the day, it felt like it was going to be the same thing, like shorts underneath 123, but once it broke out that 23, it was gone. I had that breakout trade, but I, again, just like Tesla, didn't hold on long enough for it, but you don't know the Pelosi thing's going to happen. And then big time trend. When you throw up this 3-minute chart, when it's this explosive, it's insane. Like a lot of times on a holiday shortened day, you're not going to see one move like this, let alone 2, let alone 3 with cost, let alone Microsoft fresh highs, like all these things that we're running. You only had to grab 1 or 2 of them. That's all that you really needed today. And if you stayed focused on it, I think you did pretty well. What I would suggest for anybody that got out too early like myself is when you have a big, strong trending day or a stock that has a parabolic mover, and I know I was able to add on Tesla earlier, but I didn't do this with NVIDIA. At that first spot where you're looking to scalp out, if it's a really big move, it can be a good add spot. On Tesla early on, we were adding to it on the way up. But I feel like I just didn't believe in NVIDIA that much to try to add to it early in that break of 123. Because it's such a big level, there were places you could have added to it the first $0.50 on that trend upside. And there weren't any red candles on a 3-minute till it got to 125. So a lot of times we talk about averaging down and not enough about averaging up. Averaging down means the stock is going against you. What you are doing is not working in the moment. Now, if it eventually works, you can get more shares at a better price, great. But averaging up means you are joining the move and you're getting more as it's working. Sometimes the worst thing you can do as a trader is to panic out of a trade just as it's starting to work. When sometimes that's where you should be looking to add to the trade. It's easy to say in NVIDIA. We did it with Tesla. Both Wolby and I were adding to that position early on instead of only getting out. But NVIDIA was a different story. I did not add to it on the way up, and then all that happens is it just continues to trend for the rest of the day. Not the easiest thing in the world to do with costs. I understand that's going to be a difficult trade, pretty much 10 times out of 10 for a lot of people. I bungled costs badly today because I was long at 625. And managed to lose on that trade and did not get back into it. It was the consolidation at the right area. I just got to, sometimes with this trade, my picture's in the way here. There we go. Sometimes with this trade, you've just got to be willing to get stopped out on a candle like this and just sit back in it. Maybe 2 or 3 times, especially on a squeeze name. Because ultimately, kind of what you're doing there is, I'm looking for a spot that I can risk less than 50 cents on a $6 stock, and then if it goes parabolic, you only have to hit it once. Like you can go 1 for 5 doing something like that. It goes one time, and you're actually going to make a bunch of money anyways. But you just got to be able to jump back over to it. I don't know Roaring Kitty's going to do what he's going to do, but I know it can go 6 to 8. It can go 6 to 10. I didn't think any chance it was going to $19 today, but what it is what it is. That's why you play these names on the off chance it actually runs for you bigly like it did, to steal a word from Sharif. But I do have a question for you. Before we get into the Q&A, I'm going to ask Adair a question because when you're getting reps in the market, a lot of traders won't touch something like COS or GameStop when it's going. Have you traded one of these yet?
So I had, first time I got shut down was GameStop. The issue though, it was actually a fat finger in my part, one of my first fat fingers since going live. Basically what happened was I tried to get out and somehow added like more than double to the position. So that was the issue. If I hadn't had that fat finger, it would not have been good, but it would not have been a shutdown. So it was what it was. However, last time GME ran, I actually did well in GME. There's one day the only name I was profitable on was GME, and I was just shorting pops. So I think there's different ways you can play things. To be clear, I've played GME, like I'll go both directions GME, kind of what I did with Tesla as well today. If I see something at either level, I'll go either direction. But yeah, GME, $24 area has been really interesting.
Yep.
I was looking at cost, but I was honestly so obsessed with Tesla. I just wanted to stick, and I had a better read on Tesla, so I'm happy I stuck with those levels. But yeah, cost today was really interesting, and GME definitely still on my radar and on my side charts.
Yeah, they're very, very different.
They're fun.
The way that they trade, sometimes it's a good learning experience. You trade what speaks to you as well. Matthew K. Sonic with a question just asked, why did volume die so much at 1 p.m.? It's a half day today. July 4th is going to be it's a full day holiday. U.S. markets are going to be closed tomorrow, so it's a half day trading today. There are a couple of them. Thanksgiving, you get a half day, and obviously you get that death in the last hour usually, but I would say volume was pretty good and there were a lot of moves in the afternoon. The morning was good, the afternoon was good. There is a post-market still. You can trade till 5 o'clock, but just don't expect to have a lot of volume. Like I have the 3 minute up on cost, which was the one thing that was moving. It's not doing anything right now. Tesla made a move, but it's starting to peter off a bit at the previous high. So you are in the aftermarket session right now, and you are getting some movement. There's obviously no earnings at all to go through, which is why I want to do a little bit of a Q&A. And Rohit, what happened with Dell today? So let's just jump right into it. We're into the Q&A. I looked down and I saw Rohit saying, what happened with Dell today? Some exhaustion on Dell. And I'm upset with it. The only thing you can do with a situation like this is get away from it. Because Dell looked all the world like it was going to just continue and do a breakout. And once it fails a break, you've got to be able to get out of Dodge. It was 145 that I liked for a dip. It did not hold that dip by. If you time it just right, you probably win on that. You probably get something out of that trade off of this level here, but it dipped in and got to like 145.6, and then from there, it just failed. But that's why you draw lines. And now looking back on it in hindsight, 145 lower high. That was the level I liked. So if we were looking for shorts today, we probably should have jumped over on into Dell, but I don't regret it for a minute that we were focused on Tesla and then later on NVIDIA. Those were the right places to be. When you pop up like a higher time frame, you can get an idea of what this fail is looking like. It's not the end of the world on the 15-minute. Essentially, you've just been making higher highs, and you put in a little bit of a higher low as well. You still have that liquidity bottom under 135. When you look at the daily chart on Dell, I don't know that it's not doing something similar to maybe the other direction of what AMD is doing, where it's riding the 50-period moving average pretty tightly or starting to ride it pretty tightly. And then keep in mind, it was this big trend. When you look at the high to there, it essentially just failed this break of these huge peaks. So you have a very tight consolidation, higher lows, and then you've got these wild peaks on Dell where it's wicking these peaks and then pulling back in. So I would suspect maybe you get a retest of that 50-period moving average on I almost said tomorrow, on Friday would be my expectation that's what we could see. So we'll have that up as maybe a support level. I have no idea if it's going to get there, but if it does, based on the pattern in Dell, I would suspect it could be a bit of a trade. And the next time it makes this kind of a spike, maybe we should look for a failure at that high. If it does another consolidation and then short peak eventually, I think it could break. And as a long-term hold, I mean, it's not like there's nothing about the trend that is broken. It's egregious at these tops, but it's still in a bit of an upward trend. I just missed a lot of things there, so I don't know if you found another question there in the chat, but Dell was the first one. It was a bamboozler, but you had to just get away from it. That's why you'll often see me take my shot at the long. The second it starts trending down, did you see me talk about or be in Dell? We took an L on it early, and I don't even bother trading it. It goes trend down. You probably could have found a bottom somewhere, but I'm not going to try to, not when it's not working.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of mentions of that as well. Dell, really hard to day trade. I've had some issues trying to day trade Dell, especially as a scalper. It's like the spread on that. You definitely do have to be prepared. But yeah, this one definitely did go to the gates of Dell a little bit today, that's for sure. Saw a question about Celsius. What level do you think Celsius is a good buy at, says Kyle Lack. I mean, we don't give advice, but Celsius is one I've actually day traded before, and I find to be sometimes kind of interesting. Let's see what kind of temperature we have in Celsius. We did just get a super chat, so look at that in a second, but we'll take a quick look at Celsius here as well. Celsius, to me, massive double top. at around this 100 level. It's pretty clear. Interesting though too, we completely avoid any kind of resistance support tug of war at the 70 area, which was that previous base. Then we continue to kind of make lower highs, higher lows. However, lower highs, lower lows. But then we get to this 55 area, which is kind of a random area for Celsius, trying to push higher. Honestly, I would say I would wait for Celsius to shake out. I think if we can come back to this previous area here of resistance, 62, that would be interesting. That would be like we could clear this and try to see if resistance forms a support. We also had that, again, that previous area at 70, kind of interesting. But right now, Celsius looks like it's a little bit too cold in there right now to get involved. But we did have a super chat. Thank you so much, Trading W Ray, $4.99 super chat, SMCI. So yeah, super micro. That one, I remember when that first popped. That was wild when we first got that big move into like 1,000 on SMCI. This daily chart's a range right now.
It is, look, this stock is, for a lot of people, this was like the other one when NVIDIA was going wild. It was the trading community that was like, no, but SMCI is doing the same thing. Why are people only talking about NVIDIA? But what's happening now is I'm pulling up a weekly chart for you guys on SMCI. First thing, I want to point out just one thing on Celsius. Even with this drop in Celsius and you had that daily chart up, it's still actually pretty expensive when you look at it from like a P and a 4P basis. So it wouldn't be crazy. And the last time it lost the 50 period, it was down there for over half a year before it reclaimed it for good. So I think you might have to be patient with that one. And again, I'm just talking about the patterns from before. But SMCI, it's starting to get much more reasonable in terms of its valuation, especially when you consider the growth in the space. So it's shaking a lot of people out right now, back and forth. But you would see, like, it's forming a pretty decent wedge from the breakout on the weekly. Like, it's a pretty steep one, but if you join all this together, it's forming a wedge from top and bottom, which is converging right where we are at the 850 level. So if it can hang on to this range, I think it's got time. But again, this is a weekly chart that I'm looking at. And when you pop down to like the daily, you are testing pretty tightly the lows here. Like you're seeing decent support, but when we get up to tops, you're wicking the tops and pulling back, and you're hanging around at the support level. So it's still a little bit heavy, if that's the right term, but it is forming a decent wedge on the weekly. If it does hold $700, the stock is going to be fine. What I would love to see happen is you get this 200 period, just hang on, hold the wedge. The 200 period trails back to the 700 level, bounce off that, and then good to go. That's the patient play. Would be that 700 level. I'm not touching it. Like, I don't own the stock, but I wouldn't be buying it unless we go trend back into the 200 period or touch that 700 level. That's just myself on SMCI. But if you're more short term, the longer it consolidates at 850 and the wedge pattern kind of gets higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, if it converges on that level, that could be the time to jump. But it's not quite there just yet on SMCI.
Yeah, that bit of a. Also, there's a question for you from Jamlosi saying, this is unpopular, but I see a change of trend on weed stocks, and I'd like to hear Neil's opinion.
Oh, I have.
We did have a bit of a move in Tilray today.
Okay, I haven't called these up in a while, so let me just start with MSOS, and then maybe we'll get to some individual names here. Yeah, okay, it's got to be individual names, because the first thing I would say for MSOS is I don't see it.
Yeah, that VWAP projection is pretty.
Yeah, this is a daily, so it's like this is the 200 period and the 50. You just rejected the 200 period after breaking it and are holding trend down, and you're bouncing off the bottom, but you're still holding lower highs. So I don't necessarily see it over here in MSOS, but that doesn't mean individual names can't be catching something. You're probably just talking about the bottom holding, like Tilray consolidation bottom. Look, you can do worse than looking for things like this on these types of names where you're trending into the bottom, but then you start holding distinct lows, 150, 160, 160, 160, 160, because the bounces are like 30% move up, double up, 70% move up. So you can have some tight stop winners. I used to do this when I was a penny stock trader, so I have nothing against that, but there's no break of trend here that I can see on Tilray. I think you're just getting some bottom picks. CGC is putting in higher lows. So CGC did a compression pattern, but at least it's working with a higher low off of this. But there's still big time trends to the downside, where if you find these tight consolidations, you can find a little bit of a play in here. If it breaks this bottom here at like 575, if you're long here, you're risking 15% at the most, maybe even only 10%. And then the rallies have been bigger than that. But I'm not really seeing a huge breakout there. Row hit, I'm going to skip. I'm just going to skip over because this is not the first time we're asked about Ethereum. We didn't pull it up once today. So I want to apologize for that, first of all, because I did see Sirius Satellite a couple times on the chart. It's already like 425 in here. We'll get a couple more in, but I wanted to make sure 425.
Feels like 425.
125. You guys know what I mean. If I say 4, I mean 1. Come on, man. It is what it is. But Sirius Satellite has been going. My gut is telling me this is just a sympathy squeeze. Okay, so 24% short float. We saw Chewy in its move. We saw, obviously, Cost with its move. We've seen Siri squeeze before. It seems like it's doing it again. I'm not a huge believer that it's anything more than a squeeze play at this point. And try to remember, the last time this went, it had 1, 2, 3 days. It tried the 4th day, and it dumped on the 5th. So it's been running. I would tell you that it's a few days up in a row, but since it broke out, this is probably like day 2. You could argue that it's more days than that. But since it broke out, it's really just a 2-day move. It's just gotten past the last resistance point. Some room to go. The $4 level, I think, can be trouble. I think it's worth watching this on Friday because if the other squeeze names have petered out and suddenly, Siri is still holding the trend like you had decent day consolidation, big day, hold the big pullback, hold the highs. On Friday, unlike Cost, this managed to at least keep going. But I would still just view it as a squeeze. Like, this is not, to me, anything that's, like, this is not starting of a move where Siri is going to recover everything back. I mean, how many people actually have Sirius Satellite Radio?
Cricket. Oh, sorry. I thought we were going to, I didn't know that.
In both my vehicles. I had a great scam with them, too. Like, when I got, I've already told the story. It's not really outing myself. No, when I got my, when I got my Audi, like it came with actually the same thing happened when I got the Jeep, but like it came with like 6 months free of Sirius Satellite Radio. It was already in the car. So when you buy the vehicle, it's like you get 6 months for free. The idea is that most people are going to keep it. So when the 6 months were up, and I'm talking to the rep, and he's like, "So how did you enjoy your 6 months free of Sirius Satellite Radio?" And I was like, "What are you talking about? What? Huh? I had 6 months free. Oh my goodness! I've always wanted."
You used it. Oh, you didn't even use it. You didn't know you had it?
Of course I didn't know I had it. And so I was like, oh my, I can't believe it. I would have tried it out. I've always wanted to see if I liked it, all that good stuff. And I got another 6 months free.
Oh, that's amazing.
And then I kept it. I knew I was going to keep it. It wasn't completely, it's kind of dishonest, but it is.
I like it.
No, I'm just saying, it is what it is. Like they give it 6 months. I did try it for 12 months and then ended up keeping it, so I still have it. Serious, I still think it's more of a squeeze play than anything else. But we have a tradition around here when it gets close to the 30-minute mark. What's a new tradition?
It is.
You know what it is. I'm not doing it anymore because I can't do it as well as I'm actually going to start practicing maybe some breathing techniques to be able to do roll call as well as Adara. But for now, I feel like it's got to be Adara on the roll call because she's just always knocking it out of the park. So make sure, get your name in there. This is our Independence Day roll call with Adara.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We've got Raghavendra Rao, RGC Chirath. Bears vs. Bulls, thank you so much to everything you do. Hope you have a great Independence Day. Hope everyone has a great Independence Day. We have Matthew Booth. We have Darwin. We have NYSE Urbanista. We have Dave Clark. I'm going to start going up here. Neil Roberts, 1320 Wolf. Tim Hansen. We've got Professor Love in the chat. Slugga. We have Neil Roberts in the chat. And also Neil Roberts in the chat. Pitchbull. We have Fun Bubble. We have Chris J. We've got Bears vs. Bulls in there again. We have 1320 Wolf in there again. Pitchbull again. Love everyone here. I'm so happy to be here every single day. Monty G, Yoel Reina, Callum Mitchell Miller, 4L Taz, Black Sheep Trades, Wen Lambo, you tell me. We have Derek Thompson, we have Mike the Mangler, we have John Von Sowers, Bristol, Jennifer Schultz, The Real Tech Geek, Scott Edwards, Zero, Saskatchewan, Donkey Trader, DJ Marshall, Pepper Potts, Bravo Buddy, The Real Tech Geek again here, AK, Bears vs. Bulls, NYC Urbanista Tracksuit, Bears vs. Bulls one more time, The Real Tech Geek again, Henry Chung, Fat Figa, 1320 Wolf, Diet Soda, Black Sheep Trades, Long This, Alex Diaz, The Noble Fan, they keep coming in here, Daniel Melendez, The Real Tech Geek one more time, Darwin, Jeronton, Jamlo C, Swugger 214, Natty Igala, I think we got there's so many names here, guys. I hope I did it justice. That was fun.
Yes, you did. It's always good. And like we celebrated here north of the border, Canada Day a couple of days ago, south of the border, I want to wish everybody a happy Independence Day. Do whatever it is you do. If you like to blow some ish up and enjoy some fireworks, do it. I'll never forget when I got to see fireworks. I was in Melbourne, Florida the first time I actually saw 4th of July fireworks. And I can only imagine what it's like in the bigger city, but it was an unbelievable weekend. So make sure you enjoy it. Enjoy it with friends and family. Remember what it's all about. We are right back here on Friday. Tomorrow obviously is going to be a holiday. No market. If you try to trade it, it's not open. Canadian markets, Europe just fine. When the U.S. closes, everything is going to be dead. Want to make sure everyone remembers on the holiday, you can definitely check out the podcast. Good time to do it. So check out the Freedom and Wealth podcast. We just had the O'Leary episode as well. Brandon filmed today with a special guest. I'm not going to spoil it, but you're going to want to pay attention. Real trading is what it is all about. So that's going to be a great one. That's going to drop on Saturday as always. So make sure you check out that podcast. As I said, we're back on Friday. Do not tune in for a show. We're only open when the U.S. markets are open. So enjoy that holiday weekend. Rest up. We got more Tesla to trade, more NVIDIA to trade, more cost to trade? I have no idea. But we're going to find out on Friday. Have a good one, everybody.